Hi friends, my name is Maruti and I'm the co-founder of Cracku. Every year we release this 100 quant questions that are important for CAT video, and this video is that. This will be a long video, it will be around 7 hours long. We'll be covering 100 questions from all the important topics for CAT. We'll be looking at arithmetic questions, algebra questions, geometry questions, modern maths, and even functions and logarithms. All the important topics of quant are covered in this video. We'll be first showing you the question. I would request you to pause the video at that time and then try to solve the question on your own, and after that look at the video solution. This I think will be a very useful video for you, and if you have any doubts with respect to any of the 100 questions, please do comment below the video. I look at all the comments and I'll try to respond to them to the best of my ability. After you finish watching this video, and if you find the video useful, definitely do check out the 100 quant question videos, the other videos in the same series. We have released a similar video every year for the last 3-4 years. You can check out the link to that playlist, and in the playlist you can check the video that we have released in 2023, the video that we released in 2022 and 2021 and so on. All of those videos will also be very useful for you. So if you have liked this video, definitely do check out that playlist as well. In this question we are told that a compound M has to be created, and for that to be created we require 3 units of X, 4 units of Y and 6 units of Z. We are told that 1 unit of X can be made by A and B in the ratio of 5:7. So A and B contribute to 1 unit of X in the ratio of 5:7. Similarly, 1 unit of Y is made by B and C and the contribution ratio is 2:3. While that of Z, the contribution ratio of A and D is 1:4. What is the approximate percentage of the contribution of A for 1 unit of M? So if you are making 3 units of X, 4 units of Y and 6 units of Z, what is the total number of units in M? The total number of units is 13, and out of this 13, how many have actually come from A? A contributes to X. So in 3 units of X, what is the contribution of A? The contribution of A will be 3 into 5 divided by 5 plus 7. A doesn't contribute to Y, Y is contributed only by B and C, but A does contribute to Z. And in 6 units of Z, what is the contribution of A? It will be 6 into 1 divided by 1 plus 4. So what is the total contribution of A? It will be 3 into 5 by 12 plus 6 into 1 by 5. 3 into 5 by 12 will be equal to 5 by 4, which is 1.25, plus 6 by 5 is 1.2. So the total contribution of A is 2.45. The total units in M is 13, out of which A contributes 2.45. So the percentage contribution of A will be 2.45 divided by 13 into 100. You can use your calculator and the percentage will come to 18.84%. In this question we are told that there are 2 runners and they are running to and fro from 2 points A and B respectively. So let us assume that this is the line joining the 2 points A and B. Let us assume that this is A and this is B. The person with 7, the faster runner, is running from A, let us assume, and the person who is the slower runner is running from B. Let us again assume that the distance between A and B is S. We are told that the distance between the first point of intersection and the second point of intersection is 45 meters. What is the distance between the 2 points A and B? So we are required to calculate the value of S. If there are 2 runners whose speed is in the ratio of 7:3, and the distance between them, the initial distance between them is S, and if they meet at a point, the faster runner would have covered 7 divided by 7 plus 3 into S, or this is equal to 7 by 10 S. And the slower runner would have covered 3 by 7 plus 3 into S, which is equal to 3 by 10 S. This will be the first meeting point. Let us assume that this is equal to F. As you can see, the total distance done by both of them will equal S, that is 7 by 10 S plus 3 by 10 S is equal to S. This is the first meeting point, after which the faster runner would continue running towards B and the slower runner will continue running towards A. And after some time, let us assume that they have met over here, which is the second meeting point. Let us say this is equal to E. The distance between these two is given as equal to 45 meters. What this basically implies is that between the first meeting point and the second meeting point, the slower runner has run 45 meters. Therefore, what is the distance run by the faster runner in this time? The distance run by the faster runner will be equal to 7 by 3 into 45, which is equal to 105 meters. But if you are looking at the distance run by the faster runner, he would first go to B, then come back from B to F, and then go from F to E. Or the total distance run by the faster runner in this meantime will equal 3s by 10 and another 3s by 10. Now he has gone from F to B and come back from B to F, and then he has to cover this 45 meters to go to E. Plus 45, this is equal to 105. Or you can simplify this as 3s by 10 plus 3s by 10 is 6s by 10 is equal to 105 minus 45, which is 60. Or the value of S is equal to 100 meters. So the distance between the 2 points A and B is 100 meters. In this question, it is given that the cost price of 6 apples is the same as the mark price of 5 mangoes. So you have apples and you have mangoes. Both of them have cost price and they have mark price. Let us assume that the cost price of one apple is A and the cost price of one mango is B. It is given that the cost price of 6 apples, that will be equal to 6A, is equal to the mark price of 5 mangoes. Therefore, the mark price of one mango will be 6A by 5. So the mark price is 6A by 5. The cost price of 5 mangoes will be equal to 5B is equal to the mark price of 2 apples. Therefore, what is the mark price of one apple? It will be 5B by 2. So this is the mark price of one apple. If the shopkeeper gives 2 mangoes free on selling 6 apples and makes a profit of 87.5%, find the profit percentage on selling one mango at its mark price. So what we should essentially find out is what is the ratio of A to B. Then we can easily find out what is the profit when he is selling one mango at its mark price. How will we calculate the ratio of A and B? We are given some information over here. If he is selling 6 apples, so by selling 6 apples, what is the money that he receives? He receives the mark price of one apple into the number of apples. So he receives total revenue that he makes will be equal to 6 apples into 5B by 2, which is the mark price of one apple. So this is equal to 15B. Now what is the cost price, or what is the cost that he is going to incur by selling 6 apples? Because he is giving 2 mangoes for free, the total cost will be the cost of 6 apples, which will be 6A, plus the cost of 2 mangoes. What is the cost of 2 mangoes? That is 2B. So what is the profit that he is going to make? The profit he is going to make is revenue minus cost. So that is 15B minus 6A plus 2B. So that will equal 13B minus 6A. This is the profit. But we are told that the profit percentage is 87.5%. What this means is that 13B minus 6A, which is the profit, divided by the cost, which is 6A plus 2B, is equal to 87.5% divided by 100. What is 87.5% divided by 100? It is equal to 7 by 8, because you can divide 87.5 is basically 12.5 into 7, and 100 is equal to 12.5 by into 8. So if you divide 87.5 divided by 100, you are going to get 7 by 8. Now if you simplify this equation, you are going to get a ratio of A and B. Once you get a ratio of A and B, we can easily calculate what is the profit percentage on selling one mango. So if you simplify this, if you cross multiply, this will be 104B minus 6A into 8 is 48A is equal to 6A into 7 is 42A plus 2B into 7, that is 14B. Or if you bring all the terms of B and all the terms of A to one side each, this is 104B minus 14B is 90B is equal to 48A plus 42A is 90A. You can cancel B 90, so you will find out that A is actually equal to B. Or the cost price of procuring one apple is the same as the cost price of procuring one mango. That is, A is equal to B. Now what is the profit percentage on selling one mango at its mark price? When you sell one mango at its mark price, you are making 6A by 5. And the cost is B, which is also equal to A. So this is the cost, or the profit is A by 5. And therefore the profit percentage is A by 5 divided by A into 100. this is equal to 100 by 5, or this is equal to 20%. So the profit percentage is 20. In this question, it is mentioned that there is a loan amount of rupees 7,200 which was paid in 2 equal half-yearly installments. The rate of compound interest is given as 50% per annum, which is compounded semi-annually. So what is the amount paid in each installment? So what does 50% interest compounded semi-annually mean? It actually means that the interest is calculated at the end of every 6 months and then added back to the principal. And this is what happens normally in any interest, especially in compound interest. If it is mentioned that it is compounded annually, and if you take a amount P at a rate of interest of R, the interest earned over the 1 year is calculated, which in this case will be P into R, and then it is added back to the principal, P into R by 100. So the principal for the next year will become P into R by 100 plus P. So at the end of the second year, the rate of interest is calculated on the whole amount. So at the rate of interest at the end of the amount at the end of second year will become P into 1 plus R by 100 into 1 plus R by 100. This is if the interest is being calculated on an annual basis. If it is being calculated on a semi-annual basis, the interest is calculated at the end of every half year and added back to the principal, and everything remains exactly the same. So how do we tackle these kind of problems? There is a very simple fix to tackle these kind of problems. Whenever it is mentioned that the interest is compounded semi-annually, divide the interest by half and multiply the time period by 2. So basically we can assume that the interest rate is 25% and everything else will remain the same. Instead of calculating this as semi-annual installments, we will calculate this as annual installments. So in this case, the answer will be same as somebody lending 7,200 and receiving 2 annual installments. Let us assume that they are A and A at the end of every year, and the rate of interest is 25%. Now how are we going to calculate what the value of A is? At the end of the first year, what will the amount be? The amount will be 7,200 into 1.25, because the rate of interest is 25%. This is the amount due at the end of 1 year, of which the person paid A. So the principal for the second year will be 7,200 into 1.25 minus A. Now at the end of the second year, what will the amount due become? The amount due will become 7,200 into 1.25 minus A, which is the principal for the second year, into 1.25. And this is the amount due, and the person paid A, and then the loan was cleared. So this would equal A. Now we have one equation, and we have one variable which is A. If we simplify this and calculate the value of A, we are done. So what is 7,200 into 1.25? It is 7,200 into 5 by 4. This is 1,800. So this is 9,000. So this is 9,000 minus A into 1.25 is equal to A, or 9,000 into 1.25 is equal to 2.25 A. This can be easily calculated. 9,000 is 4,000 into 2.25. So the value of A is 4,000 into 1.25, which is 5,000. So the value of each of the installments is 5,000. In this question, we are told that the cost of 4 pens, 10 pencils and 14 erasers at a stationery shop is 120. So you have pens, you have pencils, and you have erasers. Let us assume that the cost of a pen is A, the cost of a pencil is B, and the cost of an eraser is C. We are told that 4A plus 10B plus 14C is equal to 120. This is the first equation. We can divide the entire equation by 2 because all of them are multiples of 2. So you will get 2A plus 5B plus 7C is equal to 60. So let us call this the first equation. We are also told that at the same shop, the cost of 6 pens, that is 6A, and 10 erasers is plus 10C is equal to 60 more than that of 12 pencils. So this is equal to 60 plus 12B. You can again simplify this by dividing the entire equation by 2. So this would imply that 3A minus 6b plus 5c is equal to 30. This is the second equation. What we are required to find out is by how much does the cost of 78 pencils, 78 pencils cost is 78b and 2 erasers plus 2c greater than that of 12 pence. That is, what is the value of 78b plus 12c minus 12a? This is what we are supposed to find out. We have two equations and we have three unknowns, and we are asked to find out the value of 78b plus 2c minus 12a. So how are we going to proceed? We will proceed by transforming the two equations to get the third equation. So let us assume that we are multiplying the first equation by a number a and we are adding it to the second equation plus b, such that we are going to get the same coefficients for a, b and c. In this case, if you are able to find out the value of a and b, we are done. So how are we going to find out the value of a and b? We are going to simply calculate and equate each of the coefficients. If you multiply the first equation by a, you are going to get 2a into small a plus 5a into small b plus 7a into small c is equal to 60a. And if you multiply the second equation by b, you are going to get 3b into small a minus 6b into small b plus 5b into small c is equal to 30b. Now we are saying that if you multiplying a and b and add them up, the respective coefficients of a will be equal to minus 12, the respective equation of b will be 78, and the respective equation for c is equal to 2. So let us calculate that. So we are going to say that 2a plus 3b is equal to minus 12, and for b it will be 5a minus 6b is equal to 78. And we also have a third equation which we should check afterwards, which is that 7a plus 5b, which is the coefficient of c, should equal 2. The reason we are saying this is because we have three equations and two unknowns, and all the system of the equation should remain consistent. So we will calculate the value of a and b using any of the two equations. Once we calculate the value of a and b, we will substitute it in the third equation to know and check that it is actually being satisfied. Once it is being satisfied, the answer will be equal to 60a plus 30b. If it is not being satisfied, for example, after we calculate the value of a and b and we notice that 7a plus 5b is actually not equal to 2, then it would mean that we will not be able to calculate the value of 78b plus 2c minus 12a. In this case, if it is consistent, then we will be able to calculate the value of 78b plus 2c minus 12a. Anyway, let us use the first two equations to calculate the value of a and b. In this case, we can multiply the original equation or the above equation by 2. So this will become 4a plus 6b is equal to minus 24. Now we can add both of them up and we can cancel 6b. So it would imply that 9a is equal to 54 or a is equal to 6. Once you get the value of a, you can easily get the value of b. So in this case, 3b will be equal to minus 12 minus 12, that is minus 24, or the value of b is equal to minus 8. So the value of a and b which will satisfy these two equations is that a is equal to 6 and b is equal to minus 8. Let us substitute them in the third equation to see if it is consistent. In this case, 7a will equal 42 plus 5b will be 5 into minus 8, which is minus 40, which is equal to 2. So this system is consistent. This would imply that we will be able to calculate the value of 78b plus 2c minus 12a, and it will equal 60a plus 30b. That is 60 into 6 plus 30 into minus 8. This will equal 360 minus 240, which is equal to 120. So the required answer is 120. In this question, we are given a quadratic equation x square plus 6x plus 10 is equal to 0. We are told that alpha is the root of the quadratic equation. We are required to find out the value of alpha plus 1 into alpha plus 2 into alpha plus 3 into alpha plus 5. Now, if you look at it, we can convert this equation if you multiply the following terms, that is the first term and the fourth term and the second term and the third term, to something which is similar to the equation which is given. Because if you look at it, alpha plus 1 into alpha plus 2 into alpha plus 4 into alpha plus 5 is equal to alpha plus 1 into alpha plus 5 into alpha plus 2 into alpha plus 4. Now alpha plus 1 into alpha plus 5 is equal to alpha square plus 6 alpha plus 5. Similarly, alpha plus 2 into alpha plus 4 is equal to alpha square plus 6 alpha plus 8. Now we know that because alpha is a root of x square plus 6x plus 10, alpha square plus 6 alpha plus 10 is equal to 0. Therefore, the value of alpha square plus 6 alpha plus 5, that is alpha square plus 6 alpha plus 5 is equal to minus 5. Similarly, the value of alpha square plus 6 alpha plus 8, that is alpha square plus 6 alpha plus 8 is equal to minus 2. We get both the values from this equation alone. Once we get that, we can substitute the value of minus 5 here and the value of minus 2 here. So if you multiply minus 5 with minus 2, you get 10, which is the answer. In this question, we are given a function. We are told that f of x is equal to max of x square plus 2x plus 1 and modulus of x plus 1. So we have two functions. The first one is x square plus 2x plus 1, that is essentially equal to x plus 1 whole square, and the second one is modulus of x plus 1. The value of f of x is the maximum of these two, and we are looking for the minimum value of f of x. The easiest way to solve these kind of questions is to first draw a graph of both the functions and then try to figure out at what point does the function f of x actually have its minimum value. If you are trying to draw the graph of x plus 1 whole square, let us first draw the graph of x square. So if you are looking at x square, if this is the y axis and this is the x axis, if you are looking at x square, it will be something like this. It will touch the x axis when x is equal to 0. This is the graph of y is equal to x square. You are looking for x plus 1 whole square. So it will look very similar, but instead of touching the x axis at 0, it touches the x axis at minus 1. This is the value of x plus 1 whole square. This will be minus 1 comma 0, and it touches the y axis. It intersects the y axis at what point? At that point, the value of x is 0, and when x is 0, the value of x plus 1 whole square will be equal to 1. So this point is equal to 0 comma 1. So if you're drawing the graph of x plus 1 whole square, it will look something like this. This is the y axis and this is the x axis. It will look something like this. This is x plus 1 whole square. It will be symmetrical around the point minus 1 comma 0, and it will intersect the y axis at 0 comma 1. Similarly, if you're looking to draw the graph of modulus of x plus 1, let us first draw the graph of modulus of x. How does the graph of modulus of x look? You again have the y axis and you have the x axis. The graph of modulus of x will look quite similar. It will be symmetrical. It will be symmetrical around origin. So it will look something like this. It will come to 0. It will come to origin, and then it will again start going up. And the graph of modulus of x plus 1 will be just shifted up by 1 unit. So it will look something like this. This is how modulus of x plus 1 looks like. Again, it is important to note down the important points of this graph. Where does the function attain its minimum, that is modulus of x plus 1? This will attain its minimum when again x is equal to 0 and the value of y will be equal to 1. So the function modulus of x plus 1 will look something like this. So if you are looking for the function f of x, which is maximum of x plus 1 whole square comma modulus of x plus 1, let us remove the function which is below the graph. So this will be removed and this will be removed. So the function will look something like this. Initially, for some time when x is much less than 0, it will essentially equal x plus 1 whole square. For some interval, it will be equal to modulus of x plus 1. It will again equal y is equal to x plus 1 whole square after it crosses the y axis. So the function f of x will look something like this. Just to remove any confusion, this is y axis, this is x axis. Initially it will be y is equal to x plus 1 whole square. Then it is going to be y is equal to modulus of x, and after it touches the y axis, again it will become equal to x plus 1 whole square. And the minimum point for both of this is the same. This is at 0, 1. Therefore, the minimum value of f of x is equal to 1, and this will happen when x is equal to 0. So the correct answer is 1. That is the minimum value of f of x. In this question, we are given f of x. This is equal to x square plus 7x plus 10. And we are required to find out the number of real roots for f of x to be equal to 0. So what we'll do initially is we'll assume f of x to equal a. So when f of x is equal to 0, what it implies is that f of a is equal to 0. Then we'll try to calculate the value of a and then proceed further. So if f of a is equal to 0, then a square plus 7a plus 10 is equal to 0. This is a simple quadratic equation. You can factorize the left hand side as a plus 2 into a plus 5 is equal to 0, or a will equal minus 2 or minus 5. So now there are two cases. The first case is that f of x, which is actually equal to a, is equal to minus 2, or f of x is equal to minus 5. Now let us assume that f of x is equal to b, and we'll repeat the same process. So this would imply that f of b is equal to minus 2, or f of b is equal to minus 5. Now what is the value of f of b? This will equal b square plus 7b plus 10 is equal to minus 2, or b square plus 7b plus 10 is equal to minus 5. You can simplify both of the equations. So this will become b square plus 7b plus 12 is equal to 0, or b square plus 7b plus 15 is equal to 0. Now whenever you have a quadratic equation of the form ax square plus bx plus c, you need to first calculate the value of b square minus 4ac, which is a very important number. This will determine whether the given quadratic equation will have real roots or complex roots. So whenever b square minus 4ac is greater than 0, the quadratic equation ax square plus bx plus c will have two real roots, and both of them will not be equal to each other. If b square minus 4ac is exactly equal to 0, then the quadratic equation will have equal roots. That is, both the roots will be real and equal. If b square minus 4ac is less than 0, the given quadratic equation will not have real roots. That is, the roots of the quadratic equation will be imaginary. In this case, b square plus 7b plus 15, if you calculate the value of b square minus 4ac, that will equal square of the coefficient of b, which is 49, minus 4 times the coefficient of b square, which is 1, into 15, which is the constant term. This is equal to 49 minus 60, which is equal to minus 11. This is less than 0, so f of x being minus 5 will not have real roots. So we can ignore this and just focus on the tree, which the branch of the tree, that is f of x is equal to minus 2. In this case, you have b square plus 7b plus 12 is equal to 0. We can again factorize this as b plus 3 into b plus 4 is equal to 0. So b will equal either minus 3 or b will equal minus 4. Now what is b? B is equal to f of x. So again you have two possibilities, which is that f of x is equal to minus 3 or f of x is equal to minus 4. You can apply the same thing over here, that is x square plus 7x plus 10 is equal to minus 3, or x square plus 7x plus 10 is equal to minus 4. After simplification, the two equations will become x square plus 7x plus 13 is equal to 0, or x square plus 7x plus 14 is equal to 0. These are two quadratic equations. We'll again calculate b square minus 4ac for both of them to see if they have real roots. In the first case, it will be 7 square, that is 49, minus 4 into 1 into 13, that is 4 into 13, which is 52. So this is 49 minus 52, this is minus 3. So this quadratic equation doesn't have real roots. What about the second one? This will be 7 square, which is 49, minus 4 into coefficient of x square, that is 1, into the constant term, that is 14. So this is 49 minus 56, which is equal to minus 7. So even this doesn't have any real roots. So all the branches lead to imaginary roots. So the given function, that is f of x is equal to 0, will have 0 real roots. In this question, we are supposed to find out the product of all the values of 3 to the power x plus 2 such that the values of x satisfy the given equation. So let us first find out what are the values of x which satisfy the given equation, and for each value of x let us find out the value of 3 to the power x plus 2 and then multiply each one of them. So if you are looking at the equation that is given to us, it says that log of 18 minus 3 to the power x to the base 3 is equal to 3 minus x. Or if you simplify this, this is equal to 18 minus 3 to the power x is equal to 3 to the power 3 minus x, which is equal to 27 divided by 3 to the power x. So let us assume that 3 to the power x is equal to a. Now what does the given equation look like? It will look like 18 minus a is equal to 27 by a. Or if you simplify this, this will equal 18a minus a square is equal to 27, or a square minus 18a plus 27 is equal to 0. This is a quadratic equation in a, or this is a quadratic equation in 3 to the power x. Let us assume that the roots of this equation are p and q. What are we required to find out? We are required to find out 3 to the power x plus 2. So we are required to find out the product of p plus 2 into q plus 2. This is what we are supposed to find out, because we know that p and q are the roots of the equation a square minus 8a plus 27. We also know that both of them are real roots, because if you look at the discriminant, it is 18 square minus 4 into 27, which is equal to 108. This is greater than 0. So both p and q are real roots. So if you're looking at their product, this will equal pq plus 2 into p plus q plus 4. What is the product of pq? The product of the two roots is 27. And what is the sum of p plus q? The sum of the roots of the two of this quadratic equation is 18. So this will be 2 into 18 plus 4. Or if you simplify this, this will equal 27 plus 36 plus 4. 36 plus 4 is 40 plus 27 is 67. So the required answer is 67. In this question, we are told that there is a rectangle ABCD such that the sides AD is equal to 9 and AB is equal to 12. So let us draw a rectangle. Suppose this is the rectangle ABCD. So this is A, this is B, this is C, and this is D. AD is given to be equal to 9, AB is given to be equal to 12. There are 3 points E, F and G. They lie on the diagonal AC. So let us first draw the diagonal AC. So this is the diagonal AC. And there are 3 points E, F, G on it such that 3AE is equal to 2AG is equal to AC. What is the length of AC? The length of the diagonal AC is equal to square root of 9 square plus 12 square. This, if you calculate, will equal 15. This is the length of AC. This is equal to 3AE. So 3AE is equal to 15, or the value of AE is equal to 5. So E will be somewhere over here. AE is equal to 5. Similarly, 2AG is equal to AC. So 2AG is equal to 15, or AG is equal to 7.5. Essentially, G is the midpoint of AC. So G will be somewhere over here. This is not up to scale, but you can assume that EG is equal to 2.5 because AG is equal to 7.5 and AE is equal to 5. We are told that AE is equal to CF. So AE is somewhere over here, F will be somewhere over here, CF is also equal to 5. What we are asked to find out is the area of the triangle BGF. So let us first connect B to G and let us also connect B to F. So if you are looking at the triangle BGF, what is the length of GF? The length of GC will be equal to AG, which is equal to 7.5, because the length of AC is equal to 15, AG is equal to 7.5, so GC will be 15 minus 7.5, which is equal to 7.5, of which CF is equal to 5, so the length of GF is equal to 2.5. Now if you are looking at the triangle BGF, we know the length of the base equals 2.5. All that we need to calculate is the height of the triangle. So if you draw a perpendicular from B to AC, and if we calculate its length, we can easily calculate the area of BGF. So let us only look at the 3 vertices A, B and C. It will be something like this. This is A, this is B and this is C. We are only looking at this triangle and we will try to calculate the length of the perpendicular from B to AC. If the length of the perpendicular, let us assume, is equal to h, then the area of the triangle BGF will be equal to half into h into 2.5. Because 2.5 is the base, h will be the height. How will we calculate the length of h? We know the length of AB. AB is given to be equal to 12. The length of BC will be the same as the length of AD, which will equal 9. So let us assume that angle C, this is say equal to theta. If this is equal to theta, sine theta is equal to 12 divided by the hypotenuse AC, which is 15. This is from triangle ABC. This will equal 12 by 15, which is equal to 4 by 5. But if you're looking at the triangle B, say this is another point, say P, BPC, sine theta is equal to h by 9. Both of them have to be the same. So h by 9 is equal to 4 by 5, or the value of h is equal to 7.2. That will be 36 divided by 5, which is equal to 7.2. So the length of the altitude to the hypotenuse is equal to 7.2. So the area of triangle BGF will be equal to half into 7.2 into 2.5. This is 3.6, which will equal 3.6 into 2.5, which is equal to 9 square units. Essentially, the length of the base GF is equal to 2.5. And if you draw a perpendicular from B to GF, this height we have just calculated will equal 7.2. So the area of the triangle is 9 square units. In this question, we are required to find out the number of ways in which 33 identical pens can be distributed among 3 boys such that all the boys receive an odd number of pens. So let us assume that the 3 numbers are 2a plus 1, where a is a whole number, 2b plus 1, where b also is a whole number, and 2c plus 1, where c also is a whole number, is the number of pens that are distributed to each of the 3 boys. Now the sum of these pens, sum of these numbers will equal 33. So if we simplify, we will get 2a plus 2b plus 2c is equal to 30, or a plus b plus c is equal to 15. Now there is a formula which is used often in CAT, which is that if there are n variables, a plus b plus c plus dot dot dot, if there are say r variables, these are r variables, and these equal n, the number of non-negative integral solutions, that is all these numbers will be non-negative integers, so they will be whole numbers such that their sum will equal n. The number of ways in which we can do that is n plus r minus 1 c r minus 1. This is a very important formula which is often asked in CAT exam. So remember this. So over here we are just going to apply that formula. In this case, n is equal to 15 and the number of variables r is 3. So the number of solutions for this equation will be 15 plus 3 minus 1 c 3 minus 1, which is 17 c2, which is equal to 17 into 16 by 2, or 17 into 8. This will equal 136. This is the answer. In this question, we are told that the product of 4 consecutive odd integers is 1,56,009. We are required to calculate the sum of these 4 odd integers. So let us assume that the 4 consecutive odd integers are 2n minus 3, 2n minus 1, into 2n plus 1, into 2n plus 3. The product of these 4 numbers we are told is equal to 1,56,009. If you are trying to simplify the left hand side, 2n minus 3 into 2n plus 3 will be equal to 4n square minus 9, and the value of 2n minus 1 into 2n plus 1 will be equal to 4n square minus 1. The product of these two is equal to 1,56,009. Now clearly the left hand side is 4n square minus 9 into 4n square minus 1. So this will be less than 4n square into 4n square. Or this will be basically less than 2n into 2n into 2n into 2n. There are multiple ways to solve this, but one of the best ways to solve this is by finding a trial and error method. If you are looking at the right hand side, it is equal to 1,56,009. So let us try to understand what is the approximate value of n. If you assume that the 4 numbers are around 10, 10 into 10 into 10 into 10 is equal to 10,000. We need a number that is 15.6 times greater than 10,000. So the first question that you should ask is, maybe this should be close to 20. If you multiply 4 20s, because 2 to the power 4 is 16, you will notice that this is equal to 1,60,000, which is slightly greater than 1,56,009. Now let us try to identify what are the factors of 1,56,009. The sum of the digits is 1 plus 5 is 6, plus 6 is 12, plus 9 is 21, which is a multiple of 3. So if you divide 1,56,009 by 3, you are going to get 52,003 into 3. The next thing that you should notice is, because we know that this has to be close to 20, all the 4 numbers should be close to 20. One of the numbers can be 21, which is 3 into 7. So if you divide 52,003 by 7, you are going to get that this is equal to 7,000. 30 will be 4, 520 is 30, 4, again 20 is 2, and 63 is 9. So this is 7429 into 21. If you are trying to find out the factors of 7429, you should notice that because all the numbers are close to 20, if you divide it by 19, you will notice that 19 is actually a factor of 7429. So this will be equal to 7429 divided by 19 will be 391. So 391 into 19 into 21 is the value of 1,56,009. Now if you are trying to find out the factors of 391, again you want them to be close to 20, you divide it by 17. So this will be equal to 17 into 23 into 19 into 21. As you can see, all these 4 are 4 consecutive odd numbers, and their sum is equal to 80 and their product is equal to 1,56,009. The key to solving this question is noticing that 1,56,009 is very close to 1,60,000, which is 20 to the power 4. So you know that the 4 numbers have to be 17, 19, 21 and 23, and they sum up to 80, which is the answer. In this question, it is given that there are a total of 207 people who go to a gym and take some of the 4 juices. The 4 juices are apple, orange, pomegranate and mango. Some of the people have exactly 0 juices. Some of the people have exactly 1 juice. Some people have 2 juices, some people have 3 juices, and some people have 4 juices. The total number of people is equal to 207. We are told that the number of people who take at least n juices is half the number of people who take n minus 1 juices, at least n minus 1 juices. What does this actually mean? It means that if say there are 10 people who take 4 juices, then there are 20 people who take at least 3 juices. This would imply that there are 40 people who take at least 2 juices. Now look, put it another way, if you are assuming that the number of people who take at least 4 juices is say x, the number of people who take at least 3 juices is 2x, and the number of people who take at least 2 juices is 4x, and the number of people who take at least 1 juice is 8x. Now what does this mean? It means that the number of people who don't take any juice will be equal to 207 minus 8x, because there are at least 8x people, there are 8x people who take at least 1 juice. So all the remaining people have taken no juice. So that is equal to 207 minus 8x. What we are told is that the number of people who take all the 4 types of juices, which is equal to x, is equal to the number of people who don't take any juice. So that is equal to 207 minus 8x. So 207 minus 8x is equal to x, or the value of x is equal to 23, which is 207 divided by 9. What we are asked to find out is what is the number of people who take exactly 2 types of juices. So the number of people who take all the 4 juices is 23. The number of people who take at least 3 juices is 2 times 23, which is equal to 46. So 46 people take at least 3 juices, but out of this 46, 23 take all the 4 juices. So the number of people who take exactly 3 juices will be equal to 2x minus x, which is again equal to x. And the number of people who take exactly 2 juices will be 4x minus 2x, which is equal to 2x. And the number of people who take exactly 1 juice will be equal to 8x minus 4x, which is equal to 4x. Because again, to think about it, we know that 8x people take at least 1 juice and 4x people take at least 2 juices. So what is the number of people who take exactly 1 juice? That will be 8x minus 4x, which is equal to 4x. What we are asked to find out is the number of people who take exactly 2 types of juices. That is, we are asked to calculate the value of 2x, which is going to equal 2 into 23, which is equal to 46. This is the answer. In this question, we are told that Mr. Cooper has 3 alcohol solutions. He has A, B, and C. The percentage of alcohol in A is 25%. The percentage of alcohol in B is A%, and the percentage of alcohol in C is B%. We are told that he mixes 40 ml A, so this is 40 A, with 60 B and 100 C. So what will be the total volume of the solution that he gets? It will be 40 plus 60 plus 100, which is equal to 200. This is a new solution D, and the concentration is 56%. Using this, we are going to get one equation in A and B. And after that, he mixes 100 ml of D with 40 ml of B and 60 ml of C. To get a new concentration, what will the volume of this concentration be? It will be 100 plus 40 plus 60, which is equal to 200 ml, and the concentration will be 59.5%. Using this, we are going to get another equation in A and B. We'll have to solve for A and B and then find out the difference between A and B. So let us first look at the first equation. 40 ml of A, what is the amount of alcohol in it? It will be 40 into 25%. So that will be 10 ml. Plus 60 ml of B with A% concentration. How much alcohol will be there in it? It will be 60 into A by 100, which is equal to 3A by 5. Plus 100 ml of C with B% concentration will have B ml of alcohol. This will be the total alcohol present in the 200 ml solution of D. It has 56% concentration. So the total amount of alcohol present in it will be equal to 56% of 200, which is equal to 112. If you simplify it, 3A by 5 plus B is equal to 102. This is the first equation. In the second equation, we mix 100 ml of D. D has 56% concentration. So 100 ml of D will have 56 ml of alcohol, plus how much alcohol is present in 40 ml of B, which has A% concentration. It will be 40 into A by 100, which is equal to 2A by 5. Plus 60 ml of C with B% concentration will have 60 into B by 100, which is equal to 3B by 5. This is the total amount of alcohol present. And that is equal to 200 into 59.5 divided by 100, or that will equal 59.5 into 2, which is equal to 119. So 2A by 5 plus 3B by 5 is now equal to 119 minus 56, which is equal to 63. So this is the second equation. So we have two variables and two equations. We have to solve for them and find out the value of A and B. Then we have to find out the difference between A and B. So let us multiply the first equation by 5. 3A plus 5B will equal 510. This is the first equation. If you multiply the second equation also by 5, it will be that 2A plus 3B is equal to 63 into 5, which is 315. We have just removed the fractions. Now let us multiply the first equation by 2, because this is 3A and 2A. So to solve it, we'll make the coefficient of A to be the same. So if you multiply the first equation by 2, you are going to get that 6A plus 10B is equal to 1020. And if you multiply the second equation by 3, you are going to get that 6A plus 9B is equal to 945. Now if you subtract the second equation from the first equation, the value of B will be equal to 75, which is 1020 minus 940. And the value of A, we can calculate it from any of the equations. Say from this equation, 3B will be equal to 225. So 315 minus 225 will be 90. That is the value of 2A. So the value of A will be equal to 45. So the difference between A and B will be equal to 30. In this question, we are told that there are three people, Akram, Bikram and Chandan. They are taking part in a race. Akram can give Bikram a head start of 64 feet. So if the length of the track is say L, when Akram travels L, Bikram will finish at the same time by taking a head start of 64 feet. So Bikram would travel L minus 64. If you are assuming the speed of Akram to be A and the speed of Bikram to be B, A by B is L by L minus 64. Similarly, the head start that Chandan can give Bikram is 40 feet longer than the head start that he can give Akram. So if there is Chandan and Chandan covers L meters, if suppose he has given Akram a head start of small a, then Bikram can cover only L minus a by the time Chandan covers a. Then what is given is that Bikram can get 40 extra feet as head start. So this is L minus a minus 40. Again, if you are assuming the speed of Chandan to be c, we know that c by a is equal to L by L minus a, and c by b is equal to L by L minus a minus 40. Now we are also told that if one person is twice as fast as the other one of the other two persons, that is one of these three ratios is exactly equal to 2, and the length of the track in feet is an integer. We are also told that L is an integer. Then what is the length of the track in feet? So we are required to find out the value of L. When you first look at it, it looks like there are way too many variables. There is A, there is B, there is C, there is L, and there is A. So there are 5 variables and we have only 3 equations. So I don't think it is possible to actually calculate the value of L, but let us try to see if we can go ahead and try, because we are given some more information like L is an integer and that one of the ratios is 2. So we'll try to calculate, we'll try to simplify and see where it takes us. So one thing that we should do is, because we know C by A and C by B, we can easily calculate A by B, which is if we are taking this as the first equation, this as the second equation, and this as the third equation, 3 by 2 is equal to A by B. So this implies that this is equal to L minus A by L minus A minus 40. But we already know that A by B is equal to L by L minus 64. So this is equal to L by L minus 64. Now if we cross multiply and try to cancel the common terms, we are going to get L square minus AL plus 64A minus 64L is equal to L square minus AL minus 40L. We have just cross multiplied this equation. Then you can cancel the common terms, which is L square and minus AL, and you are going to get that 24L is equal to 64A, or A is equal to 3 by 8L. So this is the first step that we have achieved, where we got a relationship between small a and L. So you can simplify and you can calculate the value of C by A, because it is given only in terms of L and A. Therefore C by A is equal to L by L minus A. So this is equal to 8 by 5. So we know the ratio of the speeds of C and A, and it is not equal to 2. So one of the other two terms is actually equal to 2, one of the other two ratios, either A by B or C by B. Now we can simplify A by B. If we assume that A by B is equal to 2, then L by L minus 64 is equal to 2, or L is equal to 2L minus 128, or L is equal to 128. This is one equation that is possible, in which case A will equal 3 by 8 into L, so that will be 3 by 8 into 128, this is 48. This is one possible solution. The other possible solution is if you are assuming that C by B is equal to 2, in which case L by L minus A is 5 by 8L minus 40 is equal to 2, in which case L is equal to 10L by 8 minus 80, or this will simplify as L is equal to 320 and A will equal 3 by 8 into L, which is 120. So it can be either one of the two. L can be either 128 or 320. Both of them are given as one of the options. Option A is 128, option C is 320. So the correct answer is more than one of the above. So we don't know exactly the value of L. It can be either 128 or it can be 320. So the correct answer in this case is option D. A shopkeeper sells 1 kg of rice to two customers, Rani and Vani. So to Rani he sold 1 kg, and to Vani also he sold 1 kg. Let us assume that the cost price of rice is rupees 100 per kg. To Rani, he charges exactly the cost price, so he charges rupees 100 only, but he underweighs the quantity by 10%. So instead of selling 1 kg, he only sells her 0.9 kgs. For Vani, he charges 20% more than the cost price, so he charges rupees 120, but he overweighs the quantity by 10%. So instead of giving her 1 kg, he gives her 1.1 kg. What is his overall loss or profit percentage? So if you're looking at the cumulative transaction, the total money he makes is rupees 220, which is 120 plus 100. And the total amount of rice that he gives is 2 kgs, which is 1.1 kg and 0.9 kg. What is the cost price of 2 kgs of rice? It will be 2 into 100, which is rupees 200. So the profit is 20 and the cost price is 200. So the profit percentage is 20 by 200 into 100, which is equal to 10% profit. In this question, an investor has 10 lakhs and he has two options to invest this 10 lakhs. In the first option, he'll put his money in compound interest for a couple of years and he'll put it in simple interest for the remaining 5 years. And in the second case, he will put it in simple interest for the first 2 years and compound interest for the remaining 3 years. Now, in both the cases, if the return that he's getting doesn't pass a certain threshold, he'll be given additional bonus. So we have to figure out what is the money that he's making in the most optimum case amongst these two. So let us first find out how much money he makes in both the cases, then figure out which of the two is higher, and then find the return he's getting in that particular case. For example, in the first case, in the first 2 years, he has put his money in compound interest for 2 years. So after 2 years, he is going to get, if he has put say 1 rupee, he is going to get 1 into 1.1 whole square is equal to 1.21. This is after 2 years. And for the remaining 3 years, that is from 2 to 5 years, he puts it in simple interest. So he puts 1.21 rupees in simple interest. And what is the rate of the simple interest? It is 20% for 3 years. So he makes 1 plus 0.2 into 3. This is 1.21 into 1.6. So he makes a total of 1.936. This is the return that he is making at the end of 5 years using the first scheme. Now again check if it is crossing the threshold, the minimum threshold that was mentioned. The amount has increased by less than 60% and additional 10% is also added to it. Here the return is getting is already 93.6, so there is no need to add any additional bonus. So the return in the first scheme is 0.936 over the initial investment of 1 rupee. In the second scheme, he gets a simple interest of 10% for 2 years. So after 2 years, the amount of money that he has is 1 plus 0.1 into 2 is equal to 1.2. Now from 2 to 5 years, he puts it in compound interest. So he puts 1.2 rupees in compound interest at a interest rate of 20% for 3 years, compound interest. So it becomes 1.2 to the power 3. This is equal to 2.0736. This is just equal to 1.2 to the power of 4. Now again see if we are crossing the minimum threshold that was mentioned. In this case, the minimum threshold is 50% return, then an additional 15% is given. Clearly the return over here is greater than 50%. So again the minimum threshold is not required. So in this case the return that he is having is 1.0736 over his initial investment of rupees 1. Therefore, if the investor goes with the right choice, how much does he earn over his initial investment? He makes 1.0736 over 1, but he has initially invested 10 lakhs. So the correct answer is 107. He has made 10 lakhs 73,600. This is the return that he is getting. Ensure that you are not making any mistakes with the remaining the trailing number of zeros. If this is a theta question, you would be in trouble. So this is the simple answer. Very simple. Just find out the amount of money he is making in both the cases. See if any threshold has been crossed or not crossed. find out which of the two schemes is giving him a higher rate of return, and that is the answer. In this question, we are told that there are 34 multiple choice questions. A correct answer fetches plus 3 marks. A wrong answer fetches minus 1 marks, and an unattempted question does not fetch any marks or deduct any marks. We are told that a student got 67 marks in total, and how many ways can he actually get this 67 marks? So let us assume that he got C questions correct, W questions wrong, and U questions he did not attempt. So what is the value of C plus W plus U? That is equal to 34. And how many marks would he get? For every question he got correct, he would get 3C. And for every question that he got wrong, he'll lose 1 mark. So 3C minus W is equal to 67. These are the two equations and there are 3 unknowns. So there will not be a unique solution. We'll have to find out all the possible solutions for this system of 2 equations. So what we'll do is we'll add both the equations. So 4C plus U is equal to 67 plus 34, which is equal to 101. So 4C is a multiple of 4. So 101 minus U has to be a multiple of 4. So the smallest possible value for that will be if U is equal to 1. In that case, C will be equal to 101 minus 1, that is 100 divided by 4, which is 25. And the value of the number of questions he got wrong will be 34 minus 25 minus 1. That is 34 minus 26, which is equal to 8. The next possible solution for U will be equal to 5 because you want 101 minus 5 to be a multiple of 4. So if U is equal to 5, what is the value of C? That will be 101 minus 5, which is 96 divided by 4. So this is equal to 24. And the value of W will be 34 minus 24 minus 5. So that is 34 minus 29, which is equal to 5. The next possible value for U is if U is equal to 9. And then 101 minus 9 will be equal to 92. And 92 divided by 4 is 23. In that particular case, the value of W will be 34 minus 23 minus 9. So that is 34 minus 32, which is equal to 2. The next possible value for U is equal to 13. In that particular case, C will equal 22 and the value of W will be minus 1. Clearly, this is not possible because you want all of them to be greater than or equal to 0. You can't have negative terms as the number of questions he got wrong. This would imply that the number of solutions for this particular set of equations is exactly equal to 3. In this question, we are told that the roots of a cubic equation are a, b and c, and all a, b and c are real numbers. The cubic equation is x cubed minus 9x squared minus 10x plus 168 is equal to 0. So the sum of the roots a plus b plus c will equal minus of the coefficient of x square. So this will be equal to 9. And the sum of the roots, when you are taking the product 2 at a time, that is ab plus bc plus ac, will be the coefficient of x. So this is equal to minus 10. And the product of the roots will be minus of the constant term. So a, b, c is equal to minus 168. What we are required to calculate is that we are told that a plus b, b plus c and c plus a are the roots of a new cubic equation, which is x cubed plus px square plus qx plus r is equal to 0. We are required to calculate the value of modulus of r minus p. So first we'll calculate the value of p, then we'll calculate the value of r, then we'll calculate the value of modulus of r minus p. How can we calculate the value of p? P is the sum of the roots taken to the other side, the negative term. So p is equal to, because p is the coefficient of x square, the sum of the roots of the cubic equation will be equal to minus p. Or minus p is equal to the sum of the roots of the cubic equation a plus b plus b plus c plus c plus a. So this is equal to a plus b plus b plus c plus c plus a, which is equal to 2 times a plus b plus c. We know that a plus b plus c is equal to 9. So this is equal to 18. This is the value of minus p, or the value of p is equal to minus 18. This we have calculated. And what is the value of r? R is the constant term. So it is minus 1 into the product of the roots. Or the value of minus r is equal to the product of the roots, which is a plus b into b plus c into a plus c. How can we calculate the value of a plus b into b plus c into a plus c? There are multiple ways in which you can do it. The way that I find it easier is by substituting the value of a plus b to be equal to 9 minus c. As a plus b plus c is equal to 9, the value of a plus b will be equal to 9 minus c. the value of b plus c will be equal to 9 minus a, and the value of a plus c will be equal to 9 minus b. Now if you expand the product, this is equal to 81 minus 9c minus 9a plus ac into 9 minus b. Now this is equal to 729 minus 81c minus 81a plus 9ac minus 81b plus 9ab plus 9bc minus abc. The thing you should notice is that minus of 81 into a plus b plus c will be equal to minus 81 into 9, which is minus 729. So this 729 and minus 81 minus 81a minus 81b minus 81c will get cancelled. So this is essentially equal to 9 times ab plus bc plus ac minus abc. This is the value of minus r. What is the value of 9 times ab plus bc plus ac? This is equal to minus 10. So this is equal to minus 90. And the value of abc is minus 168. So minus of that will be equal to plus 168. This is equal to 78. This is the value of minus r, or the value of r is equal to minus 78. What we are required to calculate is the value of r minus p. R is minus 78, p is minus 18. So r minus p will be equal to minus 60. So if you're taking the modulus of it, modulus of r minus p will be equal to 60. In this question, we are told that x and y are integers, and we are actually told that x is a whole number, so x is greater than or equal to 0. Whole numbers are integers which are greater than or equal to 0. That is 0, 1, 2, 3. All these are whole numbers. And we are told that y is a natural number. So natural numbers are integers which are greater than or equal to 1. So whole number which is not a natural number is only equal to 0. That is the only difference between whole numbers and natural numbers. So we are told that x is greater than or equal to 0 and y is greater than or equal to 1. And we are given a expression. We are told that xy plus 5x plus 6y is less than 20. Whenever you are given this kind of an expression which has a term xy, which has one term with x and one term with y, one of the first things that you should do is we will be able to factorize this kind of an expression. So just add 5 into 6, where 5 is the coefficient of x and 6 is the coefficient of y, to both sides of the inequality. Then it will become equal to xy plus 5x plus 6y plus 30 is less than 20 plus 30, which is equal to 50. The reason we have added 5 into 6 to both sides is because now this can be factorized to equal x plus 6 into y plus 5 is less than 50. If x is greater than or equal to 0, the value of x plus 6 will be greater than or equal to 6. And if y is greater than or equal to 1, the value of y plus 5 will be greater than or equal to 6. So essentially we have two integers, two natural numbers, p and q. The product of both of them is less than 50. And both of them are greater than or equal to 6. How many such ordered pairs p and q exist? The ordered pairs are quite simple to calculate. If p is equal to 6, the value of q can be either 6 or 7 or 8. If p is equal to 7, the value of q can be either equal to 6 or 7. If p is equal to 8, the value of q has to equal 6. So the total number of ordered pairs x and y which exist will be equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So there are 6 ordered pairs such that the given inequality is satisfied. In this question we are told that t of n is equal to n plus 7 into n plus 8 by 8, and we are also given an equation that is 1 by t plus 1, 1 by t1 plus 1 by t2 plus 1 by t3 dot 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 till 1 by tk is equal to 1000 by 1004, and we are supposed to calculate the value of k. So if you are trying to simplify the value of 1 by tn, this is equal to 8 by n plus 7 into n plus 8. Now we can split 8 by n plus 7 into n plus 8 into two terms such that many of the terms get cancelled in the required summation. We know that 1 by n plus 7 minus 1 by n plus 8 is equal to n plus 8 minus n plus 7 whole divided by n plus 7 into n plus 8. Or if you just simplify 1 by n plus 7 minus 1 by n plus 8, this will equal 1 by n plus 7 into n plus 8. So 1 by Tn can be simplified as equaling 8 into 1 by n plus 7 minus 1 by n plus 8. So if you're looking at the summation that is given on the left hand side, which is 1 by T1 plus 1 by T2, 1 by T1 will equal 8 into 1 by 1 plus 7, so that is 1 by 8 minus 1 by 9. 1 by T2 will equal 8 into 1 by 9 minus 1 by 10. Similarly, 1 by T3 will equal 8 into 1 by 10 minus 1 by 11 and so on. And 1 by Tk will equal 8 into 1 by k plus 7 minus 1 by k plus 8. So if you are taking the summation of this, there are many terms which get cancelled. There is 1 by 9 which has a negative sign in the first term and 1 by 9 which has a positive term in the second term. Similarly, 1 by 10 and minus 1 by 10 get cancelled, and minus 1 by 11 and 1 by 11 and so on. Everything gets cancelled except the first term, which is 1 by 8, and the last term, which is minus 1 by k plus 8. So if you are looking at the summation on the left hand side, this will equal 8 into 1 by 8 minus 1 by k plus 8. This can be simplified as 8 into k, because this will, the numerator will be k plus 8 minus 8, which is k, divided by 8 into k plus 8. Or you can simplify this as equaling k by k plus 8. This we are told is equal to 1000 by 1004. You can simplify this by cross multiplying. You are going to get that 1004k is equal to 1000k plus 8000, or 4k is equal to 8000, or the value of k is equal to 2000. So the required answer is 2000. In this question, we are given an equation in x and we are required to calculate the value of x. Let us look at the left hand side. The left hand side is 2 to the power 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus dot 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 till x. And what is the right hand side? The right hand side is 0.0625 to the power minus 25. Let us first look at the right hand side. And we'll try to express this as a power of 2. The value of 0.0625 is equal to 1 by 16, which is equal to 2 to the power minus 4. So what is the value of 0.0625 to the power minus 25? This will be equal to 2 to the power minus 4 whole to the power minus 25. This is equal to 2 to the power 100. What is the right hand side? It is 2 to the power 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus dot 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 till x. So if you can simplify the value of 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus dot 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 till x, the question is nearly solved. We do know that the sum of the first n odd numbers is n square. That is 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus dot 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 till 2n minus 1. That is, you are adding the first n odd numbers and odd numbers only. This is equal to n square. So the sum of 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus dot 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 till x will equal x plus 1 by 2 whole square. You can derive it in multiple ways. This is the way I found it to be the easiest. The sum of the first n odd numbers is equal to n square. So if the last digit over here is x, which is the number, then the number of odd numbers will be x plus 1 by 2. So what is the left hand side? This will be equal to 2 to the power x plus 1 by 2 whole square is equal to 2 to the power 100. Or essentially x plus 1 by 2 whole square is equal to 100, or x plus 1 by 2 is equal to 10, or x plus 1 is equal to 20, or the value of x is equal to 19. So the answer for this question is 19. In this question, it has been given that there is a line which passes through the point 3, 0, and it divided the rectangle formed by the lines y mod of y minus 4 is equal to 2 and mod of x minus 6 is equal to 3 into two congruent parts. If the slope of the line is given as a by b, where a and b are co-prime, we are required to find out the value of a plus b. So even though this looks like a very complicated question, this has a very nice elegant answer. So let us first draw the rectangle so that we understand what are all the points that are being discussed here. Now when mod of y minus 4 is equal to 2, it implies that y is equal to either 6 or mod of y minus 4 is equal to 2 implies that y is equal to 6 or y is equal to 2. Similarly, mod of x minus 6 is equal to 3 would imply that x is either equal to 9 or x is equal to 3. So if you draw the y axis and x axis, first the point 3 comma 0 would be somewhere on the x axis. This is 3 comma 0. Now the other points are y is equal to 6, that is something over here, and y is equal to 2, that is something over here, and x is equal to 9 and x is equal to 3. X is equal to 3 would be this one and x equal to 9 would be somewhere over here. Now this is the rectangle that was discussed. Now this is the point. From this point a line has been drawn such that it divides this rectangle into two congruent parts. So to get an intuitive feel, the line would be something like this. Now this line divides the rectangle into two congruent quadrilaterals. So for example, this is the first quadrilateral and this is the second quadrilateral. Both of these are said to be of the same dimensions. Now what we are offering is that, what we are suggesting is that this can happen only if this line passes through the center of the rectangle. The center of the rectangle is basically where the diagonals intersect. Now both these quadrilaterals that are formed will be congruent only if this line, the line that is dividing the rectangle, passes through the center of the rectangle. If it passes through any other part, the two parts that are formed, if it doesn't pass through the center, the two parts that are formed will not be congruent. So once we know that that is the case, we'll just have to find out the coordinates of the point where the diagonals of the rectangle meet. Now to do that, let us first find out the vertices, the 4 vertices of the rectangle. This one will be, the x coordinate will be 3 and the y coordinate is 2. For this one, the x coordinate is going to be 3 and the y coordinate will be 6, because we know that these are the equations of the two lines. This point, the point which is diagonally opposite 3 comma 2, will have a x coordinate of 9 and a y coordinate of 6, and this point will have a x coordinate of 9 and a y coordinate of 2. So the center of the rectangle where the diagonals meet will be the midpoint of the two vertices which are opposited. In this case it will be 9 plus 3 by 2 comma 2 plus 6 by 2, which will be 9 plus 3 is 12 by 2 is 6, comma 2 plus 6 is 8 by 2 is 4. And the point, we also know the second point. This point is equal to 3 comma 0. So we just have to find out the slope of the line where which passes through both these lines. You know that the slope of the line you can easily calculate using the formula y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1. In this case, y2 is 4 minus y1 is 0 by x2 is 6 minus x1 is 3. So this will be 4 by 3. Therefore, a by b is equal to 4 by 3. Therefore, a plus b will be 4 plus 3, which is equal to 7. This is the answer. So once you draw the rectangle, once you know the point, and once you have an intuitive understanding that the line has to go through the center of the rectangle, going forward or solving it from there is quite straightforward. In this question, we are given a row of 33 apples and Nihal has to select 3 apples such that there should be at least 3 apples between any of the selected apples. So if you assume that there are 33 apples and Nihal has to select 3 apples, let us assume that the number of apples to the left of the first apple is A, the number of apples between the first 2 apples is B, the number of apples between the second and the third apples is C, and the number of apples to the right of the fourth apple is say D. Then we are given that A plus B plus C plus D is equal to 33 minus 3, which is equal to 30. Initially there were 33 apples, of which 3 apples were selected. Now we are also given that B and C are greater than or equal to 3, because between the apples that are selected there should be at least 3 apples in between them. So if you assume that B is equal to B1 plus 3 and C is equal to C1 plus 3, in this case it will be A plus B1 plus C1 plus D is equal to 24. We are required to find out the number of non-negative integral solutions for this equation. This is a very easy formula but a very effective formula. Just to reiterate again, if there are say R terms, A plus B plus C dot dot dot, there are R terms here which is equal to n. The number of non-negative integral solutions for this equation will be n plus R minus 1 C R minus 1. In this case, n is equal to 24 and R is equal to 4 because there are 4 terms. So the number of non-negative integral solutions in this case will be 24 plus 3 minus 1, 24 plus 4 minus 1 because R is 4, C 4 minus 1. This will be 27 C3. 27 C3 will be 27 into 26 into 25 by 6. So this will be 9 to, this will be 13. So this will be 9 into 13 into 25. This will be, if you can use your calculator, you can find out that the value of this will be 2925. So the answer in this case is 2925. In this question, we are asked to find out the number of ways in which the number 6561 whole square can be written as a product of 3 factors. What is 6561? 6561 is basically equal to 81 square. 81 is 3 to the power 4. So 6561 is 3 to the power 8. So 6561 whole square will be 3 to the power 16. We are required to find out in how many ways can we express 3 to the power 16 as a product of 3 numbers. So if you have A, B and C, and if their product is equal to 3 to the power 16, all of them have to be powers of 3. Let us assume that they are 3 to the power A, 3 to the power B and 3 to the power C. Their product is equal to 3 to the power 16, or A plus B plus C is equal to 16. How many non-negative integral solutions are there for this particular equation? That will be equal to 16 plus, there are 3 variables, so that is 16 plus 3 minus 1, C 16, or that is equal to 18C2, which is equal to 153. Remember that if you have A1 plus A2 plus dot 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 plus AR, if this is equal to n, the number of non-negative integral solutions for this equation will be n plus R minus 1, C R minus 1. In this particular case, there are 3 variables, they total up to 16. So the number of non-negative integral solutions will be 18C2, that is 18 into 17 by 2, which is equal to 17 into 9, which is equal to 153. However, the answer will not be equal to 153. The reason for that is because we are told that we have to express this particular number as a product of 3 factors. The ordering is not important. Essentially, if one of the solution is say A, B and C, another solution which will be counted in this 153 is B, C and A. Or essentially, because we want the sum of 3 numbers to be equal to 16, one ordering will be 14, 1 and 1. But another way in which it will be counted is 1, 14 and 1, and another solution will be counted separately as 1, 1 and 14. These 3 will be counted separately in 153. However, we need to count all of them as only 1. So how many ways can we actually find out the number of unique solutions that are there where ordering is not important? To do that, we will have to split it into separate cases. Let us consider 3 cases. Let us consider that all the 3 numbers are the same. That is, A is equal to B is equal to C. Is there any case like that such that the sum of these 3 numbers is equal to 16? That is not possible because each one of them has to equal 16 by 3, which is not a natural number. So we can ignore the first case where all the 3 numbers are the same. Let us consider the second case where 2 numbers are the same and the third number is different. That is, it is of the form A and B. Now let us assume that there are X such cases. One of the case is already given to us. That is 1411 is one such case where 2 numbers are the same and the third number is different and they sum up to 16. Now instead of being counted as 1, it is being counted 3 times. So these X cases will be counted 3x times. Similarly, the last case will be when all the 3 numbers are separate. That is, we have A, B and C and all of them are unique. A is not equal to B, B is not equal to C and A is not equal to C. An example for that is if say the numbers are 1, 2 and 13. So 1, 2 and 13 will be counted once. It will also be counted as 1, 13 and 2. It will also be counted as 2, 1 and 13. It will also be counted as 2, 13 and 1. It will also be counted as 13, 1 and 2, and finally as 13, 2 and 1. So instead of being counted once, this is counted 6 times, which is 3 factorial. So if say there are y such cases where there are 3 numbers, the ordering is not important, which total up to 16, instead of being counted y times, they will be counted 6y times. Now 3x plus 6y is equal to 153. That is the total number of solutions with ordering that we are getting. That is 3x plus 6y is equal to 153, or x plus 2y is equal to 51. The answer in our case has to be equal to x plus y. So we need to find out the value of x and y. How can we calculate that? We can count the number of cases which exist such that 2 numbers are the same and the third number is different, and they total up to 16. For example, in the first case it will be 0, 0 and 16. The next case is if it is 1, 1 and 14. The next case is if there are 2, 2 and 12. Then we have 3, 3 and 10 and so on. And the last case is if the first 2 numbers are 8, 8 and 0. So here we have 9 cases, or essentially the value of x is equal to 9. So these 9 cases are counted 27 times in 153. They should have been counted only 9 times. Anyway, when x is equal to 9, we will get the value of 2y to be equal to 42, or the value of y to be equal to 21. So now the value of x plus y will be equal to 9 plus 21, which is equal to 30. Essentially what we are saying is that there are 9 cases where 2 numbers are the same and the third number is different, but the sum of these 3 numbers is equal to 16. And there are 21 cases where all the 3 numbers are unique, they are different from each other, and they sum up to 16. So the total number of ways in which we can find 3 numbers, the ordering is not important, such that they sum up to 16 is equal to 30. In this question, we are told that in a school, every student likes at least one of the 3 sports, cricket, football and rugby. 65% of the students like cricket, 86% like football and 57% like rugby. Let us assume that the total number of students in the school is 100x. Therefore, the number of students who like cricket is equal to 65x. The number of students who like football is equal to 86x. And the number of students who like rugby is equal to 57x. What we are asked to find out is the maximum percentage of students who like exactly 2 sports. As every student likes at least 1 sport, there will be some students who like exactly 1 sport. There will be some students who like exactly 2 sports. And there will be some students who like exactly 3 sports. So let us assume that the number of students who like exactly 1 sport is A. The number of students who like exactly 2 sports is B. And the number of students who like all the 3 sports is C. What we are required to calculate is the maximum value of B. What do we know about A, B and C? We know that the sum of A, B and C, that is A plus B plus C, represents the total strength of the school. Because every student will either like 1 sport, or he like 2 sports, or he like 3 sports. So A plus B plus C is equal to 100x. Can we have any other relationship between A, B and C? We will have another relationship between A, B and C. If you assume that every student who likes the sport is given a ticket, or is given 1 rupee. So all the students who like cricket are given say 1 ticket. So the number of tickets that are distributed is 65x. All the 86 students who like football are also given 1 ticket. So the number of tickets which are distributed to the football students is 86x. Similarly, the number of tickets that are given to the students who like rugby is 57x, because everyone who likes rugby is also given 1 ticket. So what is the total number of tickets that are given? The total number of tickets that are given is 65x plus 86x plus 57x. This is equal to 208x. But another way to look at the ticket distribution is that all the students who like exactly 1 sport get 1 ticket each. Similarly, the B students who like 2 sports get 2 tickets each. And the C students who like 3 sports get 3 tickets each. So the total number of tickets distributed is equal to A plus 2B plus 3C, which is equal to 208x. Now if you subtract the first equation from the second equation, B plus 2C is equal to 108x. you're trying to maximize B. As you're trying to maximize B, you want to make C to be as low as possible and you want A to be as low as possible. But you also want both of these conditions to be satisfied. That is, A plus B plus C should be equal to 100x and B plus 2C should be equal to 108x. Let us first make A to be equal to 0. Because we can't make both A and C to be equal to 0 because B will be equal to 100x and B will be equal to 108x, which is a contradiction. So both of them cannot be equal to 0 at the same time. But if you make A to be equal to 0, you will get two equations which you can solve. That is, B plus C is equal to 100x and B plus 2C is equal to 108x. If you solve this, you are going to get that C is equal to 8x and the value of B is equal to 92x. So the maximum percentage of students who like exactly two sports will be equal to 92%, which is option A. In this question, we are told that Prasoon has purchased a new bike M15 and this met with an accident because of which he had to go and get it serviced. Let us assume that the total servicing cost is equal to 100x. Now this is divided into four different costs. We are told that the cost of labor is 5%. Similarly, we are told that the tire replacement cost is 15%. The accessory replacement cost is 25% and the servicing cost is 35%. Now we are told that the remaining charges were for oil replacement. What is the remaining charges? The total charges are 100%, of which you have accounted for 35 plus 25 is 60, 60 plus 15 is 75 plus 5 is 80%. So out of 100% you have accounted for 80%, so the remaining cost is 20%. This is the oil replacement cost. But because Prasoon is an old customer or a lucky customer, he has gotten discounts on each one of them. For example, he has gotten 10% discount on labor. Similarly, he has gotten 10% discount on servicing. And he has gotten 10% discount on oil replacement. And he has gotten 20% discount on accessory replacement. Now the insurance company paid 8% of the total fees and that was 56,960. We are required to calculate what is the original bill amount for the accessory replacement. So without the discounts, as the total servicing cost is assumed to be 100x, what is the labor cost? That would be 5x. TRC, tire replacement cost, would be 15x. Accessory replacement cost would be 25x. Service cost would be 35x and oil replacement cost would be 20x. Now with the discounts, we have a 10% discount on 5x, so the final cost would be only 4.5x, which is 5x into 90%. We have no discount on the tire replacement cost, so the final price will be 15x. We have 20% discount on accessory replacements, that is on 25x, so the final cost will be 25x into 80%, which is equal to 20x. On servicing cost, we have a 10% discount on 35x, so the final cost will be 31.5x. And finally, oil replacement also has 10% discount on 20x, so the final cost will be 20x into 0.9, which is 18x. So what is the final cost? The final cost will be 4.5x plus 15x, that is 19.5x, plus 20x, so that is 39.5x, plus 31.5x, so that is 71x, plus 18x, so this is 89x. This is the final cost. And the insurance company has paid 80% of it. So 89x into 0.8 is equal to 56,960. You can divide 56,960 by 0.8 and you will get that 89x is equal to 71,200. You can divide 71,200 divided by 89 or the value of x will be equal to 800. What are we required to calculate? We are required to calculate the original bill amount for the accessory replacement, that is 25x. If x is 800, what is the value of 25x? 25x will equal 20,000. So the answer in this particular case is 20,000. This is a very straightforward question. We have been given that there are three men and the ratios of their efficiencies has been given. We are also told the total money that has been given for the job and we are required to find out the difference in the amounts received by the guy who received the most amount of money and the person who received the least amount of money. So to do that, let us first find out what is the ratio, what is the amount that is used by all three of them, and then find the answer. Now let the total amount of work be equal to 4 plus 5 plus 6 into x. This will equal 15x. So we just summed up the ratios and we assume that it is 15x. So the work done by the first guy is equal to 4 by 4 plus 5 plus 6 into 15x, which is equal to 4x. Similarly, the work done by the second guy is equal to 5 by 4 plus 5 plus 6 into 15x, which is equal to 5x. And the third guy is equal to 6 by 4 plus 5 plus 6 into 15x, which is equal to 6x. Now for a total of 15x, they received 15,000 rupees. So for x, each one of them receives 1,000 rupees. So the most amount of money is received by the third guy, which is equal to 6x, which is equal to 6,000, and the least amount is received by the first guy, which is equal to 4x, which is equal to 4,000, and hence the difference that we need is 6,000 minus 4,000, which is equal to 2,000. The answer is 2,000. In these kind of simple work and time problems, just understand whether the efficiencies have been given or the number of days that it takes for the persons to do the job is given. Always try to convert it into efficiencies so that there is no confusion and no mistakes happen. In this question, we are told that a shopkeeper buys 50 earphones at rupees 100 each. So he has bought 50 earphones and the cost per earphone is rupees 100. So what is the total cost price? The total cost price is equal to 50 into 100, which is equal to rupees 5,000. But out of these 50 earphones, X earphones were not working. So how many were working? 50 minus X were working and X were not working. This 50 minus X was marked up to rupees M. So the cost price is rupees 100, the mark price is rupees M. But again, Y number of earphones were not properly packed, so there was a discount of 50% given on them. What this essentially implies is that out of this 50 minus X, Y of them were not working properly. So Y earphones were sold at a discount of 50%, that is, they were sold at M by 2, and the remaining 50 minus X minus Y, they were sold at rupees M. Now, if you are looking at it, we are told that by selling this overall at the mark price, the total profit made is rupees 20%. The total cost price, as we have figured out earlier, is 5,000. If the profit percentage is 20%, then what is the total selling price? The total selling price will be equal to 5,000 into 1 plus 20%, that is 5,000 into 1.2, which is equal to 6,000 rupees. This is the total selling price. This will equal 50 minus X minus Y into M plus Y into M by 2. That will equal 6,000. So if you simplify this, you are going to get that 50 minus X minus Y into M plus Y into M by 2 is equal to 6,000. If you multiply the entire equation with 2, you are going to get that 100M minus 2xm minus ym is equal to 6,000 is equal to 6,000 into 2, which is equal to 12,000, or essentially m into 100 minus 2x minus y is equal to 12,000, or the value of m is equal to 12,000 divided by 100 minus 2x minus y. What we are asked to find out is which of the following cannot be the value of x and y. We are told that m is a natural number. So if m is a natural number, we want 100 minus 2x minus y to be a factor of 12,000. So if x is equal to 9 and y is equal to 2, what is the value of 2x plus y? In option A, the value of 2x plus y will be equal to 2 into 9, that is equal to 18, plus 2, which is equal to 20. So 100 minus 20 is 80, and 80 is a factor of 12,000. So this is not the correct answer. This is a valid solution. This can be x and y. So this is not a valid solution. If x is equal to 7 and y is equal to 8, what is the value of 2x plus y? 2x will equal 14 plus 8 is equal to 22. So 100 minus 22 will equal 78. This does not divide 12,000. So this is a possible solution. Just for the sake of completion, let us look at the other options also. In the third option, x is equal to 13 and y is equal to 24. So what is the value of 2x plus y? That is equal to 26 plus 24, which is 50. So 100 minus that will also equal 50, which is a factor of 12,000. So this is also not a correct answer. If you're looking at the last case, when x is equal to 8 and y is equal to 24, what is the value of 2x? That is 16 plus y is 24. So 16 plus 24 is 40. So 100 minus 40 is equal to 60, which is also a factor of 12,000. So this is also a possible value for x and y. So this is also not the correct answer. The only option which cannot be a value of x and y is option B. So that is the correct answer. In this question, we are told that Rahul has invested a total of 10,000 rupees in two banks. Bank A offers simple interest of 6% and Bank B offers compound interest of 8%. So Rahul has a total of 10,000 rupees. Suppose he has invested A rupees in Bank A. This would imply that he has invested 10,000 minus A in Bank B. Bank A gives 6% simple interest. Bank B gives 8% compound interest. So what is his total amount at the end of 2 years? The interest on the simple interest will be P into T into R divided by 100. This will be his interest. So that will be A into 6 by 100 into 2. This will be the interest that he has earned plus A, which is the principal. So this is the total amount that he is going to receive. And in the compound interest, what he is going to receive will be 10,000 minus A into 1.08 whole square. This will be the total amount that he is going to receive from Bank B. So the total amount that will be with him will be his principal, which is 10,000, plus we are also told that the total interest that he received is 1432 plus 1432. So here we have one equation and we have one variable, which is A. We are required to solve for it. So if you look at it, this is A plus 0.12A plus 10,000 minus A into what is the value of 1.08 whole square? That will be 1.1664 is equal to 10,000 plus 1432. This will be 1.12A plus 11664 minus 1.1664A is equal to 11432. You can simplify this. What is the value of 11664 minus 11432? That will be equal to 232 is equal to 0.0. What is 11664 minus 11200? This will be 464. So this is equal to 0.0464A, or essentially the value of A will be equal to 232 divided by 0.0464, which is equal to 5,000. So the amount that he has invested in Bank A is 5,000. In this question, we are told to find out the condition that A, B and C should satisfy such that 3x plus 4y plus z is equal to A, 2x plus 6y plus 4z is equal to B, and x minus y minus 2z is equal to C. These three equations have at least one solution. We are told that A plus B plus C is not equal to 0. So let us write the first equation as 1, the second equation as 2, and the third equation as 3. The second equation let us divide by 2 because the coefficients on the left hand side, all of them are multiples of 2. So if you transform the second equation, you will get this to be, if you divide it by 2, you will get x plus 3y plus 2z is equal to b by 2. Let us call this the second equation divided by 2. Now, if you are comparing the three equations, this is the first equation, this is the second equation, and this is the third equation. When will the system of equations have no solution? When does it have one unique solution? And when does it have infinite solutions? To do that, let us first try to transform the third and the second equation into the first equation. So let us assume that we multiply the third equation by a number a, and we multiply the second equation by number b. Then suppose we are going to get a equation which is identical to the first equation, especially with respect to the coefficients. We will ignore the right hand side part for now. Let us just try to transform it. What we are basically saying is, if you are multiplying 3 into a and adding the second equation divided by 2 into b, we will be getting a plus b into x plus 3b minus a into y plus 2b minus 2a into z. This will equal on the right hand side b into b by 2 plus a into c. Now we are saying that this equation is identical to the first equation if and only if all the coefficients match, that is a plus b is equal to 3 and the coefficient of y is 3b minus a is equal to 4. So we will solve this system of equations and then we will see if the third coefficient also matches. That is, once we solve this, we are going to get a value for a and b. Now if 2b minus 2a, which is the coefficient of z, is equal to 1, in that case this system of equations either has infinite solutions or no solutions. If 2b minus 2a is not equal to 1, then this system of equations will have exactly one unique solution. It will have one solution, you don't know whether it is unique or not. You can at least satisfy and calculate the value of 1 of x or y or z, and based on it, in most cases it will have one solution. Now if 2b minus 2a is equal to 1, there is a case where there are infinite solutions and there is a case where there are no solutions. There will be infinite solutions if even on the right hand side the numbers match. That is, b into b by 2 plus a into c should equal the right hand side, which is equal to small a. If this equals, that is, even the coefficient of the constant term match on both the equations, then the system will have infinite solutions. If the constants don't match on the right hand side, then the system of equations will have no solution. To calculate it, let us first solve the equations. A plus b is equal to 3 and 3b minus a is equal to 4. If you add both of them up, you are going to get 4b is equal to 7 or b is equal to 7 by 4. Therefore a, which is equal to 3 minus 7 by 4, is equal to 5 by 4. Therefore, if you are looking for 2b minus 2a, this will equal 7 by 2, which is 2b, minus 5 by 2, which is equal to 1. So 2b minus 2a is equal to 1, and because the coefficient of z also has matched, this would imply that the system of equations either has infinite solutions or no solutions. Now it will have infinite solutions if even the constant terms are equal. That is, b into b by 2, which in this case will be equal to 7 by 4 into b by 2 plus a into c. A is 5 by 4 into c is equal to small a, which is equal to small a. If you multiply the entire equation with 8, you are going to get 7b plus 10c is equal to 8a. So the system of equations will have infinite solutions if 7b plus 10c is equal to 8a, and it will have no solutions if 7b plus 10c is not equal to 8a. Here we are looking to find out if the system has at least one solution. So the correct answer is that the condition has to be 7b plus 10c is equal to 8a. Just to reiterate, what we have basically done is we have transformed two equations such that the coefficient of x and y match the same as the first equation. You can pick any two equations, you have to just transform both of them such that the coefficients of x and y are equal to the third equation. Once you get the x and y coefficients to be the same, you check if the z coefficient is also the same or not. If the z coefficient is also the same, then it would imply that the system has either infinite solutions or no solutions. It will have infinite solutions if even the constant term match. So in this case, for the constant terms to match, you will have 7b plus 10c has to equal 8a. If the constant term doesn't match, then the system will have no solution. Anyway, the answer in this case is 7b plus 10c is equal to 8a. In this question, we are told that S of n is equal to 2n cube plus n square plus 3n plus 1, where Sn denotes the sum of all the first n terms of a series. We are told that Tx is the x term of the series, and we are told that Tx is equal to 84. What is the value of x? So we are told that the x term is 84. We are asked to calculate the value of x. But another way to write the x term or the nth term is to write it as the sum of Sn minus S of n minus 1. Why is this the case? Because S of n minus 1 is the sum of the first n minus 1 terms of a series, and Sn is the sum of the first n terms of a series. So the nth term is essentially the difference between Sn minus Sn minus 1. We already know the value of Sn, that is equal to 2n cube plus n square plus 3n plus 1. Let us calculate the value of S of n minus 1. This will equal 2 times n minus 1 whole cube plus n minus 1 whole square plus 3 times n minus 1 plus 1. If you expand this, this is going to equal 2 times n cube minus 3n square plus 3n minus 1 plus n square minus 2n plus 1 plus 3n minus 3 plus 1. This is equal to 2n cube minus 6n square plus 6n minus 2 plus n square minus 2n plus 1 plus 3n minus 2, because minus 3 plus 1 is essentially equal to minus 2. You can simplify this to equal 2n cube minus 5n square plus 7n minus 3. This is the value of S of n minus 1. So what is the value of S of n minus S of n minus 1, which is essentially equal to T of n, that is the nth term. This is equal to 2n cube plus n square plus 3n plus 1 minus 2n cube minus 5n square plus 7n minus 3. 2n cube will get cancelled, and the coefficient of n square will be n square minus 5n square, which is equal to 6n square. Coefficient of n will be 3n minus 7n, so this is equal to minus 4n. And the constant term will be 1 minus of minus 3, so this is equal to plus 4. This we are told is equal to 84, or 6n square minus 4n is equal to 80, or 3n square minus 2n minus 40 is equal to 0. We can factorize this to equal 3n square minus 12n plus 10n minus 40 is equal to 0. This would imply that this is equal to 3n plus 10 into n minus 4 is equal to 0. So the value of n can either equal minus 10 by 3 or it can equal 4. We are talking about the nth term, so it has to be a natural number, so minus 10 by 3 is not valid. So the value of n has to equal 4. Essentially here we are told that this is x, so the value of x has to equal 4, which is option C. In this question we are given an inequality, and we are required to calculate for what values of x does this inequality actually hold true. If you are looking at the inequality, it is modulus of x minus 2 minus modulus of x plus 2 minus 5 is greater than or equal to 0. Or essentially we are required to calculate the values of x for which modulus of x minus 2 minus modulus of x plus 2 is greater than or equal to 5. As you can see, there is a modulus of x plus 2 inside the modulus, so we will consider two cases. The first case we will consider is if x is greater than or equal to minus 2. In that particular case, the value of x plus 2 will be greater than or equal to 0. The second case we will consider is that of x less than minus 2. In this particular case, x plus 2 will be less than 0. If you are looking at the first case, if x plus 2 is greater than or equal to 0, modulus of x plus 2 will be equal to x plus 2. So the required modulus, the required inequality that we have, will become equal to modulus of x minus 2 minus x plus 2 is greater than or equal to 5. We can simplify this to equal modulus of x minus 2 minus x minus 2 is greater than or equal to 5. We can cancel x on both sides. So the left hand side becomes equal to modulus of minus 4, which is equal to 4. And we want 4 to be greater than or equal to 5. Clearly, no such x exists. So there will be no solution for this inequality when x is greater than or equal to minus 2. Let us look at the second case, when x is less than minus 2. In that case, x plus 2 is less than 0. So modulus of x plus 2 will be equal to minus x minus 2. So minus of modulus of x plus 2 will become equal to x plus 2. So the required inequality will become equal to x minus 2 plus x plus 2 is greater than or equal to 5. Or you want modulus of 2x to be greater than or equal to 5. If modulus of 2x is greater than or equal to 5, either 2x is greater than or equal to 5 or 2x is less than or equal to minus 5. In this interval, we are only looking for the cases where x is less than minus 2. So we can't have 2x to be greater than 5, because in that particular case, it will happen that x is greater than or equal to 5 by 2. This is not true. So we are looking only at the case where 2x is less than or equal to minus 5 or x is less than or equal to minus 5 by 2. So we want x to be less than or equal to minus 5 by 2 and we want x to be less than minus 2. This would happen for all the values of x which belong to minus infinity to minus 5 by 2. So the correct answer is option C. In this question, we are told that Ram has been given a series in which the first term is 6 and the common difference is 2 and the number of terms of this arithmetic progression are 20. Now, so he has been given a series, let us call the series as S. The terms of the series are 6, 6 plus 2 that is 8, 8 plus 2 that is 10 and so on for the first 20 terms. Now, it is told that after writing the first x terms, he starts taking the common difference as 12 by mistake. So after writing a few terms, let us call this as the term x, that is tx. Normally it should have been tx plus 2 and then tx plus 4 and so on till the 20th term. But by mistake he writes tx as tx, but after that instead of adding 2 he starts adding 12. So this becomes tx plus 12 and then it becomes tx plus 24 and dot dot dot. Now we are told that as a result the sum of all the terms increases by 56%. Find the value of x. So what we'll do is simple. We'll first calculate the sum of the initial series. Then we'll know how much has been added because of the mistake. Then we will note some sort of a pattern between the two series and we'll try to calculate the value of x. Calculating the sum of the initial series is quite easy. If you have an arithmetic progression, the sum of the first n terms, Sn, is given by n by 2 into 2a plus n minus 1 into d. N is the number of terms, a is the first term and d is the common difference. In this case, the number of terms is 20. So the sum of the first 20 terms is 20 by 2, that is 10, into 2a. The first term is 6, so 2a will be 12, plus n minus 1, again n is 20, so n minus 1 is 19, into the common difference is 2. This is equal to 10 into 12 plus 38, that is 50, so this will become 500. So the sum of the initial 20 terms was 500, but it has been increased by 56%. So what is the increase? The increase is equal to 56% of 500, which is equal to 280. Now where is this increase coming from? You can see that till the first x terms both the series are the same. So there is no increase over here. Even the x term tx is the same. The increase is only coming from the remaining 20 minus x terms. In the first x terms both the series are the same. Now how much increase is actually coming from it? In the x plus 1th term, the increase is tx plus 12 minus tx plus 2, so that is 10. In the next term, the increase is tx plus 24 minus tx plus 4, so there is 20. After that, it is tx plus 36 minus tx plus 6, so it will be 30, and so on. So you can easily see a pattern, which is that 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus dot 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 for how many terms? For 20 minus x terms is equal to 280. This is the actual increase. So you can see that if you cancel 10 from all the sides, from the left hand side and right hand side, you will cancel 10 from all the terms on the left hand side. It will become quite simple. It will become 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 till 20 minus x. This is equal to 28. This is of the form 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 till n. You know that the sum of the first n natural numbers is given by n into n plus 1 divided by 2. So over here n is actually of the form 20 minus x. So you can figure out that 20 minus x into 20 minus x plus 1, that is 21 minus x, divided by 2 is equal to 28, or x square minus 41x plus 420 minus 56. So 420 minus 56 is 370 minus 6, so that is 364 is equal to 0. You can solve this and you are going to get, you can factorize this as x minus 13 into x minus 28 is equal to 0. So the value of x is either 13 or 28. Clearly the number of terms, the total number of terms is 20. So the value of x has to be less than 20. So x cannot equal 28. So the value of x has to be 13. In this question, we are told that log of 40 to the base 125 is a, log 98 to the base 5 is b, and we are required to calculate the value of log 5 to the base 14. What is the value of 40? 40 is equal to 8 into 5, which is equal to 2 cube into 5. Similarly, what is the value of log 98? 98 is basically 49 into 2, so that is equal to 2 into 7 square. So the two equations given to us, first if you are looking at log 40, is of the form log of 2 cube into 5, and 125 is 5 cube. In logarithms, one of the things that we should know is that log of a to the power n to the base b to the power m is equal to n by m into log of a to the base b. So in this particular case, log of 40 to the base 125 is equal to log of 2 to the base 5, because this is essentially equal to log of 2 cube to the base 5 cube, which will be 3 by 3, so both of them get cancelled, and log 2 to the base 5 plus log of 5 to the base 5 cube. What is the value of log 5 to the base 5 cube? That will equal 1 by 3. This is equal to a, or the value of log of 2 to the base 5 is equal to a minus 1 by 3. The second equation we have is log of 98, which is equal to 2 into 7 square to the base 5, and this we are told is equal to b, or this implies that log of 2 to the base 5 plus 2 times log of 7 to the base 5 is equal to b. We already know the value of log 2 to the base 5, that will equal a minus 1 by 3. So log of 7 to the base 5 is equal to b minus a plus 1 by 3 whole divided by 2, or this can be simplified to equal b by 2 minus a by 2 plus 1 by 6. We are required to calculate the value of log 5 to the base 14. That will equal log of 1 by log of 14 to the base 5. So essentially, let us first calculate the value of log 14 to the base 5. For that, we have to just add log 2 to the base 5 plus log 7 to the base 5. That will give us log of 14 to the base 5, and that will equal a minus 1 by 3 plus b by 2 minus a by 2 plus 1 by 6. So that will equal b by 2 plus a by 2 minus 1 by 6, because 1 by 3 minus 1 by 6 is actually equal to 1 by 6. This is equal to divided by 6, 3b plus 3a minus 1. So what is the value of log of 5 to the base 14? That will be the reciprocal of log 14 to the base 5. So that will equal 6 divided by 3b plus 3a minus 1. So this is the answer, which is option C. In this question, we are told that there is a right circular cylinder, the base diameter is 16 units and the height is 6 pi units. So the circular cylinder will look something like this. So this is the cylinder. This is the top and this is the bottom. We are told that the height of the cylinder is 6 pi units, so this is 6 pi, and the diameter is 16 units, so the radius will be half of the diameter, so the radius will be 8 units. So what is the circumference of the cylinder, of the base of the cylinder? The circumference is 2 pi r, the radius is 8 units, so the circumference of the base will equal 8 into 2 pi, which is equal to 16 pi units. That is the perimeter of the base, which is called the circumference. We are told that there is a ant which is at the bottom of the cylinder somewhere over here, and it wants to go to the diametrically opposite end but at the top of the cylinder, and we are required to find out what is the minimum possible distance that the ant has to travel. So it is going to travel along the height. It will also possibly travel along the base in a path which seems very complicated. So how are you going to calculate the length of this path? The easiest way to calculate the length of this path, which is also a little intuitive, is if you cut open the cylinder across the height. So if you cut open the cylinder, you are going to get a rectangle. It will look something like this. Now the height of this rectangle will remain the same. The height will be 6 pi units. But the base over here, that will be the circumference. This will be the circumference of the cylinder. The ant is somewhere over here, and the length of the circumference we have calculated is equal to 16 pi. Now where is the sugar cube? It was supposed to be exactly diametrically opposite the ant. So that sugar cube will be somewhere over here at exactly the midpoint on the other side of the rectangle. And what is the distance from the ant to the sugar cube? Now this is much more simpler to calculate because this is a right angle triangle. We know one of the sides is equal to 6 pi. We can even calculate the length of the other side because the circumference is 16 pi, or the overall length of the rectangle is 16 pi. So this will be equal to 8 pi because this is the midpoint. So using Pythagoras theorem, because we know the base and the height of the right angle triangle, the length of the hypotenuse can be calculated. This is going to equal square root of 6 pi whole square plus 8 pi whole square. 6 pi whole square is 36 pi square. 8 pi whole square is 64 pi square. So the length of the hypotenuse will be 64 plus 36 is 100 pi square, which is equal to 10 pi. So the minimum distance that the ant has to travel is equal to 10 pi units. In this question, we are asked to find out in how many ways can we select a square of length at most 4 units from a chessboard if one square of the chessboard is considered to have a side length of 1 unit. What is the number of squares in a chess board? It will be 8 into 8, which is equal to 64. So just to understand the question better, let us first draw a chessboard, then we can look at the explanation. So let us assume that this is the chessboard. This will have 8 squares, 8 lines parallelly, both horizontally as well as vertically. So let us assume that this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Similarly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Now if you are selecting a square, the first question to ask is how many 1 cross 1 squares are possible. A 1 cross 1 square can be easily selected. There are 64 squares, 64 small 1 cross 1 squares. So you can select any one of them. So it can be selected in 64 ways. How many 2 cross 2 squares can be selected? If you are looking at the 2 cross 2 squares, which will have a length of 2 and a breadth of 2, one of the things that we should look at is the left bottom corner. You can look at any one corner, but just to understand better, let us first look at the left bottom corner. This corner can vary from 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. So it can take 7 terms. The x coordinate can vary amongst the 7 numbers. Similarly, the y coordinate also can be either 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 6. Essentially what we are saying is that if you assume that the left bottom corner is x comma y, x can vary from 0 to 6. And y also can vary from 0 to 6. Suppose if the number is say 6 comma 0, then this would be the bottom corner and this would be the square that is selected. If say the left bottom corner is 0 comma 6, it would be somewhere over here and the square selected would be over here. So the number of 2 cross 2 squares that can be selected is 7 into 7 because we can select the x coordinate in 7 ways and y coordinate in 7 ways. So this is equal to 49. Similarly, how many 3 cross 3 squares are possible? Using very similar logic, the number of squares that will be possible is 6 into 6, which is equal to 36. And how many 4 cross 4 squares are possible? That will be equal to 5 into 5, which is equal to 25. So what is the total number of squares of side length at most 4 units that can be formed? It is 64 plus 49 plus 36 plus 25. 64 plus 36 is 100 and 49 plus 25 is 74. So the total number of squares is 174. In this question we are given a sum. The right hand side is 1 cube plus 2 cube plus dot 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 till 1000 cube. We know that the sum of the first n natural numbers, that is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 till n, is equal to n into n plus 1 by 2. And the sum of the squares of the first n natural numbers, that is 1 square plus 2 square plus dot 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 till n square, is equal to n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. And the sum of the first n cubes, that is 1 cube plus 2 cube plus dot 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 till n cube, is equal to n into n plus 1 by 2 whole square. In this particular case, the value of n is 1000. So the value of s is equal to 1000 into 1001 whole divided by 2 whole square. Or this is equal to 500 into 1001 whole square. Let us do the prime factorization of both. The value of 500 is equal to 5 into 100. This is equal to 5 into 2 square into 5 square. This is equal to 2 square into 5 cube. And what is the prime factorization of 1001? 1001 is actually equal to 7 into 11 into 13. So the prime factorization of the square of the product of these two numbers will be equal to 2 to the power 4 into 5 to the power 6 into 7 square into 11 square into 13 square. We are looking for the number of even factors of this expression. If you are looking for the number of even factors, and if you are assuming that a number which is of the form 2 to the power a into 5 to the power b into 7 to the power c into 11 to the power d into 13 to the power e is a factor of the earlier product, we want this number to even be even. So the value of a can vary from 1, 2, 3 or 4. So there are 4 possibilities for a. The value of b can vary from 0, 1, dot 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 till 6. So the value of b can vary in 7 numbers, amongst 7 numbers. Similarly, the value of c can take either 0 or 1 or 2. So there are 3 possibilities. The value of d also, there are 3 possibilities. It can be either 0 or 1 or 2. And the value of e also, there are 3 possibilities. Because the power of 13 can be either 0 or 1 or 2. So what is the number of even factors of the given number? It is 4 into 7 into 3 into 3 into 3. 4 into 7 is 28 and 3 into 3 into 3 is 27. So the required answer is 28 into 27, which is equal to 756. This is the answer. In this question, we were told that there is a survey that was conducted to figure out what is the percentage of people who read the 3 newspapers, the Telegraph, Economic Times and Times of India. Clearly, there can be people who read more than one of the 3 newspapers. There will also be people who will read none of the 3 newspapers. What we are told is that Telegraph is read by 20% of the people. Economic Times is read by 30% of the people. And Times of India is read by 40% of the people. We are asked to maximize the number of people who read none of the 3 newspapers. So what we are essentially asked to do is maximize the number of people who are not part of any of the 3 circles. Now, if you are trying to maximize the number of people who read none of the 3 newspapers, we are asked to minimize the number of people who read at least one of the 3 newspapers. Now, clearly you know that 40% of the people read Times of India. Now, if you make Telegraph and ET to be a subset of the Times of India, so it will look something like this. 40% of the people lie inside this Times of India circle. But all the 20 people who read Telegraph also read Times of India, or essentially this is a small subset of Times of India. And all the people who read Economic Times, that is all these 30% of the people also lie within Times of India. So there will be something like this. So this is Telegraph, this is read by 20% of the people, and this is ET, this is read by 30% of the people. Both of them are subsets of Times of India. What this would imply is that the remaining 60% of the people who lie outside the Times of India circle read none of the 3 newspapers. So the maximum number of people who read none of the 3 newspapers will be 60% into the total population, which is 600. So the answer will be 360. What would happen if you are, instead of asking you to maximize, you are asked to minimize? When you're asked to maximize the number of people who read none of the 3 newspapers, we have maximized the amount of overlap of the 3 circles. If you're asked to minimize, you will maximize the overlap. You will maximize the distance. That is, you will minimize the overlap. So in that case, all the 3 circles will be disjoint. They will have no overlap. This will be Telegraph. This will have 20%. This is Economic Times. This will have 20%. And this is Times of India, which will have 40%. And there is no person who reads any 2 newspapers. All of these guys read only 1 newspaper. So the number of people who are outside all the 3 circles will be 100 minus 20. This will be 30, sorry. 20, 30 and 40 is 90. So 100 minus 90 is 10%. So the minimum number of people who will lie outside the 3 circles is 10%. The maximum number of people who lie outside the 3 circles is 60%. In this particular question, we are asked to find out the maximum number. So that will be 60 into 600, which is equal to 360. So the answer in this case will be 360. In this question, we are told that there is a vessel which contains P liters of a mixture of water and alcohol. So initially it contains P liters, there is water and there is alcohol. So let us assume that there was W liters of water and A liters of alcohol. So the value of P is W plus A. This is the initial composition of the mixture. The ratio of alcohol and water is reversed when 10 liters of water is added to it. So when 10 liters of water is added, the amount of water is W plus 10 and the amount of alcohol is A and the total volume is P plus 10. Now 10 liters of this mixture is removed and it is replaced with 10 liters of pure alcohol. Then the ratio of alcohol and water becomes 3:2. We have to figure out the value of P. So if 10 liters of this mixture is removed, what is the amount of water that is removed? The amount of water that is removed is the total volume, which is A plus W plus 10. And what is the fraction of water in it? It is W plus 10. This is the fraction of water in 1 liter of the mixture. So you multiply it by 10. This is the amount of water that is removed when you remove 10 liters of the mixture. Similarly, what is the amount of alcohol that is removed? It will be A by A plus W plus 10 into 10. So what is the amount of water that is remaining? The amount of water that is remaining is W plus 10 minus this number. So in this number also there is W plus 10 in the numerator. So we'll take W plus 10 common. So what is remaining is W plus 10 into 1 minus 10 by A plus W plus 10. This is the amount of water that is remaining in the mixture after you remove 10 liters of the solution. This is equal to W plus 10 and this is into A plus W divided by A plus W plus 10. This is the amount of water that is remaining in the solution. Then you add 10 liters of alcohol. So again the total volume of the mixture becomes A plus W plus 10. This is basically equal to P plus 10. Now we are told that this is, and if you calculate the amount of alcohol, which is just A plus W plus 10 minus the amount of water, that is A plus W plus 10 minus this is the amount of alcohol that will be present in the solution. So it is said that these two are in the ratio 2:3. Now we have one more equation at the start, which is that when you are adding 10 liters of water, the ratio of water to alcohol is reversed. So W by A is equal to A by W plus 10, or W into W plus 10 is equal to A square. So you have one equation over here. Because these are in the ratio 2:3, if you assume that this is equal to 2K and the amount of alcohol is equal to 3K, the volume of the total solution, that is A plus W plus 10, is equal to 5K. So now you have two equations and two unknowns. One equation is W into W plus 10 is equal to A square, and the other equation is that the ratio of water to alcohol is 2:3. Now you can solve it in any way you want and you are going to get the value of W and the value of A. In general, what I find to be useful is we will, instead of calculating what is the amount of alcohol that is present by subtracting A plus W plus 10 minus the amount of water, we will just compare the amount of water to the volume of the total solution. So the volume of the total solution is 5K and this is 2K. So if you take the ratio is 2:5, or W plus 10 into A plus W divided by A plus W plus 10 whole square is equal to 2/5. Now in this question, I want to first remove of W plus 10 from the second equation. We'll replace W plus 10 with equal to A square by W. The reason I want to do it is because then there is a very good chance we'll get a ratio between A and W, and we can then calculate the value of A and W easily. If you have W plus 10 where 10 is a constant, it becomes slightly more difficult to calculate the ratio of A and W. So W plus 10 is A square by W. Therefore, A plus W plus 10 equals A square by W plus A. So that is A square by W plus A. If you take A common, this is A into W plus A whole divided by W. So for W plus 10, we are going to use A square by W, and for A plus W plus 10, we are going to use A into W plus A by W. Why are we doing this? Because this is just one way of solving it, where if we remove W plus 10 from the equation, it becomes much easier to solve. So W plus 10 is equal to A square by W into A plus W whole divided by A plus W plus 10 whole square is A into W plus A by W. So this is A into A plus W by W into A plus W by W. This is told to be equal to 2/5. So you can cancel W from both sides. You can cancel A from both sides. You can cancel even the second A from both sides. You can cancel one A plus W. So you are essentially left with the equation that W by A plus W is equal to 2/5. This is a very simple equation. So you are going to get the ratio of A and W quite easily from this. You just take the reciprocal of it. So A plus W by W is equal to 5/2, or A by W is equal to 3/2. So you can assume that A is equal to 3B say, and W is equal to 2B. So you can use any of the equations. For example, we can use this equation to calculate the value of B. From that we can easily calculate the value of P. For example, W by A is 2/3. So 2/3, if you are using the first equation, W by A will be 2/3 is equal to A is 3B divided by W plus 10. So that is 2B plus 10, or 4B plus 20 is equal to 9B, or the value of B is equal to 4. Therefore, the value of A, which is equal to 3B, will be 12, and the value of W, which is equal to 2B, will be 8. Therefore, the value of P, which is W plus A, will be equal to 20 liters. So the initial volume of the vessel was 20 liters. In this question, we are told that there is a water tank and it has 3 taps attached to it. There is tap 1 which fills the tank alone in 8 hours, and it is at the bottom of the tank. So let us first draw the tank. Let us assume that this is the tank. Now we have tap 1 which is at the bottom, and we have tap 2 which is in the middle somewhere over here. This empties the water, and finally we have tap 3 which is 25% at a height of 25% from the top. So this is tap 1, this is tap 2, and this is tap 3. We are told that tap 1 alone can fill the tank in 8 hours. Tap 2 can empty it in 12 hours. And tap 3 can fill it in 4 hours. To make the calculations easy, let us assume that the volume of the tank is equal to the LCM of 4, 12 and 8. What is the LCM of 4, 12 and 8? The LCM will be equal to 24. So let us assume that the volume is 24 liters. So how many liters of water does tap 1 fill in 1 hour? It fills 24 liters in 8 hours. So tap 1 will fill 3 liters per hour. Tap 2 takes 12 hours to empty 24 liters. So every hour it empties 2 liters per hour. And tap 3 will fill 24 liters in 4 hours. So every hour it will fill 6 liters per hour. All the 3 taps are opened at the same time and the tank is empty. We are required to find out how much time it takes for the tank to be completely full. When the tank is completely empty at the start, the middle tap will not be emptying anything because it is situated at a height which is 50% from the top. But tap 3 and tap 1 will continue to fill water. Even though tap 3 is at the top, even though it is at 75% from the top, any water that comes in through tap 3 will go to the bottom. So it is functioning even at the start. While tap 2 will not be functioning at the start. It will start functioning only when the water level reaches 50% of the height. So initially only tap 1 and tap 3 will be functioning. Tap 1 will be adding 3 liters every hour and tap 3 will be adding 6 liters every hour. So the total water that is being filled in every hour is 9 liters. And this continues till half the tank is filled. Half the tank will be 12 liters. So how much time does it take for tap 1 and tap 3 to fill half the tank? That will be 24 by 9. Sorry, that will be 12 by 9, which is equal to 4 by 3. After half the tank is filled, that is after 12 liters are filled, tap 2 also starts functioning and it keeps on emptying 2 liters every hour. So effectively, how much water is being filled into the tank? It will be 3 plus 6 minus 2, which is equal to 7 liters every hour. And how much water should be filled? The amount of water that should be filled is the remaining 12 liters. And how much time is it going to take? It will take 12 by 7 hours. So what is the total time taken? It is 12 by 9 plus 12 by 7. We can take 12 common. So this is equal to 1 by 9 plus 1 by 7, or this will be equal to 16 by 9 into 7. You can simplify this. This will be 4 and this will be 3. So the answer will be 64 by 21 hours. Or this will be 3 hours and 1 by 21 hours. This will be the answer. In this question, we are told that a milkman has bought 100 liters of milk and he bought it for rupees 10,000. So the cost price of milk is rupees 100 per liter because he got 100 liters for 10,000 rupees. Initially, he sells 20 liters for rupees 80 per liter. So the amount of money that is collected by selling this 20 liters is 20 into 80, which is equal to 1600. Then he replaces this 20 liters with water. So the amount of milk that he has is 80 liters and the amount of water that he has is 20 liters. The total amount of solution is again equal to 100 liters. He again sells 20 liters of this mixture at 85 rupees per liter. So the amount of money that he makes by selling this 20 liters is rupees 20 into 85, which is 1700. But in this 20 liters that he is selling, not all of it is milk because now this is a solution. The solution of 100 liters has 80 liters as milk. So if the solution is 20 liters, the amount of milk in it will be 20 into 80 by 100. This is 5, 80 by 5 is 16. Therefore, out of this 20 liters, he has 16 liters of milk and 4 liters of water. This is what he has sold. So now he will be left with 64 liters of milk and he replaces everything with water. So the remaining 36 liters will be water. Again, the total is 100 liters. Now he sells 25 liters of this mixture at 90 rupees per liter. What is 25 into 90? That is rupees 2250. But in this 25 liters is everything milk. It is not milk. What is the amount of milk in it? That will be 25 into 64 divided by 100. This is the amount of milk. This is 4. So this is equal to 64 by 4, which is again equal to 16 liters. So 16 liters is milk and the remaining 9 liters is water. So after selling this 25 liters, the amount of milk that he has left is equal to 48 liters and the amount of water is 27 liters, but he is replacing this 25 liters with water. So the remaining amount of water will be 100 minus 48, which is equal to 52 liters. Another way to look at it is 36 minus 9 is 27, plus he is adding 25 liters. So he is going to have 52 liters of water. Again, the total amount of solution is 100 liters. Then he finally sells 25 liters of this mixture at 95 rupees per liter. So what is the total amount that he will make? That will be equal to 25 into 95, which is equal to rupees 2375. And in this 25 liters that he is selling, what is the amount of milk in it? That will be equal to 25 into 48 by 100. This is 4. 48 by 4 is equal to 12 liters. So 12 liters of milk is sold and the remaining will be 13 liters of water. So after selling this 25 liters, he hasn't replaced anything. So the amount of milk with him will be 36 liters. And the amount of water with him will be 52 minus 13, which is equal to 39 liters. The total solution will be 75 liters. This is what he is left with. And he also has some money with him. What is the amount of money that is with him after making all of these transactions? 1600 plus 1700 is 3300. 2250 plus 2375 is 4625. Or the total money is 7925. This is the amount of money that is there with him. In addition to that, he has 36 liters of milk, 39 liters of water. We can ignore 39 liters of water because we are told that water costs nothing. So the amount of milk that he has finally sold overall in all of these transactions is 100 liters, which he had originally, minus the 36 liters which are left with him. So the amount of milk that he sold is 64 liters. The cost price of milk is 100 per liter. So the cost price of this 64 liters is 6400. The amount of money he made in this transaction is 7925. So the profit is 1525. This is the amount of profit that he makes in all of these transactions. So in this question, we are told that J has three types of boxes. One is a large box, one are medium types boxes, and the other type of boxes are small boxes. He has 10 large boxes and he puts them on a table. He leaves some of the boxes empty, and in the other boxes he puts 7 empty medium sized boxes. So let us assume that he keeps he puts these medium sized boxes in M boxes, and he leaves 10 minus M boxes empty. In each of these M boxes he puts 7 empty medium sized boxes. So what is the total number of medium sized boxes that he puts? He will be putting 7M boxes, 7M medium sized boxes. Again, from these medium sized boxes he keeps some of them empty, and in the rest he puts 7 empty small size boxes in all the other medium sized boxes. So let us assume that in N boxes he puts small type boxes, and he leaves the remaining 7M minus N empty. Now we are told that in each of these N boxes, that what is the total number of small types boxes that he has put? He has put 7 in each one of them, so he has 7 in small boxes. Now we are told that there are 82 boxes on the table which are empty. What are the total number of empty boxes? There are 10 minus M large boxes which are empty. There are 7M minus N medium type boxes which are empty. And there are 7N small type boxes which are empty. The total for all of this is given as equal to 82. Or if you simplify the left hand side, this is equal to 10 plus 6M plus 6N is equal to 82, or 6 into M plus N is equal to 72, or M plus N is equal to 12. Now what we are asked to find out is what is the total number of boxes he used. What is the total number of boxes he used? He used 10 large boxes. What is the number of medium sized boxes he used? He used 7M medium sized boxes. And what is the number of small boxes he used? He used 7N small boxes. So we are required to find out the value of 10 plus 7M plus 7N, or we are required to find out the value of 10 plus 7 into M plus N. M plus N is equal to 12. So this will equal 10 plus 7 into 12. This is 84 plus 10, which is equal to 94. So the required answer in this case is 94. In this question, we are given a quadratic equation, that is 3x square plus 9x plus 3. All the coefficients are multiples of 3. So essentially this is x square plus 3x plus 1 into 3. This is the value of the quadratic equation. What are the sum of the roots of this quadratic equation? If you assume that the quadratic equation's roots are a and b, the value of a plus b is minus of the coefficient of x. So this is equal to minus 3. And what is the value of the product of the roots? A into b is equal to 1, which is the coefficient. Now, which is the constant term, it is not the coefficient of either x square or x. A second quadratic equation g of x is formed using both the roots a and b, but by shifting both of them to the right on the x-axis by 5 units. So basically the two roots of g of x are a plus 5 and b plus 5. We are asked to find out the sum of the roots of g of x. What is the sum of the roots of g of x? The sum of the roots will be equal to a plus 5 plus b plus 5. We know that a plus b is equal to minus 3. So the sum of the roots will be a plus b, which is minus 3 plus 10, which is equal to 7. So the sum of the roots is 7. If you are asked to find out the equation of the new quadratic equation g of x, we can calculate it because we know that the sum of the roots is 7 and the product of the roots can also be calculated. This will be a plus 5 into b plus 5. This is equal to ab plus 5 times a plus b plus 25. What is the value of AB? That is equal to 1 plus 5 times a plus b will be 5 into minus 3, which is equal to minus 15 plus 25. So the product of the roots is 25 minus 15 is 10 plus 1 is 11. So the new quadratic equation will be 3 times x square minus sum of the roots, which is 7x, plus the product of the roots, which is 11. This will be the new quadratic equation. But anyway, the sum of the roots is what we are required to calculate. That is equal to 7. In this question, we are told that x and y are integers such that modulus of x plus 3 is less than 7 and modulus of y minus 4 is less than 8. And we are required to find out the difference between the maximum and minimum value of x plus xy plus y. So using these two inequalities, we can find the ranges for x and y. Then we'll try to find out the minimum and maximum value of x plus xy plus y. So if you are looking at the first inequality, we are told that modulus of x plus 3 is less than 7. When you are told that modulus of any variable like say p is less than a positive number q, what it implies is that p lies between minus q and plus q. So in this particular case, it would imply that x plus 3 will lie between minus 7 and plus 7. So if you subtract 3 from all the three inequalities, you are going to get that minus 10 is less than x is less than 4. Similarly, if you are looking at the inequality for y, modulus of y minus 4 is less than 8. This would imply that minus 8 is less than y minus 4 is less than 8. If you are adding 4 everywhere, it would imply that minus 4 is less than y is less than 12. Now what is the expression that we are looking to find the maximum and minimum value for? It is x plus xy plus y. Now the interesting thing about this expression is that we can convert it into a product of x plus 1 into x minus 1. Whenever you have x, y and xy, it is always good to convert this into x plus a into y plus b format. So in this particular case, if you are adding plus 1 and minus 1, this expression, that is x plus y plus xy plus 1, is essentially equal to x plus 1 into y plus 1, and then you have minus 1. So if you have the ranges for x and y, we can easily calculate the ranges for x plus 1 and y plus 1. So the range for x plus 1 is from minus 9 to 5. Similarly, the range for y plus 1 is from minus 3 to 13. We are told that x and y are integers. So x plus 1 and y plus 1 will also be integers. So x plus 1 will belong to either minus 8 or minus 7 or minus 6 or dot 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 1, 2, 3 and 4. Because over here we have strict inequalities. Similarly, the range for y plus 1 will be from minus 2, minus 1, 0, dot dot dot, and it will be 9, 10, 11 and 12. Now if you are trying to maximize the product of x plus 1 and y plus 1, we would want both of them to be of the same sign and have extreme values. That is, both of them should either be negative and at the corners of the negatives, or both of them should be positive and at the extreme ends of positive. If you are taking the negative side, minus 8 into minus 2 is 16. If you're taking the positive side, 4 into 12 is 48. So clearly 48 is higher. So the maximum value of the given expression will be 4 into 12, which will be the maximum value of x plus 1 into y plus 1 minus 1. So this is 4 into 12 minus 1, which is equal to 48 minus 1, which is 47. This is the maximum value of the expression. What is the minimum value of the expression? In the minimum value of the expression, you want again both of them to be on the extreme sides, but you want one of them to be positive and one of them to be negative. So if you're looking at one extreme, it is minus 8 into 12, which is minus 96, and the other extreme is 4 into minus 2, which is minus 8. Clearly the smaller number is minus 8 into 12, which is minus 96, and again you have to add minus 1. So this is equal to minus 97. So the difference between the maximum and minimum is 47 minus of minus 97. So this becomes equal to plus 97, or that is equal to 144. That is the difference between the maximum and minimum value of the expression. In this question, we are told that the sum of all the two-digit numbers which give a remainder of a when divided by 7 is 654, and we are required to find out what is the value of a. So to understand the question, let us first look at the two-digit numbers that are there from 10 to 99. The smallest two-digit number is 10. The remainder when this is divided by 7 is 3. The next number is 11. This leaves a remainder of 4, and so on. The highest number that is there, two-digit number, is 99. This leaves a remainder of 1 when divided by 7. So if you are looking for all the numbers which leave a remainder of 3, for example, when divided by 7, the numbers that you are going to get are 10, the next one will be 17, next will be 24, and dot dot dot. And what will be the final number? The final number will be 91 plus 4, which is 94. Similarly, if you are looking for four-digit number, the numbers which leave a remainder of 4, it will be 11, 18, dot dot dot, and the last two-digit number will be 95. The numbers which leave a remainder of 5 when divided by 7 will be 12, 12, 19, dot 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 dot, and the last one will be 96. The numbers which leave a remainder of 6 will be 13, 20, dot dot dot, 97. The numbers which leave a remainder of 0 or 7 will be 14, 21, dot 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 dot, and the last number will be 98. The numbers which leave a remainder of 1 will be 15, 22, dot 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 till 99, and the numbers which leave a remainder of 2 will be 16, 23, dot 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 dot, and the last number will be 93. Now we are told that the sum of this series is 654, and we are required to find out what is the series, and once we find out what the series is, we will have to find out what is the remainder when each one of them is divided by 7. So if you look at it, we will first calculate the number of terms in each of the series, and we also know that all of them are arithmetic progressions, so we can easily calculate their sum and find out which one of them actually matches 654. For example, the first one, the number of terms in this will be 94 minus 10, that is 84, divided by 7, that is 12, plus 1. So there are 13 terms. This is basically 94 minus 10, that is the last term minus the first term, divided by the common difference, plus 1. Similarly, if you look at the next one, it is 95 minus 11, again 84, by 7 is 12, plus 1 is again 13. This also is 96 minus 12, so 84, so this also will have 13 terms. This also will have 13 terms because 97 minus 13 is 84. This also will have 13 terms. 99 minus 15, this also will have 13 terms because 99 minus 15 divided by 7 plus 1 is 13. If you look at the last one, it is 93 minus 16. So this is equal to 77 by 7 plus 1. So this is 77 by 7 is 11 plus 1 is 12. Now we can easily calculate the sum of all of these terms. We know the number of terms, we know the first term, and we also know the common difference. So for any arithmetic progression, the sum of the series is n by 2, where n is the number of terms, into 2a, where a is the first term, plus n minus 1 into d. This is the formula for the sum of an arithmetic progression. Now you can calculate it. There are 7 progressions and you can calculate it and find out which one of them actually equals 654. Or if you actually notice it, all 6 of these progressions have 13 terms and the 7th one has 12 terms. So if you look at 654, 654 is not a multiple of 13. You should have, because if you look at it, Sn is n by 2 into 2a plus n minus 1 into d. So 2 into Sn should have n into 2a plus n minus 1 into d. So the number of terms should be a factor of 2 into the sum. Now if you look at the sum, this is 654 and 13 is a prime number. So 2 into 654 will also not be a multiple of 13. So you can straight away rule out that none of these 6 progressions will sum up to 654. The only progression that you will have to actually check is that of 2. You can actually put the answer as 2 because that is the only one left. But just for confirmation, let us calculate the sum of the arithmetic progression and then we will see that it will actually come to 654. You can also notice that 654 into 2, this will be a multiple of 12 because this is divisible by 3 and 654 is actually divisible by 6. So 6 into 2 will be a multiple of 12. Anyway, we can find out the sum of the last progression. This will be n by 2, so this is 12 by 2 into 2a is 2 into 16, that is 32, plus n minus 1, so that is 11, into d. The common difference of all these arithmetic progressions is 7. So this is 7. So this will be 6 into 32 plus 77. 32 plus 77 is 109. This, as we have expected, is coming to 654. You can use the same trick to calculate the sum of the arithmetic progressions of all the remaining series also. You will notice that none of them will actually come up to 654 and all of them will actually be multiples of 13. So anyway, the correct answer is the value of A is 2. In this question, we are given a modulus of a logarithm. We are told that this equals 1. We are required to find out what is the number of possible values of x. So let us try to solve this equation. So when you are given that mod of a is equal to 1, it would imply that either a is equal to 1 or a is equal to minus 1. There are only 2 possibilities, so we will consider both the cases. The first case we will consider is that once you remove the logarithm, it is equal to 1. So this is case 1. Log of 3x minus 2 to the base 6x plus 4 is equal to 1. In this case, 3x minus 2 will equal 6x plus 4, or if you simplify, 3x is equal to minus 6 or x is equal to minus 2. Now this would happen if log of 3x minus 2 to the base 6x plus 4 is equal to 1. But in this case, 3x minus 2 will equal minus 8, so the logarithm will not be defined. So this case doesn't exist, or in this case there will be no possible values of x. Now let us consider the second and final case, case 2, where log of 3x minus 2 to the base 6x plus 4 is equal to minus 1. In this case, if you are trying to simplify, this would imply that 3x minus 2 is equal to 6x plus 4 to the power minus 1, or this will equal 1 by 6x plus 4. So again we can cross multiply. So this will be 3x minus 2 into 6x plus 4 is equal to 1, or 18x square minus 12x plus 12x minus 8 is equal to 1, or x square is equal to 1 by 2. This is what you are going to get if you simplify this quadratic equation. Therefore x can equal plus or minus 1 by root 2. Now we have one final step. We will have to see if the logarithm is defined for plus or minus 1 by root 2. If you look at minus 1 by root 2, 3x minus 2 will be minus 3 by root 2 minus 2, which is negative, and in this case the logarithm is not defined. So x is equal to minus 1 by root 2 will not happen. It will not be a valid solution. If you are looking at the final one, which is x is equal to 1 by root 2, in this case 3x minus 2 will equal 3 by root 2 minus 2. Now root 2 will be something similar to 1.41. So 3 by root 2, which is 3 by 1.4, will be greater than 2. Therefore 3x minus 2 will be a positive number when x is equal to 1 by root 2. In this case, the logarithm will be defined. So the only possible solution for the given equation is x is equal to 1 by root 2, and we are required to find out the number of possible values. So in this case, the answer is 1. In this question, we are told that there is a regular pentagon that is given, which is ABCDE. A line is drawn from A to F such that the length of AB is equal to the length of AF, and we are also told that angle DCF is 90 degrees, and we are supposed to calculate the value of angle FAE. This is the angle we are supposed to calculate. In a regular pentagon, each of the interior angles will equal 108 degrees. So let us draw this diagram again and let us try to see how we can solve this. So let us assume that this is the regular pentagon that is given. You have 5 sides in a regular pentagon. All of them will be equal, and say something like this is the regular pentagon that is given. Now we are told that there is a perpendicular that is drawn from one of the sides, and this is connected to the apex. This is the diagram that is given to us. This is A, this is B, this is C, D and E, and this is F. Let us assume that each side of this regular pentagon is of length A. So AB is equal to A and AF is equal to A. Similarly, CD is also equal to A. So what we will do is we will construct a line or a point which is exactly similar to F but on the other side. So we will draw another perpendicular from D this time, and we will also make it meet the line from A such that this point is G, and everything else about this point G is the same as the point F. Over here the length of AG is also equal to A, which is the same as the length of AE, and this is also perpendicular. We can always find a point which is exactly the same but on the other side. Now if you look at it, there is a lot of symmetry in this diagram. Let us connect the points F and G. By symmetry, FG will be parallel to CD, and C, D, F and G, this will be a rectangle. The length of CD is equal to A, so the length of FG will also equal A. So this is an equilateral triangle, that is AFG is an equilateral triangle. Every angle in an equilateral triangle will equal 60 degrees. So this is 60, this is 60 and this is 60 degrees. Similarly, we have the angle BAG to be equal to the angle GAF. Let both the angles be equal to say X. So what we know over here is that 60 plus X is equal to 108 degrees, which is the initial angle A, which is itself is 108 degrees because it is an interior angle of a regular pentagon, or X will equal 108 minus 60, which is 48 divided by 2, which is 24 degrees. Therefore, what we are supposed to calculate is angle FAE, which is equal to 60 plus X. So the value of 60 plus X, which is angle FAE, is equal to 60 plus 24, which is equal to 84 degrees. In this question, we are told that there is a telecom company and which decided to come up with new SIM cards. Now, it has been told that the first 4 digits of the phone number have to be 7809. So this has to be 7809, but the remaining 6 digits can be chosen from the 10 digits. But all these 6 digits should be unique, there should be no repetition, and they should be in ascending order. We are required to find out in how many ways can a phone number be allotted. So the first thing to note is that if you have selected 6 unique numbers, there is only exactly one way in which you can arrange them in an ascending order. If you are given any 6 numbers, there is only one way in which all of them will be arranged in an ascending order. Now, what is the number of ways in which you can select 6 unique numbers out of 10 digits? That is 10C6, which is equal to 10C4. Both of them will be the same. So once you selected the 6 numbers, there is only one way in which you can arrange them. That is, you are going to get one 10-digit phone number after adding 7809 to the start. So the number of phone numbers that can be generated is equal to 10C4. You can simplify this, and it is going to equal 10 into 9 into 8 into 7 divided by 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 is 24. 9 into 8 is 72. So 72 by 24 will equal 3. So the number of phone numbers that can be generated is 10 into 3 into 7, which is equal to 210. This is the answer. It is given that n is a positive number, positive integer, and n plus 1 is a factor of n factorial. It is also given that n lies between 1 and 100, and we are asked to find out what is the total number of values that n can take. So n varies from 1 to 100, and n plus 1 varies from 2 to 101. Now n plus 1 is a factor of n factorial. Now, to count the number of values of n that is possible, let us try to find out the number of values of n for which this is not possible, and then subtract it from the total number of values. Total number of values of n that is possible is clearly 100. Now let us try to find out the number of values of n for which n plus 1 is not a factor of n factorial. Now whenever n plus 1 is a prime, it is not a factor of n factorial. There is actually a theorem for this called Wilson's theorem. We will just explain it in brief. This is a theorem on prime numbers. So if p is a prime number, then p minus 1 factorial plus 1 is a multiple of p. So for example, 4 factorial plus 1 is a multiple of 5. In this case, this is equal to 25. Similarly, 6 factorial plus 1 is a multiple of 7. In this case, this will be 721, which is equal to 103 into 7. Similarly, 10 factorial plus 1 will be a multiple of 11. So whenever you have a prime p, p minus 1 factorial plus 1 is a multiple of that prime. We can actually apply it here because n plus 1 is a prime number. N plus 1 divides n factorial plus 1. Therefore, n plus 1 will not divide n factorial. This is also quite intuitive. A prime number has no factors less than it. So this is true. So the number of primes which are between 2 and 101, number of primes numbers in the given set is 26. One common thing that we should remember is the number of prime numbers which are less than 100 is 25, and because 101 is also a prime number, this becomes 26. So we know that there are 26 numbers which are definitely in which this doesn't work, where n plus 1 is a factor of n factorial. Let us try to see if there are any other numbers where n plus 1 is not a factor of n factorial. We can observe that amongst the small numbers, 4 is not a multiple of 3 factorial, which is equal to 6. So other than this 26 prime numbers and 4, every other number solves this this condition. So the total number of ways in which the answer is 100, which is the total number of numbers in the set, minus 26 all the prime numbers, minus 1 where for the small number of 3 this doesn't work. This is 73. So the answer in this case is 73, for which if you just know Wilson's theorem, or if you have an intuitive feel of prime numbers, you will be able to answer these kind of questions. In this question we are told that there are 3 vessels P, Q and R, and all of them contain solutions of water and alcohol. So each of them has a different mixture of water and alcohol. This is P, this is Q and this is R. The ratio of water and alcohol in P and Q are given, that is 2:3 and 1:4. The ratio of water and alcohol in vessel R is not given, but we are told that if you combine Q and R in the ratio 1:2, the resultant mixture will have water and alcohol in the ratio 4:11. Now we have to find out the percentage of water in a mixture which has P, Q and R in the ratio 3:5:2. So how are we going to do this? We'll first use the information that is given about Q and R being mixed in the ratio 1:2 and the final ratio of water and alcohol that is given as 4:11. So we'll use this information to calculate the ratio of water and alcohol in R. Once we calculate it, then we will use the new ratios, that is 3:5:2, to calculate how much water is there in that final mixture. So let us first use the ratio of 1:2. How do we do that? We'll assume that in 1 liter of R, there is say A liters of water, and therefore the amount of alcohol will be 1 minus A. So basically we are saying the ratio is A:1 minus A. Now we are adding 2 liters of R and 1 liter of Q because the ratio is 1:2. So in 2 liters of R, how much water will be there? It will be 2A. And in 1 liter of Q, how much water will be there? It will be plus 1 by 1 plus 4, that is 1 by 5. So in a total of 3 liters of the solution, which contains 2 liters of R and 1 liter of Q, you have 2A plus 1 by 5 amount of water in it. But we know that the ratio of water is to alcohol is 4:11. Therefore in 3 liters of the solution, how much water is there? It is 3 into 4 by 4 plus 11. That is 3 into 4 is 12 by 15. This is equal to 4 by 5. What this implies is that 2A plus 1 by 5 is equal to 4 by 5, or 2A is equal to 3 by 5, or A is equal to 3 by 10. So in R, the ratio of water is to alcohol is 3 by 10 is to 7 by 10, or that is equal to 3:7. Now we are told that in the final mixture we have P, Q and R in the ratio 3:5:2, and we are required to find out what is the percentage of water in the mixture. 3 plus 5 is 8 plus 2 is 10. So we'll assume that we are having a total of 100 liters of the final mixture, of which 30 liters will come from P, 50 liters will come from Q, and 20 liters will come from R. So in the 30 liters of P, how much water is there? It will be 2 by 2 plus 3, that is 2 by 5 into 30, plus in the 50 liters of Q, how much water will be there? It is 50 into 1 by 1 plus 4. So that is 1 by 5 into 50, plus in the 20 liters of R, how much water will be there? It is 3 by 3 plus 7 into 20. So that is 3 by 10 into 20. So in the 100 liters of the new mixture, the amount of water that is there is 2 by 5 into 30. So this is 6. 1 by 5 is 10. 1 by 5 into 50. And 3 by 10 into 20 is again 2. So this is 12 plus 10 plus 6, which is equal to 28. So in the 100 liters of the new mixture, we have 28 liters of water. So the percentage of water in the new mixture is 28%. In this question, it is given that a man can complete a job in 40 days by working 6 hours a day. And he started the work, and on the second day, another person who is twice as efficient as him joined. On the third day, another person joined who is 3 times as efficient as the first person. And this process continued till the entire work is completed. We are also told that each of the day, these guys used to work for 8 hours every day, each of these days. And we are supposed to find out on after how many days was the work actually completed. So let us assume that the first person used to do 1 unit of work every hour. Therefore, in 6 hours that he used to work every day, he would have completed 6 units. By completing 6 units of work every day, how many days did it take him? It took him 40 days. So the total work that needs to be completed is equal to 40 into 6, which is equal to 240 units. On the first day, he alone was working and he worked for 8 hours, because this is a new schedule, and in this schedule every one of them was working for 8 hours every day. So first day he completed 8 units of work. On the second day he completed 8 units of work, but another person joined him on the second day who was twice as efficient as this person. So that person has completed 16 units of work. So the total work done is 24 units on the second day. On the third day, these two guys have completed as usual 8 plus 16, and another person joined who was 3 times as efficient as the first person. So that person has completed 24 units, which is 8 into 3. So the total work done on the third day is 8 plus 16, that is 24 plus 24, which is 48. On the fourth day, these 3 guys have completed 8 plus 16 plus 24, and a fourth guy has joined who is 4 times as efficient as the first person. So he completed 32 units of work. So what is the total work done? The total work done on the fourth day is 80. Now let us see what is the total work done at the end of the first day. At the end of the first day, 8 units of work was done. 24 units of work were done on the second day. So the total work done by the end of the second day is 24 plus 8, which is 32. By the end of the third day, another 48 units of work was done. So the total work done is 48 plus 32, which is 80. On the fourth day, 80 units of work were done. So by the end of the fourth day, the total work done is 80 plus 80, which is 160. What is the total work that needs to be completed? It is 240. So on the fifth day, the first person has completed 8 units of work. The second person has completed 16. The third person has completed 24. The fourth person has completed 32. And now a fifth person has joined who completes 8 into 5. So that is 40 units of work. Or the total work done on the fifth day is 120. So by the end of the fifth day, if the work was there, the total work that would have been completed is 280 units, which is 160 plus 120. The total work that needs to be completed is 240 units. So between the fourth and the fifth day, that is on the fifth day, the work is completed. So the correct answer is fifth day. In this question, we are told that a company purchases 30 barrels of oil every month starting from March 2020, and the price of oil keeps changing. In March, the price is $25. In April, the price increases by $10, so it becomes 35. In May, the price increases again by $10, so it becomes equal to 45. In June, it again increases by $10, so this becomes equal to 55. In July, again it increases by $10, so it becomes 65. And in August, the price again increases by $10, so it becomes equal to 75. So what is the average cost of the barrel? Because the amount of oil bought every month is the same, the average cost will be the average of these 6 numbers. What is the sum of these 6 numbers? The sum of the 6 numbers is 25 plus 75 is 100, 35 plus 65 is 100, 45 plus 55 is 100. So the sum of these 6 numbers is 100 plus 100 plus 100, which is 300. So the average cost will be equal to 300 divided by 6, which is equal to $50. Now when he is selling, he sold 50% of the barrels at $45. And half the remaining, how much is remaining? 50% is remaining, so half of that is 25%. So this 25% was sold at $50. And the remaining, that is the remaining 25%, was sold at $70. So what is the average selling price? The average selling price will be equal to $45 into 50, which is equal to $22.5, plus $50 into 25%, which is equal to 12.5, plus $70 into 25%, which is equal to 17.5. So the average selling price is equal to 22.5 plus 12.5 plus 17.5, which is equal to $52.5. So what is the profit percentage? The profit percentage is the selling price minus the cost price, which is equal to 2.5, divided by the cost price, which is 50, into 100. This is the average profit percentage. So this is 2, or the average profit percentage is 5%. So the firm gets a profit of 5%. So let us look at the question. We are given 2 equations. The first equation says that it is a plus modulus of b is equal to 12, and the second equation says that modulus of a plus b is equal to 9, and we are required to find out how many values of a and b satisfy this equation. So over here, the only variable is modulus sign of a and modulus sign of b. So let us consider 4 cases. What are the 4 cases that we will consider? Because the inflection points over here is 0 for a and 0 for b. So let us consider the case where a is greater than 0 and b is greater than 0. The second case we will consider a is greater than 0 but b is less than 0. The third case we will consider a is less than 0 but b is greater than 0. And in the last case we will consider a is less than 0 and b is less than 0. If a is greater than 0 and b is greater than 0, the first equation will be simply transformed to a plus b is equal to 12, and the second equation will also become equal to a plus b is equal to 9. So clearly both a plus b cannot be 12 and 9 both at the same time. So this case has no solutions. Similarly, if you're looking at the last case where a is less than 0 and b is less than 0, the first equation will be a minus b is equal to 12. And the second equation, which is modulus of a plus b, will become equal to minus a plus b is equal to 9. If you look at the left hand side of both these equations, one is a minus b and the other is b minus a. So both of them should be the same in number but different in signs. Essentially, if you are adding both of these equations, the left hand side will get cancelled, so this will be equal to 0, and the right hand side will become equal to 12 plus 9, which is 21. So clearly again this also has no solutions. Now let us look at the case where a is greater than 0. So modulus of a will be equal to a and b is less than 0. So modulus of b is equal to minus b. So now the first equation will become equal to a minus b is equal to 12, and the second equation will become equal to a plus b is equal to 9. So now if you solve this, if you add both of them, you will get 2a is equal to 12 plus 9, which is 21, or the value of a is equal to 12 plus 9, that is 21 divided by 2, which is 10.5. So what is the value of b? Value of b is 9 minus a, that is 9 minus 10.5, which is minus 1.5. So in this case, a is greater than 0 and b is less than 0. So this is a valid solution. Let us look at the last case where a is less than 0 and b is greater than 0. So modulus of a will be minus a and modulus of b will be equal to b. So what do the two equations look like? A plus b will be equal to a plus modulus of b will be a plus b. This will equal 12, and modulus of a plus b is equal to 9, or this is minus a plus b is equal to 9. So again you can solve these equations. This time if you add both of them, you will get the value of b to be equal to 12 plus 9, that is 21 divided by 2, which is 10.5, and the value of a will be equal to 12 minus b, that is 12 minus 10.5, which is 1.5. In this case, b is greater than 0, b is equal to 10.5, and a, which is equal to 1.5, is also greater than 0, but this is a contradiction. You want a to be less than 0. So this also is not a valid solution. So the only valid solution is a is equal to 10.5 and b is equal to minus 1.5. So the given system has exactly one ordered pair a comma b which satisfy the given equation. In this question, we are given a quadratic equation ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, and we are told that the roots of this equation have different signs. Then which of the following statements is definitely false? So suppose the two roots are alpha and beta. If alpha and beta are of opposite signs, the only thing that we can say is that the product of alpha and beta will be negative. So what we can conclude from whatever has been given in the question is that alpha into beta is less than 0 because they are of opposite signs. We can't say anything about alpha plus beta, because if the root which is less than 0 is very small and the root which is greater than 0 is very big, the absolute values, then alpha plus beta will be greater than 0, and the other way around, the sum will be less than 0. So we can't conclude much about alpha and beta just based on the information that they are of different signs. But what we can definitely conclude is that because they are of different signs, their product will be less than 0. Now we always know that ax square plus bx plus c, if this is the quadratic equation which equals 0, we know that alpha plus beta, if alpha and beta are their roots, will equal minus b by a, and alpha into beta will equal c by a. So what we can conclude by the information that is given is that alpha into beta, that is c by a, is less than 0. Now let us look at the options that are given. Notice again that we can't conclude much about alpha plus beta, that is we can't conclude much about minus b by a. So if you look at the first option, a is positive and c is negative. So c by a will be negative. So we can't conclude that this is definitely false. So this is not the correct answer. Similarly, if you are looking at the second option, a is negative and c is positive. Even in this case, c by a will be negative. So this can be true. We can't definitely conclude that this is false. So this is also not the correct answer. If you are looking at option D, a is negative and c is positive again. So c by a will be negative. So this also is not the correct answer. If you are looking at option C, it mentions that a is positive and c is positive. If a is positive and c is positive, c by a will definitely be greater than 0. we know that this is definitely false because we know that c by a is less than 0. So the correct answer is option C, which is definitely false. In this question, we are given an expression. We are told that modulus of x plus 5 times modulus of x minus 32 plus modulus of 24 minus x is less than 5. And we are asked to calculate the number of non-negative integral values of x for which this inequality is true. Whenever you are given an expression which is of the form modulus of, say, an expression is less than a number a, where a is greater than 0, what it would imply is that this expression e has to lie between minus a and plus a. So if you are using the same concept over here, what it would imply is that minus 5 is less than x plus 5 times modulus of x minus 32 plus modulus of 24 minus x is less than 5. Now the inflection points for this given expression is 32 and 24. So let us consider the three cases. In the first case, we have x to be less than 24. In the second case, 24 is less than x is less than 32. And in the last case, we have x is greater than 32. If you are considering these three cases, in the first case, what is the value of modulus of x minus 32? Modulus of x minus 32, because x is less than 24, therefore it will be less than 32. So x minus 32 is negative. So modulus of x minus 32 will be equal to 32 minus x. Similarly, modulus of 24 minus x will be equal to 24 minus x. In the second interval, the value of modulus of x minus 32 will remain the same. This will be 32 minus x, because again x is less than 32, but now x is greater than 24. So modulus of 24 minus x becomes equal to x minus 24. And in the third case, both of them are positive. X minus 32 is positive and x minus 24 is positive. So the value will become equal to x minus 32 and x minus 24. Now let us substitute these values in the given expression. In the first interval, the given expression will become equal to x plus 5 times 32 minus x plus 24 minus x. If you simplify this, 5 times 32 is 160 plus 24 is 184. And the coefficient of x will be, over here you have minus 5x, minus x plus x, so this is minus 5x. Now what is the minimum value of this given expression, 184 minus 5x? Because x is less than 24, the maximum possible value of 5x is 120. So 184 minus 5x will always be greater than or equal to 180 minus 5 times 24 is 120. So this is always greater than or equal to 64. And you want this expression to lie between 5 and minus 5. So in this interval, it will never happen, because in this interval, the value is equal to 184 minus 5x, which is always greater than or equal to 64 as x is less than 24. In the second case, if x is lying between 24 and 32, what is the value of the expression? It will become equal to x plus 5 times modulus of x minus 32 will become equal to 5 times 32 minus x plus modulus of 24 minus x will become equal to plus x minus 24. This is equal to 5 into 32 is 160 minus 24 is 136. Minus the coefficient of x will be x plus x is 2x minus 5x is minus 3x. What is the minimum value of this expression? It will happen when x is 32. 32 into 3 is 96. So 136 minus 96 is 40. So in this given interval, again, the value of the expression is always greater than or equal to 40. So again, you will find no value of x in this given interval where the expression will lie between minus 5 and plus 5. Let us look at the last interval. When x is greater than 32, what does the expression become? It becomes equal to x plus 5 times x minus 32 plus x minus 24. This is equal to x plus 5x is 6x plus x is 7x minus 5 times 32 is 160 minus 24 is 184. In this case, what is the minimum value of the given expression? It will again happen when x is 32. 32 into 7 is 224. 224 minus 184 is 40. So again, in this interval, the expression is always greater than or equal to 40. So you will never find a value of x for which the given expression will lie between minus 5 and plus 5. So the number of integral values, non-zero integral values of x is equal to 0. In this question we are told that an infinite geometric progression has the sum equal to 10 and we are required to find out the possible integral values of each of the first terms of all such possible geometric progressions. So whenever you hear about an infinite geometric progression, what exactly does it mean? It means that a geometric progression is of the form ar square dot 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 and ar to the power infinity. Basically there are infinite such numbers. Now an infinite geometric progression is defined only if the value of r, that is the modulus of r, is less than 1. So each of the terms, the absolute value of the terms is actually decreasing, and for those kind of geometric progressions we have the sum possible. So for example, for any geometric progression where the first term is a and the common ratio is r and the number of terms is equal to n, the sum of the geometric progression is a into 1 minus r to the power n by 1 minus r. Now for an infinite geometric progression, modulus of r is less than 1. So r to the power n, as n becomes very large, if n becomes infinity, r to the power n becomes very close to 0. So the sum of a infinite geometric progression is equal to a by 1 minus r. Notice that in this case r to the power n or r to the power infinity is assumed to be 0. So the value of this geometric progression is, sum of the geometric progression is a by 1 minus r. Over here we are told that there is a infinite geometric progression such that its sum is equal to 10 and we are required to find out all the possible values of the r, of all the possible values of the first term, which is a. Now as we discussed earlier, for an infinite geometric progression the modulus of r is less than 1 and it is greater than 0. So r lies between 1 and minus 1 and r will not equal 0 because common ratio of 0 doesn't make any sense. So over here we can easily calculate the value of a. So a is equal to 10 into 1 minus r, or a by 10 is equal to 1 minus r, or r is equal to 1 minus a by 10. Here we know the boundaries of r. We know that r lies between minus 1 and 1, so we can easily calculate the boundaries for a. So 1 minus a by 10 will lie between minus 1 and plus 1. Or if we subtract 1 from all the inequalities, minus 2 is less than minus a by 10 is less than 0. If we multiply all the inequalities with minus 1, we will have to change the inequalities also. So this will become 2a by 10 and 0. But because we are multiplying with a negative number, the side of the inequality changes. So this becomes 2 is greater than a by 10 is greater than 0. Or a 20 is greater than a is greater than 0. But we also know that the common ratio r will not equal 0. So this implies that 1 minus a by 10 is not equal to 0 or a is not equal to 10. So here we know all the possible values of a. A can be 1, 2, dot 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 till 19, but a cannot equal 10. So the sum of all the possible values of a will be the sum of the first 19 natural numbers minus 10. So the sum of the first 19 natural numbers is 19 into 19 plus 1, that is 20 by 2. Remember that the sum of the first n natural numbers, that is sum of 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till n, is equal to n into n plus 1 by 2. Over here when you are substituting the value of 19 for n, we will get 19 into 20 by 2, this is equal to 190. From this sum we will have to subtract 10 because a cannot equal 10. So this will be 180. Therefore the sum of all the possible values of the first terms of geometric progressions, of infinite geometric progressions, whose sum is equal to 10 is 180. In this question we are given an inequality which involves a logarithm which says that log of x minus 4 into x minus 3 to the base x plus 1 is less than 1, and we are required to find out how many integer values of x satisfy this given inequality. If you are given any logarithm, the argument of the logarithm has to be definitely positive. Similarly, the base of the logarithm also has to be positive and it cannot equal 1. So if you're looking at these conditions first before we look at the inequality, we want x minus 4 into x minus 3 to be definitely greater than 0. This would imply that either x has to be less than 3 or x has to be greater than 4. The next condition is that the base has to be positive. That is, x plus 1 has to be greater than 0, or x has to be greater than minus 1. And we want the base to be not equal to 1. So we don't want x plus 1 to be equal to 1, or x should not equal 0. If you're looking at these conditions first before we look at the inequality, what are all the possible integral values of x that it can take? X has to be greater than minus 1 and x cannot equal 0. So the smallest possible value of x is 1. The next smallest possible value is 2. It cannot be equal to 3 or 4 because it has to be less than 3 or greater than 4. So the next possible value is 5, then 6, then 7, 8, 9 and so on till infinity. This is the domain of x before we look at the inequality. Now if you're looking at the inequality, the base is x plus 1. For all of these values, x plus 1 is greater than 1 and this has to be less than 1. So we can simply expand the logarithm and remove it, and it will become equal to x minus 4 into x minus 3 has to be less than x plus 1. If you are expanding this, this would imply that x square minus 7x plus 12 is less than x plus 1, or x square minus 8x plus 11 is less than 0. Now this is a quadratic equation which cannot be easily factorized. If you factorize this, you are going to get irrational numbers. So we can either factorize it, find the irrational numbers, find the range and then find out which of them are actually integers, or we can solve it in an easier manner. We'll complete a perfect square. As we have x square minus 8x, we'll add 5 to both sides. So the left hand side becomes equal to x square minus 8x plus 16. That is x minus 4 whole square. This is essentially equal to x square minus 8x plus 16 is less than 5. Or we want x minus 4 whole square to be less than 5. Amongst the numbers that we have seen, what are the values of x for which x minus 4 whole square is less than 5? When x is equal to 1, x minus 4 will be minus 3, its whole square will be 9. So 1 is not a solution. When x is equal to 2, x minus 4 whole square will be minus 2 whole square, which is 4. So this is a valid solution. When x is equal to 5, x minus 4 will be 1. So its whole square will be 1, which is less than 5. When x is equal to 6, x minus 4 is equal to 2. 2 whole square is 4. So this also is a valid solution. When x is equal to 7, x minus 4 will be 3. 3 whole square will be 9. So this is not a solution. Similarly, for all values of x which are greater than 7, clearly x minus 4 whole square will be greater than 5. So the only 3 integral values of the given inequality are 2, 5 and 6. So there are 3 such integral values. They are 2, 5 and 6. In this question, we are given a circle. We are given that the center of the circle is O. OB and OC are radii. So B and C are 2 points on the circle. We are also given that there is another line AB, and we are given that it intersects OC at D. OD is to DC is 2:3. We are given the angle BDC as 105 degrees and AC is equal to 11.52 centimeters. We are also given the radius of the circle. This equals 10 centimeters. We are required to find the area of triangle BOC. Now immediately after you see, we are given that sine 75 is equal to 0.96. Immediately after you see the question that we have to find the area of a circle of which we know 2 sides. We know the side OB and OC, both of them are equal to the radius. So if we can find the angle between the 2 sides, we are done, because we can find the area of the triangle using the sine rule, which is half BC sine A. So let us put down the information that we have. OB is equal to OC is equal to 10 centimeters. We also know the ratio of OD is to DC, and we know OC is equal to 10 centimeters. Therefore OD is equal to 4 centimeters and DC is equal to 6 centimeters. This is because their ratio is 2:3. This is already given. We know that AC is equal to 11.52 centimeters, and we know angle BDC is equal to 105 degrees. Therefore we know the angle ADC, that is this angle, and we know that this equals 75 degrees because they are lines, they are angles on the same straight line, and their sum will equal 180 degrees. Now there is one more thing that you will have to remember. The angle A here is half the angle at the center, because both of them are from the same chord BC. Therefore angle CAD is equal to half into angle COB. Now it is interesting because we can find out the angle CAD using sine rule. If you look at triangle ADC, in triangle ADC we know two sides and we know the angle opposite one of the sides. For example, in this we know that AC is equal to 11.52 centimeters. We know that angle ADC, which is opposite this side, is equal to 75 degrees. We also know that side DC is equal to 6 centimeters. Therefore, we can find out the angle which is opposite side CD, which is angle CAD. Let angle CAD be equal to X. Using sine rule, we know that 11.52, that is AC, by sine of the angle opposite it, which is sine 75, is equal to DC, which is equal to 6 centimeters, by sine of the angle opposite it, which is equal to sine X. If we solve for sine X, we get sine X is equal to 6 into sine 75, which has been given as 0.96, by 11.52. This you will find that it is equal to 0.5. And we know that from this equation that X is equal to 30 degrees, because sine 30 is equal to half. Now because angle CAD, this is equal to angle CAD. Therefore, angle COB, which is the angle subtended by the chord BC at the center, will be 2 times the angle subtended by the chord on the circumference. So this is equal to 2 into 30 degrees, which is equal to 60 degrees. Now we know two sides of the triangle BOC and we also know the angle between the two sides. Therefore, its area is equal to half into BC into sine A, where B and C are the sides and A is the angle between the two sides. This is equal to half into 10 into sine 30, sine 60, sorry. This becomes 10 into 10 into root 3 by 2, half into, this is equal to 25 root 3 square centimeters. This is the answer. In this question, we are told that Raghav has gone to an orphanage with 5 kids and he has 22 similar notebooks to give to the children. One of the kids demanded at least 1 book. Another kid demanded at least 2 books. Another kid demanded at least 3 books. One kid demanded at least 4. And finally, one kid demanded at least 5 books. He has managed to satisfy all of these constraints and distributed the books to the kids. We are required to find out how many ways he can actually distribute the notebooks. So let us assume that the number of books he gave to the first kid who demanded greater than or equal to 1 books is A, and to the second kid who demanded greater than or equal to 2 he gave B, to the third kid who demanded greater than or equal to 3 he gave C, to the fourth kid who demanded greater than or equal to 4 he gave D, and to the last kid who demanded greater than or equal to 5, suppose he gave E. The sum of all the notebooks with him is equal to 22. To simplify this, we will assume that the value of A is equal to A1 plus 1. We will assume that B is equal to B1 plus 2. We will assume that C is equal to C1 plus 3. We will assume that D is equal to D1 plus 4. And the value of E is equal to E1 plus 5. If you add the left hand side, it is A plus B plus C plus D plus C, which is equal to 22. And the right hand side is A1 plus B1 plus C1 plus E1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, which equals 15. Or essentially the value of A1 plus B1 plus C1 plus D1 plus E1 is equal to 7. And what are the constraints on A1, B1, C1, D1 and E1? All of them should be greater than or equal to 0. There is no other constraint, all of them are similar. So essentially we need to find out the number of non-negative integral solutions for the given equation. We know that if you have r variables which total up to n, we know the number of non-negative integral solutions. That is x1 plus x2 plus dot 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 till xr. If they are totaling up to n, the number of solutions, non-negative integral solutions for this equation is n plus r minus 1 c r minus 1. In this particular case, we have 5 variables and they are totaling up to 7. So the number of non-negative integral solutions will be 7 plus 5 minus 1, which is equal to 11, c5 minus 1, which is equal to 4. And what is the value of 11C4? This is equal to 11 into 10 into 9 into 8 divided by 4 factorial, which is 24. 9 into 8 is 72. So we'll put 3 in the numerator. 11 into 10 into 3 is 330. This is the required answer. In this question, we are told that x factorial has 3 more trailing zeros than x minus 2 factorial, and we are required to calculate the number of values that x can take if x lies between 1000 and 2000, where both are included. If you are looking at a number x, how many trailing zeros does it have? The number of trailing zeros in x factorial will be equal to the integral part of x by 5 plus integral part of x by 25 plus integral part of x by 125 plus integral part of x by 625 and so on. You'll have to continue to add powers of 5. But because x will lie between 1000 and 2000, the next power of 5, which is 3125, is redundant, because in that particular case, x by 3125, the integral part of that will be 0. Just to give a better understanding, if you are assuming that any number, say n, is say 130, then how many zeros are there at the end of 130 factorial? You divide 130 by 5, the answer will be 26. Then you divide 130 by 25, then it will be 5 point something, it will be 5.2. Then you add 5 to it, which is the integral part of 5.2. Then you divide 130 by 125. The number will be around 1.02 or something like that. So you add 1 to it. And for 130 by 625, it will be 0 point something, 0.2 something. So you'll add 0 for all the next, for all the terms that are going to come next. So the total number of zeros at the end of 130 factorial will be 26 plus 5 plus 1, which is equal to 32. In this particular case, for x, the number of zeros at the end of x factorial will be x by 5 integral part plus x by 25 plus x by 125 plus x by 625. What will the number of trailing zeros be at the end of x minus 2 factorial? It will be the integral part of x minus 2 by 5 plus x minus 2 by 25 plus x minus 2 by 125 plus x minus 2 by 625. We are told that the number of trailing zeros in the first number is greater than the second number by exactly 3. So essentially 3 out of these 4 terms, that is integral part divided by 5, 25, 125 and 625, are adding 1 each, and one of them is adding 0. So suppose, for example, just to get a better understanding, if the number x is such that it is a multiple of 625, but x minus 2 is not a multiple of 625. Something like, say, if x is 625, then x minus 2 will be 623. Then what will the preceding zeros, if you are counting the difference between both of these numbers, be? 625 divided by 5 is equal to 125, and 623 divided by 5 is the integral part will be equal to 124. So here we are going to get one number extra. Similarly, if you are dividing 625 by 25, you are going to get 25, and 625 divided by 24, you are going to get one number. 623 divided by 25, you are going to get it as 24 point something. So again, you are going to get 1 0 extra. Same is the case when you are dividing both of them by 125. 625 by 125 is 5. 623 by 125 is 4 point something. So you are going to get another 1 0 extra. Finally, 625 by 625 will give you 1, while 623 by 625 is going to give you 0. So again, you are going to get one number extra. So if the number is a multiple of 625, the number of zeros will be increased by 4 when you are comparing x and x minus 2 factorial. But you want the increase to be exactly equal to 3. What this would imply is that number x has to be a multiple of 125, x minus 2 should not be a multiple of 125, and x should not be a multiple of 625. So you want x to be a multiple of 125, but not 625. Because if x is a multiple of 625, the difference between the number of trailing zeros of x factorial and x minus 2 factorial will become equal to 4. You want it to be exactly equal to 3. And you want x minus 2 to not be a multiple of 125. How many numbers exist between 1000 and 2000, both of them included, which satisfy this criteria? The numbers will be 1000. You'll have 1125. You can't add 1250, because if you are comparing 1250 and 1248, the difference will be exactly equal to 4. You want the difference to be exactly equal to 3. So then you are going to add 1375. Then you will add 1500. Next you are going to get 1625, 1750. You can't add 1875 because 1875 is a multiple of 625. And you are going to get 2000. But one of the things that you should notice is earlier when we are comparing 625 and 623, or say if you are comparing 125 and 123, the number of trailing zeros in these two numbers, the number of trailing zeros in 125 factorial will be 3 more than the number of trailing zeros in 123 factorial. But same is the case even in 126. And if you are comparing 126 and 124, because 126, the integral part when it is divided by 125 will be 1 more than the integral part when 124 is divided by 125. So the other numbers you can add accordingly is 1001, 1126, 1376, 1501, 1626, 1751 and 2001. But 2001 cannot be counted because it is greater than 2000. We are only looking for the numbers which lie between 1000 and 2000. So the total number of numbers which satisfy this given criteria are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 into 2 is 12 plus 2000. So that is 13. So the number of values of x which lie between 1000 and 2000 such that x factorial has 3 more trailing zeros than x minus 2 factorial is equal to 13. In this question we are told that there is a company XYZ which has 3 departments P, Q and R. Now the number of employees in department P is half the number of employees in department R, and we are also told that if the total number of employees in Q and R is 280. So basically there are 3 departments and each of them have a different number of employees. So before we go through the question and all the equations or the relationships that are given, let us write down P, Q and R. These are the 3 departments. Now these are the employees that are there in each of the departments. We are told that the number of employees in department P is half of that of the number of employees in department R. So if you are assuming that P has A employees, R will have 2A employees. We are also told that the total number of employees in Q and R is 280. So what is the number of employees in Q? It will be equal to 280 minus the number of employees in R, which is 2A. If 20 employees from the department R are transferred to the department Q, then the ratio of the number of employees in department P to that of Q will be the same as the number of employees in Q to R. So if 20 employees are transferred from R to Q, the number of employees in R will be 2A minus 20, and the number of employees in Q will increase by 20, so they will become 300 minus 2A, and the number of employees in P will remain unchanged, so they will still remain A. Now we are told that the ratio of P to Q is the same as the ratio of Q to R, and we are supposed to find out what is the number of employees in R. That is, we are supposed to find out what is the value of 2A. So the given equation will imply that A by 300 minus 2A is equal to 300 minus 2A divided by 2A minus 20. If you cross multiply, you're going to get a quadratic equation which will have 2 roots. So we'll have to solve and find out the value of A. So if you cross multiply, this will get you 2A square minus 20A is equal to 300 minus 2A whole square, which will equal 4A square minus 1200A plus 300 whole square, so that is 90,000. Or you can simplify this as 2A square minus 1180A plus 90,000 is equal to 0. You can divide the entire equation by 2. So this will be A square minus 590A plus 90,000 divided by 2 is 45,000 is equal to 0. Now easily you can find out the 2 roots of this. You can factorize this. As you can see, the sum of roots is 590 and the product of the roots is 45,000. So you would understand that the 2 roots will be 590. That is A minus 500 into A minus 90 is equal to 0. If you factorize the given quadratic equation, you are going to get A minus 500 into A minus 90 is equal to 0. Or the value of A can be either 500 or it can be 90. Now can the value of A be actually equal to 500? The value of A cannot be equal to 500 because we know that the number of employees in Q is 280 minus 2A, which has to be a positive number. It can't be negative. You can't have minus 100 people in any department. The number of people in any department will be greater than or equal to 0. So A cannot equal 500. So the value of A has to be equal to 90. So the number of people in R, which is equal to 2A, will equal 180. In this question, it is told that a car is moving towards P from Q. So we have a line like this. We have 2 points Q and P. The car is going from Q towards P. After 2 hours, it develops some fault. So after 2 hours, it develops a fault because of which the speed of the vehicle drops by 20%. This results in a delay of 2 hours. So let us assume that the point at which it reaches after 2 hours is say R. And let us assume that the original time it would have taken for the car to go from R to P is say T hours. Now the speed has reduced by 20%. So what is the time taken by the car? The time would be T divided by 80%. That is equal to T divided by 0.8. This will be equal to 1.25 T. So normally it would have taken T hours to go from R to P, but because of the reduced speed, it is taking 1.25 T hours. This difference, that is the increase of 0.25 T, is told to us, and this equals 2 hours. So this is equal to 2, or the value of T is equal to 8 hours. So essentially what we are told is that normally without any decrease from R to P it would have taken 8 hours. So the overall journey from Q to P would have been 10 hours. What we are asked to find out is after how many hours should the fault have developed to reduce the delay to 1 hour. So let us assume that again the car is going from Q to P. This is Q and this is P. As we have decided earlier, the original time it would have taken is 10 hours. But after a point of time, let us say this is say another point say T, the fault develops, and because of which the delay is only 1 hour. So let us assume that originally it would have taken X hours to go from T to P, but because of the delay it is now taking 5x by 4 hours, which is equal to 1.25x. This is the same as we have discussed earlier, because from T to P the speed has reduced by 20%. So instead of X hours, it will be taking X by 80%, which is equal to 1.25 X hours. Now the difference between 1.25x and X, that is 0.25x, is supposed to be only 1 hour. So this will equal 1, or the value of X is equal to 4 hours. So if the remaining time to reach P is only 4 hours, and if the speed decreases at this point, it would have taken, instead of 4 hours, it would have taken 5 hours, or the delay would have been 1 hour. This would imply that from Q to T, it would have had to travel for 6 hours, and the remaining time should have been only 4 hours, for which the delay would be 1 hour. So the answer in this case, after how many hours should the fault have developed, is 6 hours. In this question, it is given that the selling price of 16 pence is the same as the cost price of 25 pence. So let us assume that the cost price of 1 pen is equal to rupees 100. This will just help us in making the calculations easier. Therefore, the cost price of 25 pence is 2500. Now we are told that the cost price of 25 pence is equal to the selling price of 16 pence. Therefore, the selling price of 16 pence is equal to 2500 by 16. 2500. So the selling price of 1 pen is equal to 2500 by 16. This is the selling price of 1 pen. Now the total discount that is offered on 50 pence is the same as the selling price of 14 pence. The selling price of 1 pen is given, therefore the selling price of 14 pence will equal 25 by 16 into 100 into 14. This is the selling price of 14 pence. We are told that this is the same as the discount that is offered on 50 pence. So therefore the discount on 50 pence is the same as this number. Therefore the discount on 1 pen will be just this number divided by 50. So that will equal 25 by 16 into 100 into 14 into 1 by 50. So we can cancel this as 2. So this will equal 25 by 16 into 28. This is the discount that is given on 1 pen. Now we are required to find out the markup percentage. So we know the discount that is offered on 1 pen. We know the selling price of 1 pen. So we can calculate the marked price of 1 pen. The marked price of 1 pen is the selling price plus the discount. So the marked price of 1 pen is 2500, that is 25 by 16 into 100 plus 25 by 16 into 28. This is the discount. This will equal, if you take 25 by 16 common, 100 plus 28, that is 128. Now 16 into 8 is 128. So the marked price is 25 into 8, which is 200. This is the marked price of a pen when we assume that the cost price is 100. Therefore the markup percentage will equal 200 by 100 minus 1. This is 2 minus 1, that is 1, which is equal to 100%. So the required answer is 100%. So in this question, Ramesh and his son were born on the same day, and the age of Ramesh was 4 times the age of his son when he was as old as his son is today. So let us assume that this is Ramesh and this is his son. Let us assume that their current ages are R and S. When Ramesh was as old as his son is today, so when Ramesh was S years old, what is the age of his son? The age of his son was S by 4. So essentially, if you're trying to figure out how many years ago are we talking about, we are talking about R minus S years. So if you subtract R minus S from his son's age right now, that will equal S minus of R minus S. That would be his son's age at that point. So this is equal to 2S minus R. Because note that the difference in Ramesh's age and his son's age will always be the same. It will be equal to R minus S. So when Ramesh is S years old, his son would be equal to S minus R minus S, which is equal to 2S minus R years. This we are told is 1/4 of Ramesh's age at that time, or S is equal to 4 times 2S minus R, or S is equal to 8S minus 4R, or 7S is equal to 4R, or the value of S is equal to 4 by 7 into R. So if you know Ramesh's age, you just multiply it with 4 by 7 to get his son's age. We are told that Ramesh is at least 45 years old. That is, R is definitely greater than or equal to 45, and his son is definitely not more than 30 years old, and S is less than or equal to 30 years old. And we are looking at their birthdays, the age on their birthdays. So we have R and S to be natural numbers, and we are required to calculate the value of R and S. Because both R and S are natural numbers, because we are talking about their age on their birthday, let us try to figure out the value of R, which is a multiple of 7. R is greater than or equal to 45, so the smallest multiple of 7 is 49. So if R is equal to 49, what is the value of S? S will be equal to 4 by 7 into 49. This is 7, or this is 4 into 7, which is 28. Let us look at the next multiple of 7, that is when R is equal to 56. What will the value of S be equal to? S will be equal to 4 by 7 into 56. This is 8, or 4 into 8 is 32. But we know that S is less than or equal to 30. So this case and all the other cases where R is greater than 56 will not be valid, because the value of S will be greater than 30. So the only possible solution is that R is equal to 49 and S is equal to 28. And the sum of their ages is 49 plus 28, which is equal to 77. So the required answer is 77. In this question, we are told that there is a graph of y is equal to x square minus 8x plus 13, and that this is symmetric with respect to the line x is equal to c, and we are required to find out the value of c. So the first step to do that is first draw the graph of x square minus 8x plus 13 and try to figure out what is the value of c. Before we do that, because this is a quadratic equation, let us first draw the graph y is equal to x square. If you are drawing the graph y is equal to x square, let us first draw the y-axis and then the x-axis, and the graph of y is equal to x square will pass through origin and it will be a parabola facing upwards. So it will be something like this. It will touch the x-axis at origin. So this is the y-axis, this is the x-axis, and this is the graph y is equal to x square. If the question was to figure out around which line x is equal to c is y is equal to x square symmetric about, you can easily answer that that is the y-axis that the graph y is equal to x square is symmetric about, and it would imply that the value of c around which x is equal to c, where y is equal to x square is symmetric. In this case we would say c is equal to 0, because the graph y is equal to x square is with respect to the y-axis. So before we go there, let us first draw the graph of y is equal to x square minus 8x plus 13, and then we'll try to identify around which line or with respect to which line is this graph also symmetric about. Now if you're looking at y is equal to x square minus 8x plus 13, we'll try to complete a square, because then it becomes easier to draw the graph. X square minus 8x plus 13, you know that if you're trying to make this a perfect square, the second part or the coefficient of x is very important. Over here the coefficient of x is minus 8. So if you're trying to complete a square, the square will be x minus 4 whole square plus some constant term, because in that case x minus 4 whole square will be x square minus 8x plus 16. So you will mix both x square and 8x when you are trying to complete the square for x minus 4 whole square. So x square minus 8x plus 13 can be expressed as y is equal to x minus 4 whole square. This will become x square minus 8x plus 16, but the coefficient that you have is only 13. So the given equation is x minus 4 whole square minus 3. This will ensure that the constant term will become 16 minus 3, which is equal to 13, which is what we want. Now if you're trying to draw a graph for y is equal to x minus 4 minus 3, we'll first draw the graph of y is equal to x minus 4 whole square. So it will look something like this. This is the y-axis and this is the x-axis. Now this graph will, if you are ignoring the constant term and if you are looking only at y is equal to x minus 4 whole square, this is very similar to the graph of y is equal to x square. The only thing is this graph will touch the x-axis that at x is equal to 4. The graph y is equal to x square touches the x-axis at origin. This will touch it at x is equal to 4. So somewhere over here when x is equal to 4, the graph will become 0. So it will look something like this. This is the graph of y is equal to x minus 4 whole square. But you are required to find out the graph of y is equal to x minus 4 whole square minus 3. So for that you just bring the entire graph down by 3 units. So this is the line x is equal to 4, and you have another line which is that y is equal to minus 3. This is the line y is equal to minus 3. The given graph y is equal to x minus 4 minus 3 will instead touch the line y is equal to minus 3 at x is equal to 4. So this is the graph y is equal to x minus 4 whole square minus 3, which again if you expand will be the given equation that we have. As you can see, this graph is also symmetric around the line with respect to the line x is equal to 4. The only difference between the graph y is equal to x minus 4 whole square minus 3 and y is equal to x minus 4 is the y coordinate. It will be lesser by 3 units. So the value for c around which the graph y is equal to x square minus 8x plus 13 is symmetrical is 4. In this question we are told that p plus q plus r is equal to 5 and pq plus qr plus pr is equal to 3, where p, q and r are positive real numbers. We are required to calculate the largest value that p can take. So we are given 2 equations and 3 variables. So first thing we'll do is we'll eliminate one variable, and then we'll have one equation in 2 variables, and then we'll try to maximize the value of one of the variables. So in this particular case, let us first try to eliminate r. P plus q plus r is equal to 5. So the value of r is equal to 5 minus p minus q. Next we have pq plus qr plus pr is equal to 3, or pq plus r into p plus q is equal to 3. We have already expressed the value of r in terms of p and q. So what we'll do is pq plus p plus q into r. So p plus q into 5 minus p minus q is equal to 3. Or this would imply that pq plus 5p plus 5q minus p square minus pq minus pq minus q square is equal to 3. We have just expanded the bracket. We have multiplied all the terms with each other. So we can cancel PQ, 1 PQ over here and 1 PQ over here. So P square plus PQ plus Q square minus 5P minus 5Q plus 3 is equal to 0. This is a quadratic equation in P, this is a quadratic equation in Q. Let us try to make this a quadratic equation in Q first, and then we'll use the fact that Q is a real number to calculate the maximum and minimum values of P. How are we going to do that? We'll write this as Q square plus Q into P minus 5 plus P square minus 5P plus 3 is equal to 0. Essentially, we have segregated all the terms which have Q square, which have Q and which don't have any term of Q in it. So this is a quadratic equation in Q, and we know that Q is real. If you have a quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, and if you are told that x is real, it would imply that the discriminant d is greater than or equal to 0. What is the discriminant of a quadratic equation? It is b square minus 4ac. This has to be greater than or equal to 0, where b is the coefficient of x, a is the coefficient of x square, and c is the constant term. So in this particular case, what that would imply is that p minus 5 whole square will be greater than or equal to 4 times p square minus 5p plus 3. So let us try to expand this. It would imply that p square minus 10p plus 25 is greater than or equal to 4p square minus 20p plus 12. So this would imply that 3p square minus 10p minus 13 is less than or equal to 0. So this would imply that 3p square minus 13p plus 3p minus 13 is less than or equal to 0, or p plus 1 into 3p minus 13 is less than or equal to 0. So the value of p will vary between minus 1 to 13 by 3. These are the two roots of the quadratic equation p plus 1 into 3p minus 13. What are the two roots? It would imply that either p plus 1 is equal to 0, which would imply that p is equal to minus 1, or 3p minus 13 is equal to 0, which would imply that p is equal to 13 by 3. These are the two roots of the given quadratic equation. We are told that the value is always less than or equal to 0. So the value of p will lie between both of these roots. So p will vary between minus 1 to 13 by 3. So the maximum value of p is equal to 13 divided by 3. This is the answer. In this question, we are given a region. We are given three equations: x is greater than or equal to 0, y is less than or equal to 0, and 7x minus 9y is less than or equal to 63. And we are asked to find how many points are there in this region which have integral coordinates. To start off with, let us first draw the graph, find the required region, and then see if there is a way to calculate. If we draw the graph, it will be something like this. This is the x-axis and this is the y-axis. X is greater than or equal to 0 will be all this side, and y is less than or 0 will be this quadrant, this is. And if you are looking at 7x minus 9y is less than or equal to 63, let us first draw the line 7x minus 9y is equal to 63. That will be something like this. It will meet x-axis at when y is equal to 0, it is 9, 0, and it will meet y-axis at when x is equal to 0 and y is equal to minus 7. So we are required to find the number of integral coordinates within this triangle. Now, there is not a lot of easy way to solve it other than calculating, but we can calculate quickly without and in a slightly smart manner. So we need to find all the points which are there in this triangle. So when x is equal to 0, when y is equal to 0, the number of points in this region are 10. These are all the points on the x-axis where x varies from 0 to 9. When y is equal to minus 1, you will have, so we can actually calculate the value of x from this given equation. 7x minus 9y is equal to 63 implies x is equal to 9 plus 9y by 7. So when y is equal to -1, this equation will be x is less than or equal to 9 minus 9 by 7, which is x is less than or equal to 54 by 7. So x will vary from 0 to 7. So the number of values are 8. Similarly, when y is equal to -2, x will be less than or equal to 9 minus 18 by 7, which is less than or equal to 63, 45 by 7. So x will vary from 0 to 6. So in y is equal to 7, it will be 7 ways. Similarly, when y is equal to -3, x will be less than or equal to 36 by 7. So x will vary from 0 to 5. This is 6. Y is equal to -4. X is less than or equal to 27 by 7. So x will vary from 0 to 3. This is 4. When y is equal to -5, x will be less than or equal to 18 by 7. So x is equal to 0 to 2. This is 3. Y is equal to -6. X is less than or equal to 9 by 7. So x is equal to 0 to 1, which is 2. Similarly, when y is equal to -7, the only value is x is equal to 0. So this is 1. So the total number of points that satisfy are 10 plus 8 plus 7 plus 6 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. This will come to 10 plus 15, that is 25 plus 6, 31 plus 4, 35 plus 6 is 41. So the answer is 41. In these kind of questions, you have to first draw the graph, identify the region where you have to count, and then see if you can calculate them fast without making any mistake. So the correct answer here is 41. In this question, we are given that log 3 log of x to the base 81 is equal to log of the base is 81 and log of x to the base 3. Let us for now forget these two arguments in the logarithms. Let us just look at the bases. On the left hand side, the base is 3, and on the right hand side, the base is 81. So let us convert the base 81 to 3 so that we can equate both the arguments. The logarithm of base 81, as we have discussed earlier, log of a to the base b to the power m, the formula is this is equal to 1 by m into log of a to the base b. Over here, 81 is equal to 3 to the power 4. So you can write this as 1 by 4 into log of to the base 3, the argument as it is, which is log of x to the base 3. Now let us again send this 1 by 4 back into the logarithm because we want to cancel the outer logarithm. So this is equal to log 3, the base is 3, and inside it is going to be log of x to the base 3 whole to the power 1 by 4. Now you have log to the base, a logarithm, an argument to the base 3 on left hand side, and you have logarithm of an argument to the base 3 on the right hand side. So we can cancel both of them. What we are essentially getting is log of x to the base 81, which is the left hand side as it is equal to log of x to the base 3 whole to the power 1 by 4. What we will do over here is we will consider log of x to the base 3 to be equal to a variable a. So what is the value of log x to the base 81? Again, as we have discussed earlier, 81 is 3 to the power 4. So this is equal to 1 by 4 into log of x to the base 3 is equal to log of x to the base 3 whole to the power 1 by 4. Or this is a by 4 is equal to a to the power 1 by 4. So let us take the power of 4 on both the sides. So the left hand side will become a to the power 4 divided by 4 to the power 4, that is 256 is equal to a, or a cube is equal to 256, which is equal to 2 to the power 8, or the value of a is equal to 2 to the power 8 by 3. But we are not supposed to calculate the value of a. Remember that we have to calculate the value of x. So log of x to the base 3 is equal to 2 to the power 8 by 3, or the value of x is equal to 3 to the power 2 to the power 8 by 3. Or if you look at the options, it is option B. It is 3 to the power 2 to the power 8 by 3. In this question, we are told that PQRXYZ is a hexagon in which all the interior angles are equal. What is the sum of the interior angles of a hexagon? If a polygon has n sides, the sum of all the interior angles of a polygon is n minus 2 into 180. In this case, the polygon is hexagon which has 6 sides. So the sum of all the 6 angles will be equal to 6 minus 2 into 180, that is 4 into 180, which is equal to 720 degrees. This is the sum of all the angles of the hexagon. Because there are 6 such angles, each of the angle will equal 120 degrees, which is 720 by 6. Now let us draw the rough diagram. So this is a PQ, then we have QR, then we have RX. The interior angle is all the same for all of them. Then we have XY, which will be something like this. Then we have XZ, which will be something like this. And finally we have PZ. We are given the lengths of the sides of 4 of the different sides. This is P, Q, R, X, this is Y, and this is Z. What we are required to calculate is the length of PZ. Let us call this Y, and ZY, let us call this X. We know that the interior angles are all equal to 120 degrees. The length of PQ is given to be equal to 1. The length of QR is given to be equal to 4. The length of RX is 2. The length of XY is also equal to 2. We don't know X and we don't know Y. Now, because the interior angles of all of them are 120 degrees, what we'll do first is we'll construct even the exterior angles. That is, we'll extend ZP beyond P. So it will go something like this. And we'll also extend RQ beyond Q. So it will go something like this. Suppose both of them meet at a point. Let us call this point to be equal to M. Now, if you are considering the triangle M, P and Q, you know that angle MPQ, this will be equal to 60 degrees. Similarly, angle MQP will also equal 60 degrees. Therefore, the third angle will also equal 60 degrees over here. So, MPQ, all the 3 angles will be equal to 60 degrees, will be an equilateral triangle. As this is an equilateral triangle, all the sides will also be equal to 1. So, PQ is 1, this is given to us. So, MQ will also be equal to 1 and MP will also equal 1. We will do the same for all the remaining 3 sides also. So, we will extend PZ beyond Z. So, it will be something like this. And we will also extend XY beyond Y. So, it will be something like this. And let it meet over here at a point N. Now, even NZY is an equilateral triangle, because for the same reason this is 120 degrees. So, angle NZY will be equal to 60 degrees and angle ZYX is 120 degrees. So, angle ZYN will be 60 degrees. So, this is also an equilateral triangle. So, all the 3 sides will be the same. So, this is X and this will also be equal to X and this is 60 degrees. We will do the same for the third side also. We will extend QR beyond R and we will extend YX beyond X. So, it will be like this. This is 2. So, again this will be 2, this will be 2. This is also 60 degrees using the same logic, because the interior angles of all the 6 angles of the hexagon are 120 degrees. So, this will also equal 60 degrees. Let this point be equal to O. Now, if you are considering the triangle M, N and O, we have the 3 angles to be 60 degrees. This is 60, this is 60, this is 60. So, even MNO is an equilateral triangle. And if you are calculating the value of the 3 sides, the value of MO will be equal to 1 plus 4 plus 2, which is equal to 7. The value of MN will be equal to 1 plus X plus Y. And the value of NO will be equal to N plus 2 plus 2. That is X plus 2 plus 2. So, this is equal to X plus 4. All the 3 of them should be the same. So, X plus 4 will equal 7, or the value of X is equal to 3. Similarly, 1 plus X plus Y should also equal 7. We know that X is equal to 3. So, Y plus 4 should also equal 7. or y also is equal to 3. So the length of both the sides is 3 and 3. In this question, we are given a name. The name is Venkateshan, and we are required to calculate the probability that a word chosen from all the permutations of this given word, both the A's will be before both the E's. Let us first look at Venkateshan. It has one V, it has two E's, it has two N's, it has two A's, it has one K, one T, one S and one H. So the total number of alphabets is 11, out of which there are 2 E's, 2 N's and 2 A's. Now there is a shortcut to do this kind of a question and there is a longer method to do it. We'll look at both of them. The shortcut is quite simple. We are asked to find out of all the permutations in how many of the words are both the A's ahead of both the E's. So by symmetry, let us ignore all the remaining alphabets. Let us only focus on the 2 A's and 2 E's. If you are trying to distribute them or if you are trying to arrange them, you will find 6 permutations possible. They are AA, EE, then you have A, E, AE, then you have A, E, E, A, then you have E, A, E, then you have E, E, A, and finally you have E, A, E, A. If you're looking only at the 2 E's and the 2 A's, because the condition is there only on the E's and the A's, there are 6 ways in which we can arrange both of them. Out of which the only one way which is correct is the way in which both the A's come ahead of both the E's. So the required probability will be 1 by 6 because in all of these arrangements, the number of different words that are possible amongst the remaining 7 alphabets will be the same. If there are say n arrangements possible in the first case, there will be n arrangements possible in the second case, n arrangements possible in the third, n in the fourth, n in the fifth and n in the sixth. So by symmetry, all of them will get cancelled, and if you are looking only at the probability, 1 out of these 6 cases is valid because only in the first case both the A's come ahead of both the A's. So the required probability is 1 by 6. This is the shortcut of solving it. If you are looking at the longer method, out of these 11 alphabets, 3 of them are repeated 2 times each. So the total number of arrangements possible is 11 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 2 factorial into 2 factorial. Out of this, how many are valid permutations? For that, let us first look at the 4 letters, 2 A's and 2 E's. We can select 4 places out of the 11 places for these 4 alphabets in 11 C4 ways. Once the 4 places are selected, again, there is no way we can distribute them. Out of the 4 places, the first 2 should be 2 A's and the last 2 should be 2 E's. And the remaining 7 alphabets can be arranged in 7 factorial divided by 2 factorial ways because we have 2 N's again repeating. So the required probability will be 11 C4 into 7 factorial by 2 factorial divided by 11 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 2 factorial into 2 factorial. This is the required probability. We can cancel 2 factorial and 2 factorial. These 2 factorial into 2 factorial when they come to the top will become 4 into 7 factorial into 11 C4 will be 11 factorial divided by 4 factorial into 7 factorial, and you have a 11 factorial in the denominator. If you are simplifying this, you can cancel the common terms. So the required answer will be 4 divided by 4 factorial, that is 4 by 24, which is again equal to 1 by 6. In this question, we are required to find out the number of 4-digit perfect cubes in base 5. So 4-digit numbers in base 5 will start from 1000 to the base 5. So they will be greater than or equal to this, and they will be strictly less than 10,000 to the base 5. So all the numbers which lie between 1000 to the base 5 and 10,000 to the base 5 are 4-digit numbers in base 5. Now out of these numbers, we are required to find out how many of them are perfect cubes. Now obviously a number which is a perfect cube in base 10 will also be a perfect cube in base 5. Basically any of these bases is just a representation of the number. So for example 64 is a perfect cube which is 4 cube. Now you can represent this in any base. The property that it is equal to 4 cube will not change. So what we will try to do is we will calculate the value of 1000 in base 5 in decimals. We will also calculate the value of 10,000 to the base 5 in decimals and then find out how many perfect cubes exist between these two numbers, and that will be the answer. Now 1000 to the base 5 will equal 0 plus 0 into 5 to the power 1 plus 0 into 5 to the power 2. This is 0, 0, 0 plus 1 into 5 cube. This is equal to 125. Now 10,000 to the base 5 will similarly be equal to 625. So what we are required to find out is all the perfect cubes n which are less than or equal, which are greater than or equal to 125 and strictly less than 625. Now you can easily find out that 125 is equal to 5 cube. So this is one number. Similarly 6 cube, which is equal to 216, also lies between these two numbers. Similarly 7 cube, which is equal to 343, also lies between these two numbers. And 8 cube, which is equal to 512, will also lie between these two numbers. Now 9 cube, which is equal to 729, will not lie between these two numbers. So the only numbers which are valid will be these four numbers, that is 5 cube, 6 cube, 7 cube and 8 cube. So the required answer is 4. In this question we are told that there is a company in which the ratio of male to female employees is 2:3. So there are males and there are females. The ratio is 2:3. Each employee either earns 30,000 or 60,000 per month, and the ratio of the average male salary to that of female salary is 15:16. So let us assume that we'll draw another table. This will include all the males who have earned 30k, and this will represent all the females who have earned 30k, and this is for 60k. The average salary of males to females is 15:16. The number of males who make 60,000 to that of females who make 30,000 is 1:4. Find the average salary of all the employees. So let us first assume that the total number of males in the company is 2x, therefore the number of females in the company is 3x. Now let us assume that the number of males who are earning 60k is y, therefore the number of females who are earning 30k is 4y, because the ratio of number of males who are earning 60,000 to that of females who are earning 30,000 is 1:4. So if this is y, this is 4y. Similarly, the number of males who are earning 30k will therefore be 2x minus y, and the number of females who are earning 60k will be 3x, which is the total number of females, minus 4y. Now we can calculate the average salary of males in terms of x and y, and the average salary of females in terms of x and y, and then equate that the ratio is 15:16. Then we'll get a relationship between x and y. Using that, we can easily calculate the average salary of the entire company. So now if we proceed further, the average salary of males will be 30k into 2x minus y plus 60k into y whole divided by the total number of males, that is 2x. This is equal to 30 into 2x is 60x minus 30y. I'll just remove k for ease of calculations. So 60x minus 30y plus 60y whole divided by 2x. This is equal to 60x plus 30y by 2x. This is the average salary of the males. Similarly, average salary of females will be 4y into 30k plus 3x minus 4y into 60 whole divided by the total number of females, that is 3x. This will equal 120y plus 3x into 60 is 180x minus 4y into 60 is minus 240y whole divided by 3x. This will equal 180x minus 120y divided by 3x. So the given ratio, that is the ratio of the average salary of males to the average salary of females, is 15:16. We can apply the same over here. We can calculate, we can cancel 3 in the denominator and 2 in the numerator in both the cases to simplify the calculations. So this will be 60x minus 40y by x, and the average salary of the males will be 30x plus 15y by x. The ratio of average salary of males to average salary of females is 15:16. We can apply that here. So that is 13x plus 15y by x is to 60x minus 40y by x is equal to 15:16. We can cancel x, and if you simplify 30x plus 15y by 60x minus 40y is equal to 15/16. We can cancel 15 in the numerators on both sides, so that will imply 2x plus y, and in the denominator we can cancel 4, so that is 15x minus 10y is equal to 1/4. Or you can simplify this as 8x plus 4y is equal to 15x minus 10y, or 7x is equal to 14y, or x is equal to 2y. Now for the total number of, if you again draw the table in which we will remove y and write the terms only in terms of either x or only y, so that we can easily calculate the total number of employees who are earning 30k is 2x minus y plus 4y, so that is equal to 2x plus 3y. This is total number of employees who are earning 30k. If you remove x, 2x is equal to 4y, so this is equal to 7y. Similarly, the total number of employees who are earning 60k is y plus 3x minus 4y, so that is 3x minus 3y. 3x minus 3y is equal to 6y minus 3y, so that is equal to 3y. Now we can easily calculate the average salary. 7y employees are earning 30k, 3y employees are earning 60k, so the average will equal 7y into 30 plus 3y into 60 whole divided by 10y. This is the total number of employees. So you can cancel y and you can cancel 10. So this will be 7 into 3, that is 21, plus 3 into 6, that is 18k. This is equal to 39k. So the correct answer is 39,000 is the average salary of all the employees in the company. In this question it is given that there are two balls, one is of of type 1 and the other is of type 2. The ball of type 1 bounces to a height of 2h/3 when it is dropped from a height of h, and ball of type 2 bounces to a height of h/2 when it is dropped from a height h. Two balls, that is one of type 1 and one of type 2, are dropped from 12 meters and 36 meters. Then what is the sum of the total distance that they travel after bouncing indefinitely? So if you look at type 1 ball here, and if you look at type 2, the ball of type 2 is 36 meters and this one has 12 meters. So initially if it is at a height h, then it will come to 2h/3, then go down and then come to 2/3 of that is 4/9, and again go down and again continue doing it until it will finally fall down to 0. Now if you look at it, this is height h, which is the initial height from which it is dropped. Then it rises to a height of 2h/3 and it again falls 2h/3. Similarly, the next time it is going to rise up to a height of 4h/9, which is 2/3 times 2h/3, and again fall 4h/9, and so on. So you can see that this is actually similar to a geometric progression, even though it is not exactly a geometric progression. So this will have h plus 2h/3 plus 2h/3 because it is done twice. It goes up once and it comes down again, plus 4h/9 plus 4h/9 plus dot dot dot. So if you look at, if you ignore the initial h, every other term is repeated twice and it is a geometric progression of ratio 2/3. So the sum of this will actually equal h plus 2 into 2h/3 plus 4h/9 plus 8h/27 and so on. Now if there is a geometric progression where the ratio r, the modulus of the ratio if it is less than 1, that is it is a converging geometric progression, then the sum of all the terms of the geometric progression will equal a, which is the first term, by 1 minus r. This is valid only if the common ratio r lies between -1 and +1. If r is greater than 1 or less than -1, it will not be a converging geometric progression. So the terms will keep on expanding and tend to go towards infinity. So So it will have no sum. Anyway, we'll be using this formula to find out the sum. Now this is a geometric progression. The first term is 2h by 3 and the common ratio is 2 by 3. So the total sum will be h into h plus 2 into a, that is the first term is 2h by 3 by 1 minus 2 by 3, which is the common ratio. 1 minus 2 by 3 is 1 by 3. So we'll just multiply the numerator and denominator by 3. So this will become h plus 4h, which is equal to 5h. In this case, h is 12 meters. So this will be 60 meters. So the total distance traveled by the ball of type 1 is 60 meters. If you are looking at the ball of type 2, it will have a similar direction. It will have a similar way in which it travels, but the numbers will change a little. So in this case, it will travel h once, which is the initial height from which it is docked. Then it is going to travel h by 2 while going up and h by 2 while coming down. Similarly, h by 4 while going up plus h by 4 while coming down, and so on. So this will also be similar. So it will be h plus 2 into h by 2 plus h by 4 plus h by 8 plus so on. This will equal h plus 2 into, this is also a geometric progression where the starting term is h by 2. This is the starting term and the common ratio is half. So this is 1 minus h by 2. So this will equal h plus 2h, which is equal to 3h. Now h in this case is 36 meters, so 3h will be 108 meters. So the total distance that both the balls travel together will be 60 plus 108, which is equal to 168 meters. In this question, we are told that Ram bought pens from a wholesaler at rupees 200 per pen. So the cost price for Ram is rupees 200 per pen. And he started selling the pens at some selling price. Let us assume that that is equal to S. But for every additional pen that Ram sold, he is decreasing the selling price by 5. So if you assume that the selling price of the first pen is S, the selling price of the second pen is S minus 5. The selling price of the third pen is S minus 10. For the fourth pen, it is S minus 15. And for the fifth pen, it is S minus 20. What we are told is that when he is selling 5 pens, he is making a profit of 145%. So what is the total selling price of this 5 pens? It will be 5S minus 5 plus 10 plus 15 plus 20, which is equal to 50. This is the total selling price. What is the total cost price? The total cost price will be equal to 200 into 5, which is 1000 rupees. This is the total cost price. The profit percentage is 145%. So the profit is equal to 1450. So what is the total selling price? It will be 1000 plus 1450, which is equal to 2450. What we are told is that 2450 is equal to 5S minus 50, or the value of 5S is equal to 2500. So the value of the selling price S is equal to 500 rupees. What we are asked to calculate is what is the maximum number of pens that Ram can sell such that on every pen he is making a profit. So the selling price of the first pen is 500. The selling price of the second pen will be 495. For the third pen, it will be 490. It will continue to decrease, and after n pens, it will become 200. Now, when it becomes 200, because the cost price is 200, he is not making any profit or loss on this particular pen. We want him to make profit in every single transaction. So, for example, if he is selling n pens and say the selling price of the nth pen is 200, the answer that we have to output is n minus 1, because we want him to make profit on every single pen that he is selling. So what is the value of n? We can easily calculate that. This is an arithmetic progression where the first term a is 500. The common difference between terms d is equal to minus 5. And if you assume that there are n terms, the nth term is 200. So a, which is 500, minus 5 times n minus 1 will be equal to 200. Or the value of 5 times n minus 1 is equal to 300. So the value of n minus 1 is equal to 60. The value of n is 61, but what we need to output is n minus 1. So the maximum number of pens that he can sell such that on every single transaction he is making a profit is equal to 60. In this question, we are given an equation and we are asked to calculate the sum of all the possible real roots. If that is equal to p, what is the absolute value of p? If you are looking at the left hand side, it is x into x plus 1 into x plus 2 into x plus 3. So if you combine x and x plus 3 and x plus 1 into x plus 2, the given equation will look like this. It will be x square plus 3x, which is the product of x into x plus 3, and x square plus 3x plus 2. This is the product of x plus 1 into x plus 2. This is equal to 168. Now if you assume that x square plus 3x is equal to y, the given equation will become equal to y into y plus 2 is equal to 168, or y square plus 2y minus 168 is equal to 0. We can factorize y square plus 2y minus 168 as y plus 14 into y minus 12 is equal to 0. So this would imply that either x square plus 3x is equal to minus 14, or x square plus 3x is equal to 12. These are the two possibilities. In the first instance, x square plus 3x plus 14 is equal to 0, or x square plus 3x minus 12 is equal to 0. Both are quadratic equations, both of them have two roots, but we don't know whether they are real roots or imaginary roots. In the first instance, you can calculate the value of the discriminant. If you have any quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, the value of the discriminant is b square minus 4ac. If this is greater than 0, the quadratic equation will have two real roots. If this is equal to 0, then both the roots will be the same and it will be real. But if this is less than 0, then the quadratic equation has no real roots, both the roots will be complex. In this particular case, the value of the discriminant is 3 square, which is 9, minus 4 into 1 into 14, which is 56. So this is equal to minus 47. This is less than 0. So this quadratic equation has complex roots. This has no real roots. In the second instance, the discriminant is equal to 9 plus 48, because 1 into 4 into minus 12 is minus 48. You subtract minus 48, so this becomes equal to plus 48. So this is equal to 57, which is greater than 0. So this has two real roots. You can calculate the values of the real roots, but that is not really needed. What we are asked to calculate is the sum of all the real roots. We know that in any quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c, the sum of the roots is minus b by a. So the sum of the two roots in this particular case will be minus 3, which will be the value of p. What we are asked to calculate is the absolute value of p, so that is going to equal 3. In this question, we are told that a and b are natural numbers such that a is less than or equal to 10 and b is less than or equal to 15, and we are required to calculate the number of unique values that the expression 4a plus 9b will take. If you are looking at the values that a can take any value from 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or dot 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 till 10. That is, it can take 10 values, and b also can take 15 values. It can be any number from 1, 2, 3, 4 or dot 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 till 15. So a can take 10 values and b can take 15 values. So if you are trying to figure out the value of 4a plus 9b, the value of a can be selected in 10 ways and the value of b can be selected in 15 ways. So the total number of ways in which we can select a and b will be equal to 10 into 15, that is equal to 150. However, when we are looking at the number of unique values that the expression 4a plus 9b will take, in some of the cases there will be repetitions. For example, you can assume that we would select a to be equal to say 10 and b will be equal to 1. Then 4a plus 9b will be equal to 40 plus 9, which is equal to 49. But you can get 49 in another way. How can you get 49? We can make b to be equal to 5. So 9 into 5 is 45 and a to be equal to 1. So both of them. In this question, it has been given that a is a natural number. It is a positive integer such that integral part of a by 3 minus integral part of a by 5 is equal to 2. We are required to find out the number of possible values that a can take. So let us again try to do this by enumerating all the different possibilities. The first case is integral part of a by 3 is equal to 2 and integral part of a by 3 is a by 5 is equal to 0. so that their difference is equal to 2. Now integral part of a by 3 is 2 whenever a belongs to 6 to 8, and integral part of a by 5 is equal to 0 whenever a belongs to 1 to 4. So there is no overlap between them, so this case has 0 possibilities. The second case is when integral part of a by 3 is equal to 3 and integral part of a by 5 is equal to 1. This is possible when a belongs to 9 to 11, and the second one is possible when a belongs to 5 to 9. So you can see that there is one number which is common. So in this case the number of possible values is 1, which is the number 9. The third case is when integral part of a by 3 is equal to 4 and integral part of a by 5 is equal to 2. The first case happens when a belongs to 12 to 14, and the second case happens when a belongs to 10 to 14. So there are three numbers common here. They are 12, 13 and 14. So in this case the number of possible values is 3. The fourth case is when integral value of a by 3 is equal to 5 and integral value of a by 5 is equal to 3. Now the first case happens when a belongs to 15 to 17, and the second case happens when a belongs to 15 to 19. So again there are three values which are common, which is 15, 16 and 17. So in this case also there are three values which are possible. The fifth case is when integral value of a by 3 is equal to 6 and integral value of a by 5 is equal to 4. This happens when a belongs to 18 to 20, and the second one happens when a belongs to 20 to 25. You can see that there is one number which is common, which is the number 20. So in this case there is one case which is possible. Now in the sixth case and all above cases, when integral value of a by 3 is, say for example 7 and integral value of a by 5 is equal to 5, you can see that the required value for a in this case will be a belongs to 25 to, this is 24, 25 to 29, and in this case a belongs to 21 to 23. So you can see that the required value for a by 5 is pulling away. It is much higher than the integral value of a by 3. Even in this case there are no terms which are common between the two. So, and that is the case with all possible or with all increasing numbers. So the only possible cases in this case are 1 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1, which is equal to 18. As a keeps getting bigger and bigger, integral part of a by 3 will be much higher than the integral part of a by 5. So we can ignore all of them. So 1 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1, which is equal to 8, is the answer. In this question we are given a cubic equation. We are told that the only real root of this cubic equation can be expressed in a certain format, and we are asked to calculate the value of p plus q plus r. Whenever you are given a cubic equation and asked to find out its roots, one of the things that we normally do is try to guess the first root. In this particular case, if you are assuming that the value of a is equal to 1, the value of the expression becomes equal to 8 minus 12 minus 6 minus 1, which is not equal to 0. So a minus 1 is not a root. If you put a to be equal to minus 1, then you will again understand that this will equal minus 8 minus 12 plus 6 minus 1. Again this is not equal to 0. So you will notice that a plus 1 is also not a root. Similarly, you can try for a minus 2 and a plus 2, and you will realize that they are also not roots. So how are you actually going to calculate the roots of this cubic equation? You should get another hint that if you are looking at the real root, it was expressed as a cube root of p plus cube root of q plus 1 divided by r. So you would assume that the root will not be a simple root. It won't be a natural number which you can actually guess. The second thing you should notice is if you are looking at the coefficients of the a cube, a square, a and the constant term, they are 8, 12, 6 and 1. Now if you understand that if the given expression was 8a cube plus 12a square plus 6a plus 1. This can be expressed as 2a whole cube plus 3 times 2a whole square into 1 plus 3 times 2a into 1 square plus 1 cube. Essentially, if the given expression was 8a cube plus 12a square plus 6a plus 1, this would have equaled 2a plus 1 whole cube. So what we'll do is we'll transform the given cubic equation into the following form. We know that 8a cube is equal to 12a square plus 6a plus 1. Now we are adding 8a cube on both sides. So 16a cube will be equal to 8a cube plus 12a square plus 6a plus 1. This is equal to 2a plus 1 whole cube. Now we can take the cubed root on both sides. So the left hand side becomes equal to cubed root of 16 into a is equal to 2a plus 1. Or the value of a is equal to 1 divided by, what is cubed root of 16? That will be equal to 2 into cubed root of 2 minus 2. This is the value of a. But what we are asked to find out is, we have to express this in a different format, where the denominator is a integer, it is a natural number, and the numerator has some cubed roots. Over here we have cubed roots in the denominator, and the numerator is a rational number, it is a natural number which is equal to 1. How do we do that? We'll have to rationalize the denominator. So we'll have to find out the cubes of both of them. Now we'll have to look at another expression. We know that a minus b into a square plus ab plus b square is equal to a cube minus b cube. So if what we are given is of the form 1 by a minus b, we'll multiply it, both the numerator and denominator, with a square plus ab plus b square divided by a square plus ab plus b square, because now this becomes equal to a square plus ab plus b square divided by a cube minus b cube. If you are actually taking the cubed root of 2, that is a rational number, that is equal to 2. So that is how we will plan to rationalize the denominator. Or to simplify this, this is equal to 2a is equal to 1 by cubed root of 2 minus 1. Now let us multiply the numerator and denominator with something of this form. This will be equal to cubed root of 4, which is the square of cubed root of 2, plus cubed root of 2, which is basically of the form a into b, that is cubed root of 2 into 1 plus 1. This is 1 square, divided by again the same number. This is again equal to cubed root of 4, which is the square of cubed root of 2 plus cubed root of 2 plus 1. This is equal to, the numerator will remain the same, cubed root of 4 plus cubed root of 2 plus 1 divided by the cube of cubed root of 2, that will equal 2, because this is of the form a cube minus b cube, and minus 1 cube, which is again equal to 1, or the denominator is essentially equal to 1. This is of the form that we wanted. So the value of 2a is equal to cubed root of 4 plus cubed root of 2 plus 1 divided by 1, or the value of a will be equal to cubed root of 4 plus cubed root of 2 plus 1 divided by 2. So the value of p is equal to 4. This is of the required form that we wanted. The value of q is equal to 2, and the value of r, which is in the denominator, is also equal to 2. And the sum of p plus q plus r is equal to 8. So the required answer is 8. In this question, we are told that there is a square ABCD. The length of each side of the square is 12 centimeters. So let us assume that this is the square, and a point M exists which is outside the square, such that when you connect M to A and B, it forms an equilateral triangle. So it looks something like this. This is A, this is B, this is C, and this is D, and this is M. What we are required to calculate is the circumradius of the triangle MCD. Essentially, if we draw a circle which passes through M, C, and D, what is its radius? So what we are required to calculate is the circumradius of MCD. How are we going to do that? We know the lengths of all the line segments given over here. This is 12, this is 12, this is 12, 12, and 12. So there are many ways to calculate it, but one more elegant way in which we can solve this is by drawing a triangle CDK where K is a point inside the triangle which is quite symmetrical to M such that CDK is an equilateral triangle. We can always find a point K which lies inside the square such that CDK is an equilateral triangle. So this will be 60 degrees, same as this angle which is also 60 degrees. Now if you join M and K, you will see a lot of symmetry. What symmetry do we see? The first thing that you would see is that MK is equidistant from AD and BC. From both AD as well as BC. You can also say again by symmetry that MK has to be parallel to both AD and BC. If it is not parallel and if it is angling towards any of the sides, either AD or BC, there will not be a symmetry. But because there is symmetry, you know that MK has to be parallel and equidistant to both AD and BC. The next thing that you can say is that AM will also be parallel to DK. Why is this the case? Because you have 60 degrees, which is the angle subtended by both the lines AM and DK. So now if you are looking at the quadrilateral AMKD, this is a parallelogram because the opposite sides are parallel to each other. Another thing that you can actually say is that AMKD is a rhombus because it is a parallelogram such that the adjacent sides are equal in length. Both of them are 12, 12, this will also be 12 and this will also be 12. Now if you are looking at the point K, the value of MK is equal to the value of DK is equal to the value of CK, or the point K is equidistant from M, D and C. In any triangle, the only point which is equidistant from all the three vertices is the circumcenter. So K is the circumcenter of triangle MCD. And what is the circumradius? That is, what is the distance of K to any one of M, D or C? That is equal to 12. So the circumradius of triangle MCD is equal to 12 centimeters. In this question, we are asked to find out the number of 4-digit numbers which are divisible by either 3 or by 8. So we'll first find out the number of 4-digit numbers which are divisible by 3. Then we'll find out the number of 4-digit numbers which are divisible by 8. But there will be some numbers which are divisible by both of them, which will be counted 2 times. So then we'll calculate the number of 3-digit numbers which are divisible by both 3 as well as 8. And say if the first number is A, if the second number is B and the third number is C, then the required answer will be A plus B minus C, because C is counted both in A and B. What is the number of 4-digit numbers which are divisible by 3? The smallest 4-digit number is 1000 and the largest 4-digit number is 9999. So there are basically 9000 4-digit numbers. How many of them are divisible by 3? That will be equal to 9000 divided by 3, which is equal to 3000. That is the value of A. How many of these 9000 numbers are divisible by 8? That will be equal to 9000 divided by 8. 1000 divided by 8 is 125. So 9000 by 8 will be 125 into 9, which is 1125. And how many of these 9000 numbers are divisible by both 3 and 8? That will be equal to 9000 divided by 24. This is equal to 3000 divided by 8, which is equal to 375. So the number of 4-digit numbers which are divisible by either 3 or 8 will be equal to 3000 plus 1125 minus 375. This is equal to 4125 minus 375, which is equal to 3750. In this question, we are told that the number of factors of n is 8 and the number of factors of 5n is 16. We are required to calculate the number of factors of 2n. Before we actually solve this question, let us try to understand how many factors a number will have, and let us first do the prime factorization of that number. So let us assume that this number n is of the form 2 to the power a1 into 3 to the power a2 into 4 into 5 to the power a3 into dot 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 into some prime number p to the power an. Then how many prime factors does this number n have? How many factors does this number n have? Not just prime. The number of factors that of n will be equal to a1 plus 1 into a2 plus 1 into dot 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 into a of n plus 1. In this particular case, we are told that the number of factors of 5n is 16. So what is the value of 5n? 5n will be equal to 2 to the power a1 into 3 to the power a2 into 5 to the power a3 plus 1 into dot 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 into the last prime p to the power an. So how many factors does 5n have? It will be again a1 plus 1 into a2 plus 1, but now instead of a3 plus 1 it will be a3 plus 1 which will be equal to a3 plus 2 into dot dot dot. Now we are told that the first number is equal to 8 and the second product is equal to 16. So if you divide the first one by the second one, you are essentially going to get that a3 plus 2 divided by a3 plus 1 is equal to 2, or essentially the value of a3 is equal to 0, or the highest power of 5 in n is equal to 0. So the value of n is of the form 2 to the power a1 into 3 to the power a2 into 7 to the power a3 into dot 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 into some prime number p to the power an. Now what is the number of prime factors of n? What is the number of factors of n? Again, as we have discussed, it is a1 plus 1 into a2 plus 1 into dot 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 into an plus 1. Now this is equal to 8. So there are multiple cases to consider. One case is that this product has come out of the case where it is 8 into 1. And the second case that we have to consider is that this product has come as a result of 4 being multiplied by 2. What we are essentially saying is that if n is of the form, or if the number of factors of n is of the form 8 into 1, it would imply that this is of the form some prime to the power 7. Because one of the a1 plus 1, some number a1 plus 1 will total up to 8, and every other power of a prime number is equal to 0. So this can be any prime number with the exception of 5, because we have proved that the highest power of 5 is 0. This can be, say, 3 to the power 7, this can be 2 to the power 7, this can be any such number. Now say if it is a number which is a power of 7 which is not equal to 2. So for example, just for the sake of understanding, if this is of the form 13 to the power 7, then how many factors does 2 into 13 to the power 7 have? The number of factors of 2 into 13 to the power 7 will be, because this is 2 to the power 1, this will be 2 into 7 plus 1, that is 8. So it can be 16. The other case to consider over here is that this is actually 2 to the power 7. If n is equal to 2 to the power 7, then 2n will be equal to 2 to the power 8. And how many factors does 2 to the power 8 have? It will be 9. So the number of factors in the first case of 2n is either 9 or 16. Let us consider the other case where this 8 has been obtained by multiplying 4 and 2. This essentially would imply that the number n is of the form p1 to the power 3 into p2 to the power 1. Now again, there are two subcases over here. There are actually three subcases. The first subcase is that neither p1 nor p2 is equal to 2. In that case, what is the value of 2n? 2n will be equal to 2 into p1 cube into p2 to the power 1. Just to give an example, this is a number of the form, say, 2 into 3 cube into 7. How many factors does this number have? The number of factors will be, because this is 2 to the power 1, this will be 2 into 4 into 2, which is equal to 16. So again, the number of possibilities of the number of factors of 2n is 16. The second case to consider is that p1 is equal to 2. That is, n is of the form 2 cube into some prime number p. Just to give an example, this can be something like 2 cube into 3. So what is the value of 2n? 2n will be equal to 2 to the power 4 into p. And how many factors does this number have? It will be 4 plus 1, that is 5, into 1 plus 1, that is 2. So it is 5 into 2, which is 10. The last case to consider is that p2 is equal to 2. In that case, the value of n is of the form some prime p whole cube into 2. So the value of 2n will be equal to p cube into 2 square. And how many factors does this number have? It will be 2 plus 1 into 3 plus 1, or this is essentially equal to 3 into 4, which is equal to 12. So the number of factors of 2n can be either 9 or 10 or 12 or 16. It can be any one of the two based on what case we are actually discussing. So the correct answer is option B. In this question, we are told that a milkman has two varieties of milk water solution. Solution A has 65% pure milk and solution B has 78% pure milk. We are told that by mixing X ml of solution A with Y ml of solution B, he gets a new solution. Now, the resultant solution does not have less than 70% pure milk and more than 72% of pure milk. And we are also told that Y can take any value between 625 and 630, which is an integer. And what is the difference between the minimum and maximum value that X can take when it is given that X and Y are integers. So before we get overwhelmed with the information that is given to us, let us first understand that if X ml of solution A is mixed with Y ml of solution B, what is the purity of the resultant solution? So you have A, which has 65% pure milk, X ml were mixed, and B, which has 78% pure milk, and Y ml were mixed. So when this is mixed, what is the purity of the resultant solution? The amount of milk in the resultant solution will be 0.65x plus 0.78y. And what is the total volume? That will be x plus y. This is the purity of the resultant solution. And this has to strictly lie between 70 and 72%. So this is greater than or equal to 70%. And this is less than or equal to 72%. Now let us multiply the entire inequality with 100. So 70 has to be less than or equal to 65x plus 78y divided by x plus y, and this is less than or equal to 72. Just to make things simpler, we can look at it as two separate inequalities. So if you're looking at the left inequality and the right inequality separately, from the left inequality, if you multiply everything with x plus y, 70x plus 70y is less than or equal to 65x plus 78y, or this would imply that 5x is less than or equal to 8y, or the value of x is always less than or equal to 8 by 5y. Similarly, from the right inequality, you are going to get that 65x plus 78y is less than or equal to 72x plus 72y. Or if you simplify it, you are going to get that 7x is greater than or equal to 6y. So the value of x is definitely greater than or equal to 6 by 7y. So once the value of y is given, the value of x has to definitely lie between 6 by 7y and 8 by 5y. So in this particular case, what is the minimum value that x can take? The minimum value that x can take will be 6 by 7 into 625. This is approximately, if you use your calculator, will be around 535.7. As x has to be an integer, the minimum value that x can take will be equal to 536. And what is the maximum value that x can take? That will be equal to 8 by 5 into the maximum possible value of y, which is 630. This is 126. So this is 126 into 8, which is 1008. This is the maximum value that x can take. This will happen when y is 630. The minimum value will happen when y is 625. So what is the difference between the maximum and the minimum values that x can take? That is equal to 1008 minus 536, which is equal to 472. In this question, we are told that the distance between P and Q is 1600 meters. So let us assume that this is P and Q. A man is running Aman from P to Q, and along with him a dog also is running. The speed of Aman to that of dog is 1:7. So if the amount of time that Aman takes to walk from P to Q is say 70, then the amount of time that the dog takes is going to be equal to T. Or another way to look at it is, if you are assuming that the distance, that is 1600 meters, is say 7x. By the time the dog goes from P to Q, that is it covers 7x, the amount of distance that Aman walks is equal to x. We are just writing it as x because 1600 by 7 is a fraction and it is not really necessary to actually solve this question. So let us assume that it is 7x and let us divide the distance from P to Q into 7 equal parts of x each. This is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, and this is 6. They are not necessarily equal, so this is x, 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 and this is x. and the total distance is equal to 7x. Initially, both Aman and the dog start from P, and by the time the dog reaches Q, Aman is going to reach the first stop at X. This is where Aman is. He'll continue to walk towards the second stop, and the dog will continue to run back. By the time the dog runs back to P, Aman would have reached the second stop, and in the meantime they would have met once. Let us assume that they met at some point over here, and when they met over here, they're running in different directions. The dog is running towards P and Aman is running towards Q. So now Aman is at the second stop, the dog is now at P. Now it is again going to run towards Q, and by the time it reaches Q, Aman is going to reach the third stop. And in between they are going to meet at some point. Let us assume that they are meeting at this point over here. And now in this case of meeting, they are both running in the same direction. Both of them are going towards Q. So Aman is at the third stop, the dog is at Q. Again the dog is going to run back towards P and Aman will continue going towards Q, and they are going to meet at some point over here. By the time the dog reaches P, Aman would have reached the fourth stop. And at this meeting point, both of them are running in opposite directions. This is different. At this point, the dog is at P, Aman is at the fourth stop. Aman will continue going towards Q, the dog also will continue to come towards Q, and they are going to meet at some point over here. And after this, Aman will reach the fifth stop, the dog will reach Q. But this earlier meeting point will be in the same direction. Now Aman is in the fifth meeting spot and the dog is at Q. The dog will continue to go towards P. Aman will continue to go towards Q. They'll meet at some point over here. At this meeting point, both of them are in different directions. Aman is going towards Q and the dog is going towards P. And by the time the dog reaches P, Aman will reach the sixth spot. And he is very close towards Q. Now both the dog and Aman will continue to come towards Q, and finally they will meet at this point, which will be Q. And so they are also again going in the same direction. So the total meeting points are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, out of which 3 are in the same direction and 3 are in different direction. We are asked to find out the number of times they meet in the same direction excluding the starting point, because at the starting point both of them are going towards Q, but we are asked to exclude that. So the total number of times they meet in the same direction is equal to 3. In this question we are given a quadratic equation which is ax square plus a minus 4 into x plus a plus 1 is equal to 0, and we are asked to find out the number of integral values of a for which both of these roots are greater than 0. If you are given a quadratic equation which is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0, now for the roots of this quadratic equation to be real, the discriminant has to be greater than or equal to 0. What is the discriminant? The discriminant for any quadratic equation is b square minus 4ac, where b is the coefficient of x, a is the coefficient of x square, and c is the constant term. Similarly, if you have both the roots to be positive, then the product of the roots has to be positive. What is the product of the roots? That is c by a has to be positive, and the sum of the roots also has to be positive. What is the sum of the roots? That is minus b by a. This also has to be positive. So in this particular case, we will check for all the 3 conditions. The given quadratic equation is ax square plus a minus 4 into x plus a plus 1 is equal to 0. What is the product of the roots of this quadratic equation? It is the constant term divided by the coefficient of x square. So a plus 1 divided by a has to be greater than 0. If you multiply the left hand side and right hand side with a square to remove the fraction in the denominator, it will become equal to a into a plus 1 is greater than 0, or the value of a has to be either greater than 0 or a has to be less than minus 1. This is the first condition. This is if the product of the roots has to be greater than 0. Next, you want the sum also of both the roots to be greater than 0. What is the sum of the roots of the given quadratic equation? That is minus b by a, where b is the coefficient of x. Here the coefficient of x is a minus 4. So minus of b will be 4 minus a divided by the coefficient of x square, which is equal to a. So 4 minus a divided by a again has to be greater than 0. So let us again multiply the left hand side and right hand side with a square. So this becomes equal to a into 4 minus a. This has to be greater than 0. If you multiply the left hand side and right hand side with minus 1, as it is less than 0, the sign of the inequality will change. So this will become equal to a into a minus 4 is less than 0, or the value of a will lie between 0 and 4. So a has to be greater than 0 and a has to be less than 4. As a is an integral value, the only possibilities are a is either 1 or 2 or 3. Now let us look at the last condition. The last condition is that you want the discriminant to be greater than 0. For the given quadratic equation, what is the discriminant? That is b square minus 4ac. So that is the coefficient of x whole square. So this is a minus 4 whole square should be greater than or equal to 4 times the coefficient of x square, which is a, into the constant term, which is a plus 1. Or a square minus 8a plus 16 has to be greater than or equal to 4a square plus 4a. Or 3a square plus 12a has to be less than or equal to 16. You can take 3a common. So this is 3a into a plus 4 has to be less than or equal to 16. The value of a the values that a can take are only 1, 2 or 3. In case of 1, the value of 3a into a plus 4 will be equal to 3 into 1 plus 4, that is 5, which is 15. So this is less than or equal to 16. So a is equal to 1 is a solution. If you are looking at a is equal to 2, the value of 3a will be equal to 3 into 2 and a plus 4 will be equal to 6. This is equal to 36, which is strictly greater than 16. So a cannot equal 2. Similarly, when you are making a to be equal to 3, this will be equal to 3 into 3 into a plus 4, that is equal to 7. This also is strictly greater than 16, so this also will not hold true. So the only integral value of a for which all the three conditions are satisfied is if a is equal to 1. So you have one integral solution. In this question, we are told that f of x is a polynomial function of degree 4 such that f of 0 is equal to 1, f of 1 is equal to 3, f of 2 is equal to 9 and f of 3 is equal to 19. We are told that the coefficient of x to the power 4 is 2 in f of x and we are asked to calculate the value of f of minus 1. So the information that we are given is that f of x is of the form 2 into x to the power 4 plus b into x cube plus c into x square plus d into x plus e. This is what we know about f of x and we are asked to calculate the value of f of minus 1. How are we going to calculate the value of b, c, d and e? We have been given 4 equations. We are told that f of 0 is equal to 1, f of 1 is equal to 3, f of 2 is equal to 9 and f of 3 is equal to 19. Using these 4 equations, if you substitute the value of x to be each one of these 4 variables, you will get 4 equations. And using those 4 equations, we will calculate the value of b, c, d and e. And then we will calculate the value of f of x, substitute the value of x to be equal to minus 1 to calculate the value of f of minus 1. This is one way of approaching it, which is what we are going to do. But sometimes when you are looking at the information that is given over here, you will be able to figure out some sort of a pattern. If you are able to figure out some sort of a pattern, and if you are able to represent f of x, another way of representing f of x is that this is of the form 2 into x minus a into x minus b into x minus c into x minus d. If given the information, if you are able to guess the values of a, b, c and d, that is the 4 roots of the given function, then you can solve it much more easily and in a faster way. But in this particular case, I am not able to figure out the value of a, b, c and d. That is, I am not able to, just by looking at the information that is given, figure out or guess the 4 roots of the function f of x. So what we are going to do is solve by forming the 4 equations, solve for them, find out the values of the 4 variables b, c, d and d, find out what f of x is, and then substitute the value of x to be equal to minus 1. The first equation is f of 0 is equal to 1. That is a good equation to have, because if you substitute the value of x to be equal to 0, and if f of 0 is equal to 1, 2 into x to the power 4 will become equal to 0, bx cube will be 0, cx square will be equal to 0, and dx will also be equal to 0, because the value of x is 0. And if f of 0 is equal to 1, this would imply that the constant term e is equal to 1. So let us substitute that over here itself. So now instead of 4 variables, we have 3 variables. We need to calculate the value of b, c and d. Let us look at the second information that we have. The second information is that f of 1 is equal to 3. If f of 1 is equal to 3 and if we substitute the value of x to be equal to 1, 2 into x to the power 4 will become equal to 2, plus b into x cube will become equal to b, plus c into x square will become equal to c, plus d into x will be d, plus 1 is equal to 3. Or this would imply that b plus c plus d is equal to 0. This is the first equation that we are going to get. by using the information that is given to us. Now if you substitute the value of x to be equal to 2, f of 2 is equal to 9. What is 2 into x to the power 4? That will be 2 into 2 to the power 4. That is 2 into 16, which is equal to 32. Plus b x cube. X is equal to 2. So x cube will be equal to 8. So plus 8b. Plus cx square will be 4c. Plus 2d. Plus 1 is equal to 9. Or the value of 8b plus 4c plus 2d is equal to minus 24. Or the value of 4b plus 2c plus d is equal to minus 12. We are just dividing this entire equation by 2. The last equation that we are going to get is that f of 3 is equal to 19. If f of 3 is equal to 19 and you substitute the value of x to be equal to 3, 2 into x to the power 4 will become equal to 2 into 3 to the power 4. That is 2 into 81, which is equal to 162. Plus bx cube will be 27b. Plus cx square will be 9c. Plus d into x is 3d. Plus 1 is equal to 19. 19 minus 1 is 18. 18 minus 162 is minus 144. Or 27b plus 9c plus 3d is equal to minus 144. Divide the entire equation by 3. So 9b plus 3c plus d is equal to minus 48. This is the third equation that we have. So now you have three variables b, c and d, and you have three equations, and we have to solve for the values of b, c and d. When you are trying to solve, the easiest way to do it is just eliminate one of the variables. We know that b plus c plus d is equal to 0. If you substitute the value of d to be equal to minus of b minus c in the second equation, that becomes equal to 3b plus c is equal to minus 12. And if you substitute the value of d to be equal to minus b minus c, the third equation will become equal to 8b plus 2c is equal to minus 48. Or the value of 4b plus c is equal to minus 24. Now if you subtract the first equation from the second equation, the value of b is equal to minus 12. 3b plus c is equal to minus 12. So the value of c will be equal to 24. b plus c plus d is equal to 0. b plus c is equal to 12. So the value of d will be equal to minus 12. Or the function f of x is equal to 2 into x to the power 4 minus 12x cube plus 24x square minus 12x plus 1. This is the value of f of x. Now if you substitute the value of x to be equal to minus 1, the value of f of minus 1 will be equal to 2 plus 12 plus 24 plus 12 plus 1. This is equal to 51, which will be the value of f of minus 1. In this question, we are told that a pizza store sells 3 pizzas in 3 different sizes. One is small, medium and large. And the diameters of the pizzas are 8 inches, 11 inches and 14 inches. If the diameters are 8, 11 and 14, what are the radius? Radius will be 4 inches, 11 by 2 inches and 7 inches. We are told that the cost of the pizza depends on the volume of the pizza, and the prices of the pizza are in the ratio 2:3:4. We are required to calculate the ratio of the thickness of small, medium and large pizzas. So what is the volume of the pizza? It will be pi r square into t, because a pizza will be in the shape of a cylinder. Now what is the volume of the first pizza? It will be pi into 4 square, that is 16, into its thickness. Let us assume that it is equal to T1. Now the prices are in the ratio 2:3:4. So let us assume that the prices are 2k, 3k and 4k for some number k. So pi into 16 into T1 is equal to 2k. Similarly, if you are looking at the medium pizza, pi into what is its volume? It is 11 by 2 whole square. So that is 121 by 4 into T2. This will equal 3k. And finally, for the large pizza, the volume will be pi into its radius square, that is 7 square, which is 49, into T3 is equal to 4k. So what is the value of T1? T1 will be equal to 2k by 16 pi. So that is equal to k by 8 pi. T2 is equal to 3k by 121 by 4 pi. So this is equal to 12k by 121 pi. And the value of T3 is equal to 4k by 49 pi. We are required to calculate the ratio of T1 is to T2 is to T3. So that will be equal to 1 by 8 is to 12 by 121 is to 4 by 49. Or you can divide the entire ratio by 4. So this will equal 1 by 32 is to 3 by 121 is to 1 by 49. So the required option is option A. In this question, there are 3 girls, Harita, Anita and Vasanta, and they have 3 dice. They have red color dice, blue color dice and green color dice. Now all of them have rolled all the 3 dice simultaneously, and each one of them has got a particular number. Now we are required to find out the probability that the sum of the numbers that turned out on the blue and green dice is equal to the red dice. That is, if you assume that the blue dice was B plus the number on the green dice is G, then we want to calculate the probability that B plus G is exactly equal to R. Now what are all the values that R can take? R can be either 1 or R can equal 2 or R can equal 3 or R can equal 4 or R can equal 5 or R can equal 6. And the probability of any one of this happening is exactly 1/6. So this is 1/6, this is 1/6, this is 1/6, this is 1/6, this is 1/6 and this is 1/6. Now in each one of these 3 cases, B and G can be any of the 6 numbers. That is, B can vary from 1 to 6 and G can vary from 1 to 6. So the number of cases for each one of these 6 events is 36. Now, but we want B plus G to equal R. That is, B plus G to equal 1. In the first case, clearly the number of ways in which we can select B and G that their sum is equal to 1 is 0, because both of them are greater than or equal to 0. So the probability over here is 0. In the second case, we have to select B plus G to equal 2. Now the number of solutions for this is exactly 1, which is B is equal to 1 and G is equal to 1. But the total number of cases is 36. So the probability is 1 by 36. When R is equal to 3, again you want B plus G to equal 3. Again the total number of cases is 36. But the number of ways in which this can be done is B can be either 1 or 2. And respectively G will be either 2 or 1. So the total number of cases is 2 and the total number of possible cases is 36, but the number of correct cases is 2. So the required probability in this particular case is 2 by 36. Similarly, when R is equal to 4, you want B plus G to equal 4. This can be done in 3 ways, that is, B is 1 or 2 or 3, and respectively G will be 4 minus that, which is 3 or 2 or 1. Again the total number of cases is 36. So in this particular case, the probability is 3 by 36. Finally, when R is 5, you want B plus G to be 5. There will be 4 cases. R will equal either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and B will respectively equal 4 or 3 or 2 or 1. Total number of cases again is 36. The number of correct cases is 4. So the required probability is 4 by 36. Finally, when R is 6, you want B plus G to equal 6. There are 5 cases in this case, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the values of R and B. Total number of cases is 36 as usual. So the required probability in this particular case is 5 by 36. So the overall total probability is 1 by 6 into 0. This is the first case. Plus 1 by 6 into 1 by 36. This is the second case. Similarly, dot 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 plus 1 by 6 into 5 by 36. You can take 1 by 6 common, and you can also take 1 by 36 common. So this will equal 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus dot 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 till 5. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, this is equal to 15. So the required probability will be 1 by 6 into 1 by 36 into 15. This is 5 and this is 2. Once you simplify, you are going to get 5 by 72 as the required probability. In this question, we are told that n is equal to 2 to the power 5 into 3 to the power 8 into 4 square into 5 cube into 6 into 7 square. We are asked to calculate the probability that if there is a certain factor of n, let us call it f, and if say f is not divisible by 9, then what is the probability that it is an odd number? So what we'll first do is we'll figure out what are all the factors of n. Then we'll figure out how many of those factors are not divisible by 9. If the number of factors which are not divisible by 9 is say a, out of these a numbers, the number of odd numbers will be say b. Then the required answer is b by a. So before we do that, let us first try to understand the prime factorization of n. N is equal to 2 to the power 5 into 3 to the power 8. 4 square is equal to 2 to the power 4. 5 cube is 5 cube because 5 is a prime number. 6 will be written as 2 into 3. And 7 square will be written as 7 square because 7 is a prime number. So if you are collating all the prime numbers together, 2 to the power 5 plus 2 to the power 4 is 2 to the power 9 plus 2 is 2 to the power 10 into 3 to the power 8 plus there is one more 3, so this will become equal to 3 to the power 9 into 5 cube into 7 square. This is the prime factorization of n. So what is the total number of factors of n? All the factors of n will be, if a is a factor of n, then a is of the form 2 to the power small a into 3 to the power small b into 5 to the power small c into 7 to the power small d. The value of small a can vary from 0 to 10, so it can take 11 values. The value of b can vary from 0 to 9, so again it can take 10 values. The value of c can vary from 0 to 3, so it can take 4 values. And the value of d can vary from 0 to 2, so it can take 3 values. So it will be 11 into 10 into 4 into 3, which is equal to 1320. This is all the factors of n. Out of this 1320, how many factors are not divisible by 9? If a number is not divisible by 9, the power of 3 has to be strictly less than 2. So the number of values that small b can take, instead of being 10, now it will be only 2. It can be either 0 or it can be 1. So when we are discussing all the number of factors of n which are not divisible by 9, that will be equal to 11 into 2 into 4 into 3. Because the power of 2 can vary from 0 to 10. The power of 3 can vary from 0 to 1, so there are only 2 values it can take. The power of 5 can vary from 0 to 3, so it is 4. And the power of 7 can vary from 0 to 2, so it is 3. So the number of factors of n which are not divisible by 9 is equal to 2 into 4 into 3, that is equal to 24 into 11, which is 264. Now out of these 264 numbers which are not divisible by 9, how many of them are odd? If you are trying to find out the number of numbers which are odd, you want the power of 2 to be strictly equal to 0. So the value of small a can take only one value and it has to be equal to 0. The power of b can again be either 0 or 1, so it will be 2. The power of 5 will not change, it can be either 0 or 1 or 2 or 3, so it can take 4 values. And the power of 7 can be either 0 or 1 or 2, so again it can take 3 values. So the number of factors of n which are not divisible by 9 and are odd is equal to 2 into 4 into 3, which is equal to 24. So if you are trying to calculate the probability, that will be equal to 24 divided by 264, which is equal to 1 by 11. We are required to calculate the value of m plus n. M is equal to 1 and n is equal to 11. So m plus n will be equal to 12. This is the answer. In this question, we are told that there are 3 friends A, B and C. They have to go to a different city called Z. A has a bike, the average speed is 40 kilometers per hour of the bike. B and C both can walk at the speed of 5 kilometers per hour. So let us assume that the 2 cities are something like this. This is say the city P and this is say the city Z. Initially A and B are going on a bike and C is walking. So let us assume that the first stage is for a time duration of t hours. So at the end of the first stage, A and B would have traveled to a point. Let us call this point to be equal to say x. The distance between P and X will be 40t. And in this time, what is the distance traveled by C? When he is walking, he would have traveled 5t. So he would reach somewhere over here. Let us call this y. So this distance is 5t. This is where C is. This is where A and B are. Then A drops B here and then A keeps coming back towards C. And A is going to meet C at a point over here. Let us call this to be equal to Z. So in this meantime, when A is coming towards C, C continues to walk towards Z and B also is continuing to walk towards Z at the same speed. Both of them are walking at the speed of 5 kilometers per hour. So if the distance between Y and Z is say small a, then the distance that B would have walked by the time A picks up C will also equal A. Because from the moment A drops B and goes towards collecting C, C is walking at the same speed as B and both of them are walking at the same direction. So the distance that they would walk is the same. And if you call this point to be equal to say Z1, the distance between Y and X is 35t. The distance between Z and Z1 is also equal to 35t. Both of them have just been shifted to the right by a distance of small a. Anyway, how much time will A take on his bike to meet C in the second instance? The initial distance between both of them is 35t. And in this 35t, the relative velocity of both of them is 35t divided by 45, because both of them are moving now in the opposite directions. Both of them are moving towards each other. So their relative speed will be 40 plus 5, which is 45. Or they are going to take 7 by 9 t hours to meet. Now in the third stage, from Z, A and C will keep going towards the other city and B continues to walk towards the other city. The initial distance between both of them, as we have discussed, is 35t over here also. So the time it takes for them to reach each other will be 35t divided by the relative speed, which is 40 minus 35, because the speed of the bike is 40 and speed of walking is 35. So this is again equal to t hours. So this entire duration can be divided into three parts. For the first t hours, C is walking and A and B are on the bike. For the next 7 by 9 t hours, C and B are walking while A is going back towards C. And for the last t hours, A and C are on the bike and B continues to walk. So what is the total time that has been spent? The total time that has been spent is t plus 7 by 9t, which is equal to 25 by 9t. This is the total duration that it has taken. And out of this duration, how much time did B spend walking? B spent walking 7 by 9t plus t hours, that is 16 by 9 t hours is the time that B spent walking. If you are calculating this as a percentage, you can cancel t, you can cancel 9. So it is 16 by 25. You multiply it by 100. This will be 4. So 16 into 4 is 64%. In this question, we are told that f of x is a polynomial function. That is, f of x is of the form a into x to the power n plus b into x to the power n minus 1 plus dot 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 plus some constant term, say c. We are told that f of a into f of b is equal to f of a plus f of b plus f of a into b minus 2, and we are given the value of f of 4, which is equal to 17, and we are asked to calculate the value of f of 7. Whenever you are given this kind of a question, you are given the value of f of 4 and you are asked to calculate the value of f of 7. The first thing you should understand is that 7 is not very closely related to 4. If you are given say f of 4 and asked to find out the value of f of 8 or f of 16 or some power of 4 or some number which is a multiple of 4, then one way to look about it is if you can try to sort this out, try to find out the value of f of 1, f of 2 and then add them, something like that can be done. But over here you are asked to calculate the value of f of 7, which is a prime number. So the only way to proceed over here is to first figure out the value of f of x. Because you can't really add f of 4 to itself and get f of 7. 7 and 4 don't have any real common factors. The second thing that you should notice is that in functions, especially if you are given f of a into f of b on one side and f of a and f of b, the sum on the other side, a simple trick is to factorize this. How are you going to factorize it? If you bring f of a and f of b to the other side, the given equation will become equal to f of a into f of b minus f of a minus f of b is equal to f of a into b minus 2. Now if you add 1 to both left hand side and right hand side, you add plus 1 over here and you add plus 1 over here. Now the left hand side becomes equal to f of a minus 1 into f of b minus 1. and the right hand side becomes equal to f of AB minus 1. This is something that you should observe if you see the product on one side and the sum on the other side. This is quite useful, especially in functions questions. So suppose you have something like x into y is equal to x plus y plus something. Then if you bring x and y to the other side, you will be simply factorizing the left hand side to be some sort of x minus 1 into y minus 1 is equal to something else. You have to just add 1 on both sides. Remember this is quite useful in functions. Anyway, now if you are looking at g of x to be equal to f of x minus 1, then the left hand side becomes equal to g of a into g of b is equal to g of a into b. What is the value of g of x? Because f of x is a polynomial, g of x will also be a polynomial. Because if you assume that f of x is of the form a into x to the power n plus b into x to the power n minus 1 plus dot 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 plus c, the value of g of x will be very similar. All the powers of x will have the same coefficients, that is, this will be equal to a into x to the power n plus b into x to the power n minus 1 plus dot dot dot. Only the constant term will be lesser by 1. So this is also a polynomial function. What is the value of g of 4? Because f of 4 is 17, g of 4 is equal to 16. In this equation, if you substitute the value of a and b to be equal to 1, what is the value of g of 1? G of 1 into g of 1 is equal to g of 1. This would imply that g of 1 is either equal to 1 or equal to 0. You can easily disprove that g of 1 cannot be equal to 0. How can you do that? Because if say g of 1 is equal to 0, what is the value of g of 4? G of 4 into g of 1 will be equal to g of 4. If g of 1 over here is equal to 0, then the left hand side will become equal to 0 and the right hand side will be equal to 16. So this is a contradiction. So g of 1 cannot be equal to 0. G of 1 has to equal 1. Now if you substitute the value of b to be equal to 1 by a, then the left hand side becomes equal to g of a into g of 1 by a is equal to g of 1, which is equal to 1. This is true for all the values of a. This would imply, because it is given that g of x is also a polynomial function, that g of x has to be of the form plus or minus x to the power n. Because in this case, g of 1 by x will become equal to plus or minus 1 by x whole to the power n. So that the product x to the power n and 1 by x to the power n cancel each other and you will be left with 1. We are told that g of 4 is equal to 16. So this would imply that g of 4 from this given equation has to be of the form plus or minus 4 to the power n. So now you can figure out that g of x is equal to x square, and therefore f of x is equal to x square plus 1. Therefore the value of f of 7 is equal to 7 square plus 1, which is equal to 50. In this question, what did we first notice? When we saw that f of 7 is to be found out and we are given the value of f of 4, we have to make a choice that we have to figure out the value of f of x. We can't just substitute the value of a and b to be different numbers and get the value of 7 from 4. The second thing you should notice is that you have f of a and f of b, the sum on the right hand side and the product on the left hand side. So then you should understand that we should be able to factorize this to form f of a minus 1 into f of b minus 1. Once these two steps are formed, finding out the value of f of x is not very difficult, and then you can calculate the value of f of 7, which will equal 50. In this question, we are given a equilateral triangle ABC, and we are told that P is a point on AB, such that from P, if you draw a perpendicular, it will meet the line AC when it is extended at Q. Therefore, the triangle APQ is a right angle triangle. But the thing about this is that the area of triangle APQ and the area of the original equilateral triangle ABC are the same. Now we are also given that BP is equal to 6 minus 3 root 2, and we are supposed to find out the value of AB. So let us assume that the value of AB is small a. This is what we have to find out. We have already been given the value of PB, but it is 6 minus 3 root 2, which is a complex irrational number. For now, use the value of PB to be equal to B, and we'll try to find out the value of A in terms of B and substitute the value of B at the end to calculate the value of A. Now what is the information that we have? How are we going to proceed further? We'll try to equate that the area of the equilateral triangle ABC is the same as the area of the right angle triangle APQ. The area of the equilateral triangle ABC is quite easy to find out. Because we know the formula for the area of an equilateral triangle, that is equal to root 3 by 4 into a square, where a is a side of the equilateral triangle. What is the area of APQ? To find out the area of APQ, you need to find out the base of the right angle triangle and the height of the right angle triangle. That is, you need to find out the length of AP and you need to find out the length of PQ. The length of AP again is quite easy to find out. AP is just equal to AB minus PB. So this will equal A minus B. And what is the length of PQ? We can find out because this is a right angle triangle in which we know one of the angles. This is 60 degrees and the other angle is 30 degrees. Angle A is 60 degrees because it is part of an equilateral triangle. Therefore, what is the length of PQ? PQ will equal tan 60 degrees into AP. That is, it is equal to AP into root 3. So PQ is equal to AP into root 3. That is equal to root 3 into A minus B. Now we can calculate the area of PQ. This is equal to half into A minus B into A minus B into root 3. This is the same as the area of the equilateral triangle. So this is equal to root 3 by 4 into A square. We can cancel root 3. We can cancel 2. So A minus B whole square is equal to A square by 2. We can take square root on both sides. Therefore, A minus B is equal to A by root 2, or B is equal to A minus A by root 2, or you can simplify this as B root 2 divided by root 2 minus 1 is equal to A. So now we have found out A in terms of B. We just have to multiply the given value of B, which is 6 minus 3 root 2, and divide it by into root 2 by root 2 minus 1 to find out the value of A. So 6 minus 3 root 2, if you multiply it with root 2 to find out the value of B root 2, this will equal 6 root 2 minus 6. Therefore, B root 2 by root 2 minus 1 is equal to 6 root 2 minus 6 by root 2 minus 1. The numerator you can easily find out is equal to 6 into root 2 minus 1 by root 2 minus 1. You can cancel this. Therefore, the value of A is equal to 6 centimeters. If 6 centimeters is given, it is centimeters. But because centimeters is not given, this is equal to 6 units. In this question, we are told that there are 30 men who are working in a farm, and to do a work, they can finish it in 15 days. So if 30 men are working, the number of days it takes to finish the work will be 15. So if say only one man is working, the number of days is going to take to finish the complete work will be 15 into 30, which is equal to 450 days. So let us assume that the total work that needs to be done is equal to 450 units. Therefore, the work done by one man every single day is equal to 1 unit per day. Now, what is told is that all these 30 guys are contracted to work, but some of the days, some of the people don't come to work. How is that pattern? The pattern is that on every alternate day from the second day, the number of people who don't come to work is equal to the day number. That is, on the second day, 2 people don't turn up. On the fourth day, 4 people don't turn up, and so on. We are required to calculate on which day is the total work completed. So again, to understand the pattern, on the first day, 30 people come and the work done is 30 units. On the second day, 30 people were supposed to come, but 2 people did not come. So the work done is 28. On the third day, again, all the 30 people come. On the fourth day, 30 people were supposed to come, but 4 people did not come. So the work done is 26, and so on. We are required to calculate after how many days is the total work done equal to 450, or it crosses 450. To do that, because there is no clear pattern between odd days and even days, if we know that the work is completed on an even day, we can assume that, okay, the total work that was supposed to be done is 30 into n, and there are number of even terms which can also be calculated. But here, because some people are not turning up only on even days, it is not very straightforward to actually get a pattern which will represent the total work done after n days. The work done for n days will be dependent on whether n is even or odd. So instead of going that way, what we'll try to understand is after 15 days, what is the work that is totally done? Because we know that if everybody was working on all the days, the total work after 15 days would have been 450 units. Now in this particular case, if you are counting 15 days, the total work that was supposed to be done is 30 plus 30 plus 30, 15 times, which is equal to 450. But the number of or the amount of work that is not done will be equal to -2, -4, -6 and so on till -14. Or the work that was not done will be equal to 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 plus 10 plus 12 plus 14. What is this sum equal to? 2 plus 14 is 16, 4 plus 12 is 16, 6 plus 10 is 16 plus 8. 3 times 16 is 48 plus 8 is equal to 56. So 56 units were done lesser than what was expected, or the amount of work done after 15 days is 394 units. On the 16th day, 30 units were supposed to be done, but 16 people didn't turn up, so the work done is only equal to 14 units. On the 17th day, all the 30 people came, so the work done is equal to 30. On the 18th day, 30 units were supposed to be done, but 18 people didn't turn up, so the work done is equal to 12. If you are adding 14 plus 30 plus 12, this is equal to 56, which was the amount that was missing after the first 15 days. So after the 18th day, the entire work of 450 units is completed. So the correct answer is 18 days. In this question, we are given a series and we are asked to find out the sum of the first 50 terms. If you are looking at the series, the first term, let us call it T1 is equal to 3. The second term T2 is equal to 1. The third term T3 is equal to -2. The fourth term is equal to -6. The fifth term is equal to -11. And the sixth term is equal to -17. And it will go on like this. Is there a pattern that we can see? The difference between the first term and the second term is 2. The difference between the second term and the third term is 3. The difference between the third term and the fourth term is 4. Then the difference is 5 and then the difference is 6. So here there is a pattern. What we'll first do is find out the nth term, that is Tn, in terms of n, and after that we'll find out the sum of the first n terms, which is Sn. Once we do that, we'll just substitute the value of n to be equal to 50 to get the answer. So 2 minus T1 is equal to -2. T3 minus T2 is equal to -3. T4 minus T3 is equal to -4. Similarly, Tn minus Tn minus 1 is going to equal -n. So if you sum up all of these equations, many terms get cancelled and you will be left with Tn minus T1, because everything else will get cancelled. Only the left hand side term of the last equation and the right hand side term of the first equation will remain. This is going to equal -2, -3, -4, -5 dot 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 till -n. Do we know the sum of this series? We know the sum of this series, and let us try to refresh the formulas. The sum of the first n natural numbers, that is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 till n, is equal to n into n plus 1 divided by 2. And the sum of the first n squares of natural numbers, that is 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square plus dot 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 till n square, is equal to n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. And the sum of the first n cubes of natural numbers, that is 1 cube plus 2 cube plus dot 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 till n cube, is equal to n into n plus 1 by 2, which is very similar to the first equation, but over here you will have whole square. These are important formulas which will help us in solving these kind of questions very fast. So this is equal to minus of 2 plus 3 plus dot 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 till n, which is equal to minus of n into n plus 1 by 2 minus 1, because over here the term 1 is missing, so you will have to subtract it, or this is equal to minus of n square by 2 minus of n by 2 plus 1. This is the value of Tn minus T1, but the first term is 3, so the value of Tn is equal to, you will have to just add T1 this side, so that is plus 3, or overall this is equal to 4. This is the value of T of n. To just confirm that we are doing everything right and we haven't committed any silly mistake, we can substitute the value of n to be equal to 1. You will see that this is equal to minus 1 by 2 plus 4, so that is equal to 3. If you substitute the value of n to be equal to 2, it is going to equal minus 2 minus 1 plus 4, which is equal to 1, and so on. Now that we know the value of Tn, what is the value of Sn, which is the sum of the first n terms of this series? The value of Sn will be equal to sigma, this is just a symbol to denote that we are summing all of these terms, minus n square by 2 minus n by 2 plus 4. This is equal to sum of minus of n square by 2 minus of n by 2 plus 4 times sigma 1. Essentially what we are saying is that for all the terms of this series, we will keep adding 4, and there are n such terms, so this will become equal to 4n. And for all the terms from 1 to n, we are going to add n by 2. So that will equal n into n plus 1 by 2 divided by 2. So this is equal to minus of n into n plus 1 divided by 4. And the first term says that for all the terms from 1 to n, we will add n square and divide that by 2. So that will equal n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 12. This is the value of S of n. Now let us substitute the value of n to be equal to 50. The last term is quite simple, that is equal to 4 into 50, so that is 200. The first two terms, you will have to add minus to it. But just for ease, let us ignore the minus and let us calculate the sum of the first two terms. So this is equal to 50 into 51 into 101 divided by 12 plus 50 into 51 divided by 4. This is equal to 17 and this is 4. So if you take 50 by 4 common, this is equal to 17 into 101, so that is 1717, and then you have plus 51. This is equal to 50 by 4 into 1768. This is equal to 50 into 442. This is equal to 22,100. Remember that we have to put minus over here. So this is minus 22,100 plus 200. So this is equal to minus 21,900. This is the answer, which will be option B. In this question, we are told that there is a kite, which is a quadrilateral, and it has two pairs which are of equal length. They are adjacent to each other. Essentially, a kite looks something like this. The diagonals of a kite are perpendicular to each other. So let us assume that this is the kite. We are being given that the lengths of the equal sides are 7 and 24. We are also told that one of the diagonal is 25 centimeters. So it can be either this diagonal or it can be this diagonal. Just for ease, let us write down the names. This is A, B, C, D and O. One of the first things that you will notice is that BD cannot be equal to 25 because triangle ADB has two sides which are equal to 7 and 7. So the third side has to be definitely less than 14 because the third side of a triangle has to be less than the sum of the other two sides. So this would imply that AC, which is the other diagonal, has to equal 25 units. Now if you are looking at the triangle ADC, the three sides are 7, 24 and 25, or 7 square plus 24 square we know is equal to 25 square. What does this imply? This implies that angle D, which is ADC, is 90 degrees. Because if the three sides form a Pythagorean triplet, then it would imply that it is a right angle triangle. Now, if you assume that OD is equal to P and OB is also equal to P, we are required to calculate the value of 2P, which is the length of the other diagonal. How are we going to do that? We can calculate this in multiple ways, but one of the easiest ways in which I found this out is to calculate the area of the kite. What is the area of the kite? If you divide the kite into two triangles, which is ADC and ABC, the area of the kite is the sum of these two triangles. And what is the sum of these two triangles? This is equal to the area of ADC is half into base into height, which is half into AC into P, and the area of ABC is also equal to half into base into height. So again this is equal to plus half into AC into P, which would imply that the area is AC into P. And what is AC? We know that AC is equal to 25 centimeters. So the area of the kite is 25p. But another way to calculate the area is to look at this as the, if you are trying to calculate the area of ADC, we can look at it as a right angle triangle. The height is 7 and the base is 24. So half into 7 into 24 is again the area of ADC, because this is a right angle triangle. And similarly, the area of ABC is also equal to base, which is 24, and height, which is 7. So again, this is equal to half into 24 into 7. This is equal to 24 into 7, which is equal to 168. So the value of 25p is equal to 168, or the value of p is equal to 168 by 25. What we are required to calculate is the length of the diagonal, which is equal to 2p. So the length of 2p is equal to 336 by 25. If you simplify this, this is equal to 13, which is 25 into 13 is equal to 325. Then you have 11 left. So this is 11 by 25, which is equal to 0.44. Essentially, if you simplify 336 by 25, the answer will be 13.44, which is the length of the other diagonal. In this question, we are given t. It is given as an expression. T is equal to 3 by 5 plus 6 by 5 square plus 11 by 5 cube plus 18 by 5 to the power 4 towards infinity. So this looks like a complicated expression. To make it simple, to understand it more easily, let us assume that the value of x is equal to 1 by 5. So the value of t will become equal to 3x plus 6x square plus 11x cube plus dot 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 plus 18x to the power 4 plus dot 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 till infinity. So the coefficient of x is increasing by 1. Initially we had x, then we had x square plus x cube and dot dot dot. And now if you are looking only at the coefficient, the first coefficient is 3, then it is 6, then it is 11, then it is 18. So if you notice closely, the difference between 3 and 6 is 3. The difference between 6 and 11 is 5. The difference between 11 and 18 is 7, and so on. So the coefficient is increasing in an increasing arithmetic progression. So for these kind of questions, there is a simple trick to do. Let us multiply t with x. So the value of tx is equal to 3x square plus 6x cube plus 11x to the power 4 plus dot 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 till infinity. Notice that we have switched all the powers of x one to the right. Now if you subtract t, the second equation from the first equation, so t minus tx, that is t into 1 minus x, is equal to 3x plus 6x square minus 3x square will be equal to 3x square plus 11x cube minus 6x cube is equal to 5x cube plus 18x to the power 4 minus 11x to the power 4 will be 7x to the power 4 plus 9x to the power 5 and so on plus dot 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 till infinity. Now notice that the coefficient is in an arithmetic progression. Earlier the difference between coefficients is in an arithmetic progression. Now the coefficient itself is in an arithmetic progression. So what we'll do is quite simple. We'll bring 3x to the other side just for ease. So t into 1 minus x minus 3x is equal to 3x square plus 5x cube plus 7x to the power 4 plus 9x to the power 5 till infinity. And we'll repeat the same trick. We'll again multiply both the left hand side and right hand side with x. So the left hand side becomes equal to tx into 1 minus x minus 3x square is equal to 3x cube plus 5x to the power 4 plus 7x to the power 5 plus dot 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 till infinity. Now again if you subtract the second equation from the first equation, the right hand side becomes quite easy. This becomes equal to 3x square plus 2x cube plus 2x to the power 4 plus 2x to the power 5 plus dot 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 till infinity. What is the sum of 2x cube plus 2x to the power 4 plus 2x to the power 5? This is a geometric progression where the common difference r, in this case is x, is less than 1. So the sum will be equal to a by 1 minus r. That is the first term divided by 1 minus the common ratio. So this will be equal to 3x square plus 2x cube divided by 1 minus x. This is the value of the right hand side. We can calculate the value. The left hand side also we can calculate. This is equal to t into 1 minus x minus 3x. What is the value of x? X is 1 by 5. So 1 minus x is equal to 4 by 5. So the first term on the left hand side will be equal to 4t by 5 minus 3 by 5, and the second term will be equal to 4t by 25 minus 3 by 25. So if you subtract the second term from the first term, what you are going to get is 4t by 5 minus 4t by 25 will be equal to 16t by 25 minus 3 by 5 minus 3 by 25 will be equal to 12 by 25. This is the left hand side. This is equal to 3x square plus 2x cube by 1 minus x. We can simplify 3x square. This will be equal to 3 by 25 plus what is the value of 2x cube? That will be 2 into 1 by 25, 125 divided by 1 minus x is again 4 by 5. You can simplify this. This is 2 and this is 25. So this is equal to plus 1 by 50. So 16t by 25 will be equal to, this will be 15 by 25 plus 1 by 50. This is equal to 31 by 50. Or the value of t will be equal to 31 by 32. Notice that the trick that we did was just multiplying the left hand side and right hand side with the common ratio which is equal to x, and then switching all the powers of x one to the right, and then most of them get cancelled and we get a simple geometric progression which can be, whose value can be found out easily. So the answer in this case is 31 by 32. In this question we are told that there are 2 points R and S and they lie on the same side of PQ. So we have a line PQ, this is P and this is Q, and we have two lines. We are given that PQ is 30 centimeters, PR is equal to QS is equal to 13 centimeters, and PS is equal to QR is equal to 37. So if you approximately draw the diagram, it will be something like this. You can join both this and you can join this also to Q. This is point R, this is point S, they are symmetrical. We are told that PR is 13 which is equal to QS, and the value of PS is equal to the value of QR which is equal to 37. Both PS and QR intersect at a point called T, so this is T, and we are supposed to calculate the area of triangle PQT. We already know the base of triangle PQT, that is equal to 30. So if you can just calculate the height, that is if you draw a perpendicular from T, say this meets PQ at another point, let us assume is equal to y. If we can find out the length of Ty, we are easily done. This is a perpendicular. How are we going to do that? We will do that by extending PQ to meet at a point where the perpendicular from R meets PQ. So let us drop a perpendicular from R and let us assume that this meets PQ at another point. Let us say this point is X. We are given that PR is 13 centimeters. Let us assume that the length of PX is small a and the length of RX is equal to small b. Now we have two right angle triangles. One right angle triangle is PXR and the other right angle triangle is QXR. Using both of this we can calculate the value of A and B, and from that we can calculate the length of TY, because TYQ is a similar triangle to QXR, but we will come to that later. If you are looking at triangle PXR, this is the smaller right angle triangle over here. The hypotenuse is 13 and the two sides are A and B. So A square plus B square is equal to 13 square. If you are looking at QXR, the hypotenuse is 37 and the two sides are B and 30 plus A. So 30 plus A whole square plus B square is equal to 50 square, is equal to 37 squares. Sorry, 37 is the length of the hypotenuse. So we have one equation and we have another equation. Using both the right angle triangles, we have to calculate the length of A and B. If you subtract the first equation from the second equation, you can cancel B square and you can cancel A square, and the left hand side will be equal to 30 square, which is 900, plus 2 into 30 into A, which is 60A, is equal to 37 square minus 13 square. This is of the form x square minus y square, so it will equal x minus y into x plus y. That is 37 square minus 13 square is equal to 37 minus 13, which is 24, into 37 plus 13, which is equal to 50. This is just a simple way of calculating. If you actually calculate the value of 37 square and subtract 13 square from it, you will get the same answer. Or 900 plus 60a is equal to 1200, or 60a is equal to 300, or the value of a is equal to 5. So this is equal to 5. Therefore, the value of b will be equal to square root of 13 square, which is 169, minus 25. So that is square root of 144, which is 12. Once you have the value of a and b, now just consider the two triangles QXR and the triangle QTY. Both of them are right angle triangles and they have the angle Q common. Let us assume that this is angle, say, small a. Then what is the value of tan A? Tan of that angle is h divided by 15, which is the length of YQ. Notice that because of the symmetry, TY bisects PQ, so YQ will be 15 and PY will also be equal to 15. So tan A is equal to h by 15. This will equal Rx, which is equal to 12, divided by XQ, which is equal to 30 plus 5, which is 35. So h by 15 is equal to 12 by 35, or the value of h is equal to the value of h will equal 15 into 12 divided by 35. This is 7 and this is 3, which is equal to 36 by 7. So if you are trying to find out the area of PQT, it will equal half into base into height. The length of the base, as we discussed earlier, is the length of PQ, which is 30, into the height, which is 36 by 7. This is 18. So this is equal to 540 divided by 7, which is, if you simplify, will equal 77 1 by 7 square centimeters, which is option B. In this question, we are given a semicircle which is inscribed in a quarter circle, and the radius of the quarter circle is given to be equal to 2 into square root of 21 centimeters. We are asked to find out the area of the shaded region. To calculate the area of the shaded region, we need to first understand the radius of the semicircle. Once we get the radius of the semicircle, we can calculate the area of the semicircle, and from that we can calculate the area of the shaded region. So let us assume that the point G is the center of the semicircle. So let us assume that this is equal to G. If you connect G to the point of intersection of the tangent OA, this will be perpendicular to the line connecting the point of intersection of the tangent with the semicircle and the center. Essentially, both of these points, if you name them to be equal to, say, C and D, these will be perpendicular. Let us assume that the radius of the smaller semicircle is equal to small r. So this is small r, this is small r. Now if you look at the quadrilateral GDOC, we have three angles to be equal to 90 degrees. So the fourth angle will also be equal to 90 degrees. So this is essentially a rectangle, but in the rectangle we have the adjacent sides to be equal. So this is a square. Now if you look at the quarter circle, the point, let us name this to be equal to E, which is one end of the semicircle, and F to be the other end of the semicircle. EF is a chord of the quarter circle. So if you connect the midpoint of the chord to the center of the same quarter circle, it will be perpendicular. Essentially what we are saying is that OG is perpendicular to EF. So now if you connect O to E, so you connect somewhere over here. Now OGE is a right angle triangle. In this we know the length of two sides. OG is the diagonal of the square whose side is equal to small r. So the length of OG will be equal to r square root 2. Similarly, the length of GE will be equal to small r, which is the radius of the semicircle. So OE, which is the hypotenuse, will be equal to square root of r root 2 whole square will be 2r square plus EG whole square, which is equal to r square, or this will equal r root 3. That is the length of OE. But we already know the length of OE. The length of OE is given to be equal to 2 square root 21 centimeters. So 2 square root 21 is equal to r square root 3, or the value of r will be equal to 2 square root 7 centimeters. So we know the radius of the semicircle now. We know the radius of the quarter circle. So how can we calculate the area of the shaded region? Let us first calculate the area of the quarter circle. area of the quarter circle will be equal to 1 by 4 pi r square, that is 1 by 4 into pi into 2 square root 21 whole square, which will be equal to 4 into 21. So we can cancel 4 on both sides, so this will equal 21 pi. This is the area of the quarter circle. What is the area of the semicircle, which we will have to subtract? Area of the semicircle will be equal to half into pi into r square, where r is 2 square root 7. So this will be equal to 4 into 7. This is equal to 14 pi. So from 21 pi you have to subtract 14 pi. So the remaining area will be 7 pi, which is the area of the shaded region. If you simplify this, this will be 7 into 22 by 7, or this is equal to 22 centimeter square. So the required answer is option C. In this question, we are told that there is a rectangle ABCD. It is given such that AB is equal to 6 units, BC is equal to 12 units, E and F trisect the diagonal AC into 3 equal parts, and G is the centroid of the triangle formed by DEF. We are required to calculate the area of DGBC. Whenever you have a centroid that is given in a geometry question, it is most likely that we'll have to use coordinate geometry. The reason for that is because if you know the coordinates of the 3 points of a triangle, the 3 vertices of a triangle, calculating the coordinates of the centroid is very easy. So let us try to solve this question using coordinate geometry. Let us assume that this is the y-axis and this is the x-axis. Let AB coincide with the x-axis and let AD coincide with the y-axis. So let us assume that this point over here is, say, C. So this is A, this is the origin, this is BC, and this is CD. We are given the lengths of the sides of the rectangle. We are told that AB is 6 units. So the coordinates of B will be 6, 0. The length of BC is given to be 12 units. So the coordinate of C is 6, 12. And D will be 0, 12. Now we are told that E and F trisect the diagonal AC. So let us first draw the diagonal AC. This is the diagonal AC. We'll have to find 2 points on it. One of them will be over here. This is, say, E, and this is, say, F. What are the coordinates of E? Calculating the coordinates of E and F are not very difficult. We have to just divide 6 by 3, so that will be equal to 2, and divide 12 by 3, so that will be equal to 4. Similarly, for F, we will have to multiply 6 with 2 by 3, so that will be equal to 4, and 12 with again 2 by 3, so this is equal to 8. Because E and F are trisecting the line AC, and because A is origin, calculating the values of the coordinates of E and F is not very difficult. Now that you have D, E and F, we know the coordinates of all the 3 vertices of the triangle, we can calculate the coordinates of G, which is the centroid. The coordinates of G will be the average of the x coordinates and the average of the y coordinates. What is the average of the x coordinates of D, E, F? That will be 0 plus 2 plus 4, that is 6 divided by 3, so that is equal to 2. And the average of the coordinates of the y-axis will be 12 plus 4 plus 8, that is 24, divided by 3 is 8. This is G. Now let us consider the quadrilateral DGBC. So it will look something like this. This is DG and this is GB. We are required to calculate the area of this quadrilateral DGBC. It doesn't seem to be very trivial. How are we going to do that? We will first connect G to C. And once you connect G to C, we can calculate the area of triangle DGC. We can also calculate the area of triangle BGC. If you add both of these areas, you are going to get the area of the quadrilateral DGBC. To calculate the area of DGC, we know the length of the base CD. The length of the base CD is 6 units. And what is the height of the triangle? The height of the triangle is the length of the perpendicular from G to CD. That can be easily calculated because we know the y coordinates of all the 3 vertices. The y coordinate for these two is 12 and the y coordinate for G is 8. So the length over here, this will be equal to 4 units. So the area of triangle DGC will be equal to half into the height is 4 units as you have just calculated, because the y coordinate of G is 8 and the y coordinates for C and D are 12. So the height is 4. into the base is the length of CD, which is 6. Half into 4 into 6 is equal to 12. Similarly, for BGC, we know the length of CB. The length of CB is 12 units. Now, what is the height of the triangle BGC? This can be again calculated, but this will be the difference of the x coordinates. The x coordinates for C and B is 6 units. The x coordinate for G is 2 units. So again, this is equal to 4 units. So the area is equal to half into 4 into 12. This is equal to 24 units. So the total area will be 12 plus 24, which is equal to 36. If you draw only this 4 vertices DGBC, it will look something like this. This is CD, this is CB, and coincidentally the point G actually lies on the line segment DB. We need not know that to actually calculate the area, but G is somewhere over here. If you had actually known that G is lying on the diagonal BD, calculating the area is quite easy. The area will be half of the area of the rectangle, which is equal to half of 12 into 6, which is half of 72, which is 36. But just based on the information that is given, we can't conclude for sure that G is actually lying on the diagonal BD. So what we have done is quite simple. We have connected G to C. CD is 6 units. CB is 12 units. The perpendicular from G to CD, this is 4, and G to CB is also equal to 4. This we can calculate, as we have discussed earlier, based on the y coordinate and the x coordinate. So based on that, we have calculated the area of GDC, this is 12 units, and GBC, this is 24 units. So the overall area of the quadrilateral is 36 units. In this question, we are told that a right angle triangle ABC has an in radius and circumradius of 4 centimeters and 10 centimeters. We are required to calculate the area of ABC in square centimeters. If you have a right angle triangle which looks something like this, if you assume that the non-hypotenuse sides are A and B and the hypotenuse is equal to C, using Pythagoras theorem, C is equal to square root of A square plus B square. Now, what can you say about the circumradius? Circumradius of any right angle triangle is half the length of the hypotenuse. So, circumradius is equal to C by 2. And what is the in radius? In radius of a right angle triangle is equal to A plus B minus C by 2, where A and B are the non-hypotenuse sides and C is the hypotenuse. So, if C by 2 is we are given the length of the circumradius, this is equal to 10. So, C by 2 is equal to 10 or C is equal to 20. We are also told that A plus B minus C by 2 is equal to 4. This would imply that A plus B minus C is equal to 8, or the value of A plus B is equal to 28, because the value of C is 20. What are we required to find out? We are required to find out the area of triangle ABC. Area of triangle ABC is A into B by 2. So we are required to calculate the value of A into B by 2. So we will first calculate the product of A and B. That is quite easy to calculate, because A plus B whole square will be equal to 28 whole square. So A plus B whole square is equal to 28 whole square. What is the value of 28 whole square? This is equal to 784. And what is A plus B whole square? This is A square plus B square plus 2AB. But we know the value of A square plus B square, because C is equal to 20. A square plus B square will equal C square, which is equal to 400. So this will equal 400, or the value of 2AB is equal to 784 minus 400, which is 384. So the value of AB is equal to 192, and the value of AB by 2, which is the area of the triangle, is equal to 96 square centimeters. So the answer is 96.